Alright, Final Fantasy. I can't say what's possessed me to play all of these, but I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I've done it. I've finally done it. Hello? Oh, I see. Okay. Alright. Well, hi, my name's Jed. For the past 6 months or so, I think an evil spirit has taken over my body and forced me to play every single Final Fantasy game from start to finish. Did I like the series? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. That's what we're exploring today. I've ranked each one. They're all covered. I'll reveal them as we go, right? So I'll be talking about each game in order from Final Fantasy I all the way to Final Fantasy XVI. But you may be wondering, if there's 16 games, why do I have 17 spots? Also, did I play the MMOs? The answer to that is no. I didn't play the MMOs because I actually have a job and a life that I need to theoretically pay attention to, right? So I didn't play the MMOs, but to make up for that, I did play the sequels. So that's 10-2, 13-2, Lightning Returns, those ones. So if you do all the math and add that up, it comes to 17 games. And I've ranked each one from my favorite to my least favorite. This is not me saying this is objectively the best game, but this is just my own personal ranking. Now, as well, on top of that, I'm going to mention the last 5 games. I know the formatting is not ideal, but the last 5 games I will be saving till the very end. So if a game falls into that category of 1 to 5, then you have to wait to the end of the video to see where they actually fall. I guess on top of all this, a lot of these games, I didn't necessarily have time for, we'll say. I had to do certain things like XP boosting or some kind of cheesing just to get to the end, right? Obviously this creates a varied and biased opinion about the game, so I will be mentioning as it comes up. I'm not trying to hide anything here. I'm not gonna pretend that I did it all legit, because some games I just couldn't. They just were eating me alive and I needed to do something just so I could get to the credits, right? You may be wondering, potentially, I mean, have we all heard of Final Fantasy? I don't know. You may be wondering, what is Final Fantasy? In which case, all I can really say is it's a series of games very loosely connected to one another. They all have their own unique story and characters and world and setting, right? So basically, almost no connection if you truly think about it. The main connection really is that they all kind of share the same gods or higher beings you might want to think of. This is beings like Ifrit, who's like a being of fire, or Shiva, who's a being of ice, Bahamut, who is a being of dragon, and Titan, who's a being of being big, that kind of stuff, right? And they're presented in various ways through the game. Sometimes they're summons, sometimes they're considered more godly, stuff like that, right? As well as the game mechanics. Each game is roughly a party-based RPG with kind of turn-based mechanics. They vary outside of that in the later games, but early on they were turn-based games just around combat and using magic and abilities and stuff like that. Like, it's a pretty straight down the line, turn-based, party-based RPG system. Also, I have a very special guest joining me today. We have my beautiful girlfriend Grace here to join us. You know, she's been with me the whole journey and had to hear my ramblings, so she's got her own thoughts and feelings and everything, and she'll be adding her input throughout. So I really can't wait to hear what she has to say. Anyway, let's move on. So another thing kind of carrying over is they share a lot of the same monsters, right? A lot of them create their own unique monsters, but some carry over to basically every game, right? And that's some of my favorites are the Curl, which is like this tiger guy. There's the Iron Giant, which basically whenever he appears in the game, it means now the game is gonna be bullshit. He signifies that to me is, oh, now the game sucks. This game is broken. This has snapped my soul. The Marlboro, which is obviously a brand of cigarettes, but is a big like a viney guy. He does a lot of poison and nonsense. He's the worst.
Ridiculous. What are you meant to do about that?
Or the flans / jelly. Sometimes they're called flans. Sometimes they're called jelly. Why did they do that? I don't know. I can't tell you. But they tend to be weak specifically to magic rather than physical attacks. So there's certain things like that. Enemies are weak to certain things and resistant to others. Undead enemies are weak to fire and healing. Water enemies are weak to electricity. Flying enemies are weak to air attacks. Just stuff like that. And all of this is kind of consistent through the series for the most part.
You like that?
Alright, so I think that's enough rambling. Let's move on here. Final Fantasy. First Final Fantasy. It's original. Final Fantasy. Your homebrew Final Fantasy. Up front, I'll mention I'm not gonna be. People say, oh, Final Fantasy 3/1. I'm not doing that. 4/2. I'm doing them as God named them, right? Because I played these pixel remasters. They're just called 1 to 6. I will say these pixel remasters are really great. I want to commend Square Enix for being able to keep these games preserved at least as much in a way that I could play all of them with no issues. I didn't need to emulate anything. I didn't need to go buy a console or go on the black market or anything like that. I could just buy them all on Steam and play all of them from start to finish with no issues. I didn't even need to mod anything, So I really want to commend them on that because I think is great. For 17 games to be preserved in such a way that I can play all of them, I think that's really fantastic and it's worth commending. As much as Square Enix gets flack from a lot of people. Anyway, I gotta move on. Final Fantasy I. How do people use clipboards? Final Fantasy I is a pretty solid kind of starting out point. There's that whole story, it's called Final Fantasy because Square Enix was about to, or it wouldn't have been called Square Enix, but Square was about to go under as a company and they needed a last-ditch effort to save everything, and that's why it was called, I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure the director at the time came out to say, nah, that's kind of not, the company was in trouble, but it wasn't all hinged on this. I don't know. Do your own research. I actually have no clue. But this is a solid starting out point. Keep going off topic, bloody hell. It's interesting to start because the party you start with they don't have default names. You have to name them yourself and you have to choose their roles like warrior, thief, white mage, black mage, that kind of stuff. There's a red mage, I didn't engage with that. I think there was one other, I don't know. Why is thief so common, by the way? Who's hiring thief? Anyway, you essentially play as the 4 warriors of light. For some reason, you've all got crystals, and there's the 4 crystals in the world which have lost their light due to there being 4 fiends messing with them, right? Your job is to go and restore light to the crystals. That's basically it. It's just alright, off you go. The first thing you have to do is you go to defeat this guy, right? Garland. He's in a big castle. And the king of this one kingdom doesn't like him. He says, go get rid of that guy, we hate him. So you go off and you kill him and he says, hey, and then he leaves. The game basically consists of your party just kind of exploring the world. You go find somebody who needs an item, so you have to go to a cave to kind of get it, and then they give you the item, and then you get to that guy and he gives you something that helps you progress through the game. That's kind of the main cycle. It's get this, give it to this person gives you this, which you then give to this person, who then opens up this passage, who then lets you and then gives you a boat, and then eventually you reach kind of an open world where then you are Why do I have 2? Anyway. Then you reach the main world where you have to defeat the 4 fiends. Each of these fiends are defending a crystal, and you gotta go stop them. And it's a big journey, and you go to all these reaches, and you gotta go underwater at some point, and you talk to a dragon who makes you older. I don't actually know what that does, being older, but it happens. They love it. You're older now. Anyway, I'll talk a little bit about the combat, right? It's pretty simple stuff. It's basically what I said at the start. You have your party of guys. Combat in this one is kind of like a sequence. Like, you kind of give everyone an action to do, and then it goes into an attack phase where everyone, including the enemies, kind of attack in a set sequence. I'd like to say like a character's speed/agility decides who goes first, but honestly it feels entirely random, which isn't great. A critical action being up to the whims of a coin toss is not great. To get magic, you have to buy it from the magic store. Obviously, that makes perfect sense to me. Magic spells don't actually cost mana in this game. Instead, each spell has a certain kind of level value, and you can only use a certain amount of those levels until you need to rest to reset. This isn't really a bad feeling, but it feels kind of flawed. I can see why future titles ditch it, because it's odd for like Fire and Blizzard to be 2 different levels given they do the same thing. It's just kind of, it's fine, but it's not great. I can't remember if you buy these certain, like you either find or you buy the bigger spells, like even like Flare, Holy, Meteor I think is in it, like these bigger spells that do a lot of damage. They kind of become main staples through the game, as well as a lot of the enemies in this game, such as the Flans, which are for some reason Flans. This game in particular has a specific obsession with poisoning your party members. It contains the other status effects like Petrify being like it freezes your guys, or Blindness meaning like a loss of accuracy, Silence being unable to do spells. It just feels like you do not see these status effects as much as you see your stupid little sprite flashing green because you didn't realize one of your guys got poisoned during a fight. You'll be buying so many antidotes early on in this game. It's so bizarre. Early on in these games, it kind of feels like it's trying to go for this fairy tale kind of vibe. Like, each item has some kind of reference to a fairy tale, I think. Like the golden needles being the item that unpetrifies party members, and obviously Phoenix Downs being what revives party members. The map kind of feels like this too, like it's laid out in this way where you can make out various creatures and monsters, and kind of like this thematic, I don't know, that gives some kind of feeling to what's on the continent itself. This is something that persists throughout the entire series, and it's something that fans and myself really enjoy, because it feels really fun to see these weird, goofy maps and the kind of creatures it tries to make out. Yeah, combat in this one, for the most part, is pretty simple. I don't think I had any trouble. I know I didn't XP boost, nothing. Like, I got to the end of this game fine. I didn't need to grind too much. I did here and there, but for the most part I didn't really have to, and I got through it fine. This is actually a rare case of a game where I ended up getting every achievement. And it's a pretty simple thing to do in this game because all the chests are perfectly visible, all the locations are perfectly visible, there's no like secrets or anything like that. I'll explain as well in case you're not aware. JRPGs have a system unaffectionately referred to as random encounters. This is, you're walking across the world and then an enemy jumps out at you and you gotta fight it, right? And that's generally how combat goes. You don't really see an enemy and walk up and attack it. That doesn't happen. They just randomly appear. And it's kind of a system it took me a bit of getting used to, because it's hard walking and just having to randomly fight, and especially if you've got in mind a point A and point B you're going to, you don't really account for in your mind the fact that you're just gonna randomly get stopped along the way and fight some stupid asshole. It's annoying. It's a hard system to adjust to. Something that gives credence to random encounters feeling frustrating is that your movement speed in the overworld is incredibly slow, and the way the map is laid out means you have to walk a long time to get to certain locations, such as boat docks being far away from anything useful, and a particular sand temple being in the middle of a sand field, which means you have to park your stupid airboat far away and then walk across the desert to go to the sand temple. The constant random encounters give this constant feeling of being interrupted to do a menial task that takes a long time. And honestly, this is kind of a persistent feeling throughout almost the entire series. The main way of kind of the game trying to explore this, or explain it, sorry, with the crystals being desolate, the world has become more corrupt with monsters, right? So the world itself is dangerous. Going outside sucks, and that's what you're actively trying to solve. So it kind of hindering your mental progression through the game is almost intentional, because it's like, this sucks. I hate having to walk and fight all these guys. I hope I can solve this, which theoretically is quite a nice idea, but it's so frustrating, especially we have a lot of games to get through here that utilize it. The leveling system, I have to mention this as well because it's become relevant. I like a simple leveling system, which is what this game has. You fight an enemy, it gives you experience, you either level up or you don't, move on. That's what I like. It's simple, down the line leveling, and that works for me. This game has, the Pixel remasters have a system where if you press like auto attack, all your party will just do the last input you put in. So if you just set them all to like attack and then hit auto attack, then it's an easy way to grind. It makes battling very simple, and for me it almost encourages just listening to like podcasts or stuff in the background while playing these games. Now, the main thing in this game worth mentioning is the very end, because the game doesn't really have a story. It has people you talk to and you progress in some way, but there isn't really a story, right? Except for at the very end. After you defeat the 4 fiends, I forget, this is Tiamat, I think. Tiamut. I don't know. Was that either Lich or Vampire? No, this was Lich, I think, and that was a vampire. Something like that? I don't know, kill me in the comments if I'm wrong. You essentially realize that the reason this happens is because a being called Chaos has sent them from 2,000 years in the past. And you have to go back to the very first castle you defeated this guy in to stop him, right? So you go back to that castle, you find a kind of secret entrance, and then, oh, you're 2,000 years in the past, and now it's time to go fight Chaos. What you eventually find out when you talk to Chaos is this first guy you fought, Garland, he is Chaos. What? What happened was when you defeated him the first time, the 4 fiends sent him back 2,000 years in the past so that then he could get strong enough to then send the 4 fiends 2,000 years in the future, and it creates this kind of weird time loop. And after the subsequent 2,000 years and like constant time looping, he just grew so hateful and full of hate that he became Chaos, right? It's just a different being, I guess. Now if you defeat him, that stops the time loop, right? But what I find interesting, I guess, is that he essentially says defeating him doesn't matter. He theorizes that the time loop will continue anyway, and in an extra 2,000, 4,000 years, people aren't going to remember your 4 years of light. Which is kind of an interesting thing for a boss in like the very first game in this series to say, like, what you're doing doesn't matter. I think it's really interesting, and it adds a good kind of taste that I think Final Fantasy takes advantage of basically for the rest of its run. But I think this is a solid entry. This is a solid entry into the series. It's a very good starting out point. It kind of gives you all the base mechanics of what is Final Fantasy and what it's about and what its combat is trying to do for the most part. And as the first Final Fantasy game, it kind of actually sets up the formula that like every game kind of builds off of or evolves from in some way. You start on this very limited land location and then get a boat that gives you more options to go to, but still limited in kind of some way. And then eventually you'll get an airship, usually made by Sid, that will give you access to the entire game world. It's a really effective formula because it gives you a real sense of progression as you have to fight and figure out how to get each of these vehicles. You know, initially you start very closed off and eventually the whole world opens up and it feels really great. In this one in particular, you do eventually get a canoe, which gives you access to the more tighter rivers and very specific river battles. which is pretty fun. I mean, you don't see it a lot throughout these games, but in this one, it's very silly. So I like it, but you know, there's better games in the series. So Final Fantasy I falls 13 on the list. Now we move on to Final Fantasy II. Hooray! We love Final Fantasy II. In this game, you play as Furion, Maria, and Guy. And also Leon is Maria's brother. This game kind of goes for a different story. It tries to add a bit more kind of flavor to what's going on. You know, it starts off with named characters. You can't change. Maybe you can. They have default names anyway. And I mean, for the second game in the series, I mean, the main character, like this guy. Oh my God! You're saying this is the design of the main character for the second game? The second, like, oh my God! Like, look at this guy. Look at that. That's a top quality guy. Furion is one of my favorite designs, especially for like entry number 2. Like, it's just so. I love kind of how androgynous he looks just straight away, you know. They're not going for hyper-masculine, whatever. And especially if you kind of look into the meta of the character, he's meant to be a paladin, I think, like a white mage for the most part, which is very interesting for a main hero character to be. The main kind of started kicking off point in this game is that the evil empire of Palamacia has attacked, and they're trying to take over the world, and they've been using Hellspawn to do it, right? So it's all very concerning stuff. Oh no, you were attacked, and Leon has gone missing, Maria's brother. Oh no! Now you, as Furion, end up in this kind of rebel town set up by, she was like the princess, I guess. The king is unwell, but the princess is currently taken over, Princess Hilda, who has set up a base in the town of Altair after her kingdom of Finn is attacked by the Emperor, right? So it's already a more interesting setup. There's a bit more going on, characters have names, there's kind of a kick-off point where you wonder what's going to happen, right? And again, I mean, look at this design, I mean, this guy. But here's the main thing of the game. It sucks. It's a bad game. Yeah, we're already there. Here's the main issue, right? Do you remember just a few minutes ago I was talking about how much I love a simple leveling up system? I like a simple leveling system. I love a simple leveling up system. 2 just throws everything out the fucking window and creates the most convoluted nonsense bullshit you have ever witnessed in your life. How it works, right? Instead of you leveling up your guys, you're leveling up their specific abilities. If you're using a sword, you want to keep using a sword because that'll level up the proficiency in the sword and the shield, and like if you get attacked during fights, then that affects your stats. Like, it's all very just like overly detailed like that, and it's really annoying. You level up their specific spells as well, which sucks. It sucks so much because they don't just automatically level up. Like, if you want fire to get more powerful, you have to keep using fire. If you want your healing to level up, you have to keep using your healing. And it encourages this system of just pure grinding, and it sucks so much because like once a spell is leveled up, it gets harder to continue leveling up. So if you want your poison, fire, ice, healing, your getting rid of status ailments kind of thing, if you want all that to go away, you have to keep leveling and like grinding and fighting and using it in fights, and you have to find a way to use it in a like, oh my god, it's such a pain. The leveling system goes even deeper than I've mentioned here, because every little aspect of everything you do in combat is what levels up your stats specifically. Like, taking damage boosts defense and HP, using weapons levels up those stats, using white spells boosts the spirit stat, black spells a different stat. On top of that, there's no base level, so it can actually be impossible to tell if you're at a decent level to carry on with the story, which, to be fair, I never needed to grind and I was never underleveled, quote unquote, so perhaps it's been balanced correctly, but that lost feeling never leaves you, and the fact it leads to the ultimate spell being useless if you don't level correctly is endlessly frustrating. It makes grinding a way bigger pain in the ass because you need to use specific spells to level them up to a useful point, which can kind of be impossible if, say, your party never needs healing or no one ever needs to be revived, so you can't level up those stats. Using buff and debuff just for the sake of leveling them feels odd, and it destroys this kind of fantasy of just killing monsters. And early on you wonder, I can maybe adjust to this, maybe it's okay. But then you get to the late game and you just realize that like no one is where you kind of want them to be. And the game doesn't really properly explain what's good to use and what's not, and it sucks so much. And on top of that, the story is missing a lot. Like, I was really excited at the start because you have these characters with names, and it feels like it's going to be a more detailed thing where they're going to talk about their thoughts and feelings about what's going on. And it just doesn't come up. You're just kind of constantly just ordered around, go over here, grab this thing, talk to this guy, he'll give you this, come back here. You know, it's the same kind of thing as the first one in a way, but trying to pretend that it's got more going on, and it doesn't. Guy, who's your strong man, he can talk to beavers. That's the only personality thing that ever comes up. Furion, this guy, holy heck, this guy. Nothing. He basically doesn't say anything the whole game. How does he feel about any of this? He never says. Does he have a backstory? Does he have a family he misses? It just doesn't come up, and it's a really big letdown. The story, to my interpretation, is trying to give a sense of grief and loss. Basically, every single character you meet ends up dying or sacrificing themselves in some way, but that's really as deep as that puddle goes. It just kind of comes across as funny when everyone you meet dies in some overdramatic way in a game without any fleshed out characters.
Rip Scott, I guess. Fucking idiot.
As big and highlighted as this game's story tries to be, in the end it comes across as surface level, as you end up doing these tasks you were doing in the first game, but with more vapid dialogue to go with it, and in a much more directed and less open-ended manner. It has these big dramatic moments like the enemy dreadnought attacking your home, or you save a man's daughter, and it feels like it's this setup for some story beat or emotional moment, but instead the characters only ever go, "Oh no," or "Thanks for saving me," before moving you on to the next objective like searching for a bell in a cave or something. And I also mentioned, I didn't say this for the first game, but I like when these games have clear roles. I like when the characters, their position in the party makes sense and you understand it, or it's explicitly stated, right? I don't like when you get a character and it's kind of like, well, what is this guy? Is he a fighting guy? Is he a magic guy? I hate that kind of trying to figure it out. And 2 is just nothing but that, because you get Furion, and again, this is the second game in the series, so you imagine him to be a knight. No, he's a white mage. Maria is the black mage, and Guy is the warrior of the party, theoretically. Like, I had to look this up and see what people were using them for, and that's the main thing. I hate that. Just tell me what you want them to be, so that then I can... Anyway, whatever. The magic in this game works very open-ended too, in that any character can equip any spell. As you kind of buy these magic tombs or pick them up from the world, they enter your inventory and then you can just equip them to anybody that you feel like it might apply to. But of course, that character's stats determine how useful that spell actually is. So I mean, you can give your strength guy a fire spell just for fun, but you know, it might not be very useful. To be honest, I don't really like this kind of open-ended system with the magic. It makes it feel misguided to me and I don't know who's meant to have what. It doesn't quite work for me and it gives me this constant feeling that I'm gonna fuck something up. This game introduces as well the formation system, meaning that characters can be placed in either the front or the back. In front, they do full damage and take full damage, and at back, they do half damage unless using a bow, but only take half damage. This was the first game to introduce this feature, and it kind of becomes a staple throughout. I think it's a good inclusion, to be honest. I like the idea of having a formation to my characters and thinking about who should be in front and who should be in back.
I kind of like it. Final Fantasy II has this learn keywords feature. When a word turns a color, you hit the learn button to commit it to memory. Then you can reuse the word on other characters to progress the story or learn new things or whatever. It's kind of a bizarre inclusion, and it feels like they want to add some element from like the original Ultima games for some reason, but then decided to throw it away after this game. Rightly so. It's really kind of stupid.
Anyway, so the main crux of the story is you're just trying to defeat the Emperor, right? Oh, I didn't say as well, every game has a character named Cid in it. The first one mentions that Cid built the airship, but he doesn't, exist anymore. He's mentioned in name in the first game, but you don't see him. This is Cid for this one. That's the Cid for this game, right? Usually Cid has something to do with the airships or something like that. He has some engineering role or scientist role. That's kind of the main thing. But he's in every single game. For this game's story is you're trying to stop the Empire. It's pretty simple stuff, right? So you're trying to build up your party and all this and get these items that will be enough to defeat the Emperor. One of the things you have to do, get a spell called the Ultima spell. This will come up through the rest of the series vaguely. It's a very powerful spell in theory. What the game doesn't tell you is when you get this spell, it has it's like a white spell. Right? But in my head, I'm like, this is a damage spell, so I'll give it to Maria, who's my black mage. No. It turns out the damage of Ultima is based purely on the stats of all the other spells of the character. So I completely screwed myself by giving my most powerful spell to my mage. It's just shit. If you level up all your spells a lot and then give them Ultima, then the Ultima spell should do a lot of damage, but that wasn't the case for me, and I was really angry. But anyway, then you go fight the Emperor, you obviously defeat him, and then the town holds a celebration. There's a whole dance number, there's music, and it goes on for a really long time. You're like, oh my god, the game's over. This is taking so long that the game has to be over. No, idiot, you're stupid for thinking that. And I'm gonna get you. Turns out, I think I have these images in the wrong order, but you defeat the Emperor, and oh no, his second-hand man is taking over instead. Jeez Louise, now we've gotta go stop him. So you go over there to fight the second-hand man, and it turns out that the Emperor was never actually dead, but now he's come back from somewhere. This is the second game. I'm out of breath. Oh my god. The Emperor is back from the dead. Oh no. And you gotta... The second-hand man, you were never gonna fight him. Never. And turns out the second-hand man, that was Leon. Oh my god. Twist reveal. How does Maria feel about it? Now you have to go to another realm and kill the actual Emperor. And it extends the game out for so long. You killed him once, now you gotta kill him again, idiot. You love playing this game, right? You love it. You wanted more? You wanted more, right? Right, guys? You wanted more? No, I didn't want more. Sucks. I hate this game. I hate it so much.
Oh, fuck. No, how can that exist, man? What the fuck?
Wait, what just happened?
Oh, you're kidding.
Did he just cast a black hole on you?
Fucking hell.
I just looked over and see something disappearing and all of you just dead.
What the fuck?
God.
God.
It's just, it's one of the worst in this series. It's so painful and encourages you to grind so much. And the story is nothing. It's a nothing story. So, we move along like a truck without brakes. We come to Final Fantasy III, the third Final Fantasy. Woo! We love Final Fantasy so much. Now, Final Fantasy III, as far as I'm aware, was the first Final Fantasy game to release in North America. It seems clear to me that Japanese developers at the time thought that Americans are idiots, right? So you start off as onion knights, which visually is little babies. And the combat starts off pretty simple. But this one goes back to the kind of crystal, kind of default non-named party system that the first game has. So it feels kind of like an expanded out remake of the very first game in a way. These games, for some reason, the first 6 games have this kind of flip-flop where like every odd number is about the crystals and every even number is about an evil emperor. I don't know how it ended up like that. I find it really bizarre, but that's just how it went. I had a theory. I was like, oh my god, look, I've cracked the code. Every second game is this, and it's gonna go like that the whole series. No, it was false. It was false. So visually, it's all the same. The characters don't have any specific names, so there's no kind of image I can pull up for them, unfortunately. But this is the first game to implement a job system, which kind of becomes somewhat of a staple for certain games in the series. When you discover the crystals, they'll give you a selection of jobs that you can assign to your party members, and you can change these outside of combat at any time. This is, your usual default, like your warrior, your thief, black mage, white mage, that kind of stuff, right? So the leveling system here is somewhat simple. You still level up your guys individually, but you also level up the job that they're currently using, and that's on an individual basis, right? So if your top guy is a level 5 warrior, your third guy will still say level 1 warrior, right? So it's individual. That's kind of the main change to the combat here. I think it works okay. At the time I thought it was good, but then in the late game it gets really annoying because you might realize I haven't leveled up my ninja to the point where he should be to this point. Like the leveling, you can get to like level 100 in these jobs, right? So it can be really frustrating, and it encourages more grinding. Less than 2, but still a bit of grinding, and it's not my favorite.
As much as there isn't a need to go over the combat system in this game, I do think it's important to mention the job system here and the attempt made to really switch up the gameplay with this system. Having roles you don't fully control or introduce more interesting abilities was a bold direction, and I believe it does its job in evolving the series. I wouldn't say this comes back as loosely presented as it does here, but it does present some fun ideas the series likes to make use of from time to time. The magic in this game is back to being bought at the store, and it also goes back to the first game's spell system of having each spell be a different level with only a certain amount of uses. Again, this isn't my fave system, and I think it's kind of odd to return to, but it does get built upon as you explore the other jobs of the characters, such as the summoner who can summon Titan to casually use in fights, obviously.
But I think the story in this one, it has a bit more going on, like a little bit. It kind of has this more folklore-y kind of take on everything. It feels much more kind of whimsical and fun in a way. There's bits where characters need to use shrink spells to get into small villages or become frogs to enter temples. It's that kind of thing. You have to go up a mountain to defeat a bird and save somebody. The Cid in this game is like a small gnome man. It looks a little something like that. I'd love to tell you what the main story is. I honestly can't remember, and when I looked it up it was just so short and simple, but it's almost not worth mentioning. Like, it goes back to the crystals. You have to save, restore the light to the crystals. The end of the game is you going to an alternate realm to save the Earth. It's a story of a guy who wants to destroy the world. I mean, it's pretty boring. The main villain himself is just literally a cloud of darkness. Like, why not? Like, you may as well have just made the villain the concept of evil itself. Like, it's that flat and unoriginal. But
this game's story is the first to introduce an idea of there needing to be a perfect balance of light and dark, and that darkness in this story is starting to take over, though in the past light started to take over, so it presents the idea of there needing to be a balance, though I don't think this is shown enough in the world. Like, sure, you have the lands that are flooded over, but you just kind of fix that and then it's fine. Party also start off interacting with each other, which makes it feel like it's setting up a more dynamic set party. Maybe they'll discuss their feelings, maybe they'll argue. It's fun to name characters yourself and then see them squabble, but no, the game forgets this almost right away and returns the party to being faceless, voiceless figures merely interacting with the world. As much as I think the overall story here is fairly forgettable, I do think the smaller parts of the journey are much more of a highlight. I mentioned everything having this folklore feeling to it, and it's this persistent feeling throughout the whole game. For the first time, the world feels dense and rich. Every town has some kind of little task for you to do, such as finding an elixir for Sid's dying wife, or defeating a corrupted evil tree, or running around the continent on a chocobo for a child to give you something that's fucking useless. You feel like a group of heroes interacting with the world in fun and silly ways, which is a welcome reprieve from how serious 2 was trying to be. This game also goes very heavy on the secret paths and hidden doors. I don't have anything to actually say about this. Like, I'm completely indifferent to this concept, but like, there's a lot of it. So, I mean, make of that what you will.
This is the point where these games somewhat try to introduce a sense of the world itself kind of scaling and changing as you progress through the story. The start of the game, all the papers are on the ground, and my cat has found solace in the fact that there's papers on the ground. He loves them. Yeah, so the world kind of changes. You start off on this, it almost looks like this is the whole world, and in a way I would have been fine with that, with the size of it. You go and you talk to a group of ancients, and they talk about how it's almost like a theory more than anything. They just talk about, this is just a floating island, actually. We've been using our magic to keep it suspended above a much bigger world. And again, it feels more like a theory, like this might exist, you know, and it's kind of almost reminiscent of the Earth being flat. But that's the main thing. After you leave the island, then it's like this water world. You go talk to somebody, all the lands come up, etc. and so forth. You meet these two mystical figures who are there to help you. They're like, all right, to prove your strength, you gotta fight us, and they turn into these disgusting freaks. Like, what's going on here? What's that? That's who I've been talking to? What is that? What's this? What are you talking about? But anyway, I remember it's a really hard boss fight as well. They're like, you're the heroes and you gotta go defeat the big evil, but to test your strength, fight us. And they just kick your asshole directly in. Like, oh my god. But then you progress through, you get to the final, what seems like the final boss. And I really struggled with this guy. He's quite hard. I'm covering his head. He's really difficult. He's a tough final boss, and I like tried over and over and over and I couldn't get it. And eventually I just had to come to the realization that I was not leveled enough to fight him. My guys didn't have enough health, I wasn't doing enough damage, I couldn't defeat him with the level I was at. But the thing was, I couldn't go backwards. So this is my first foray into realizing why I need to have 100 billion saves so I can go back if I need to, because I literally couldn't go backwards. I was stuck in this room with a boss that I couldn't defeat. So I had to use a much earlier save, and at this point we start off with our first example of me having to use some kind of malicious means to beat the game. These pixel remasters have a setting where you can change the XP you get from enemies to be ×4. Right? So I'm really curious what people think of this, because I don't know if it's cheating per se. It just, like, grinding isn't a skill-based thing. You fight the same enemy over and over and over just for experience. If you can make it so fighting him once counts as fighting him 4 times, is that cheating? I really don't know. I mean, it's not, anyone can grind. It's not a hard thing to do, and especially if you get at a level where these enemies aren't a threat, just making it so that they give you a lot more XP, is that, like, I'm curious what the community thinks on that, because in my heart it feels kind of like cheating, but at the same time, grinding isn't skill-based. Anyone can do it, so I don't know. I really want to know what people think on that. Anyway, I did all that. I grinded, got to where I was meant to be, and then I defeated him. Boom. You go to an evil realm and then you have to fight the cloud of darkness. I don't remember struggling with this fight. And then he's dead. Cloud of darkness done. Is this game good? I think it's worth playing. I enjoyed it more than 1 because the story had more going on, and introducing this job system is interesting because you get people like summoners or geomancers and stuff like that, like these characters that can do magic and sing songs. Like you get a bard. I remember having a lot of fun with that, and like archers. So they really expanded out these jobs, and you can do some interesting things with them, especially as they level up. I would just say there's no shame in playing this with the 4x XP on. I think it would probably make it a more enjoyable game, and early on it kind of has this janky feel, so I like it for the most part. I like it more than 1, but not by much.
You gotta keep energy levels up, you know, you gotta keep energy levels up. Alright, Final Fantasy IV. We're getting into the good stuff now. We're getting into the heat. So, Final Fantasy IV is the first game on the SNES, and it's the first game to implement what essentially became a staple of Final Fantasy, which is its like active battle system. It's kind of like it's half turn-based, right? Instead of battles being purely turn-based, before any of your guys can do anything, you have to wait for this kind of bar to fill up, and then you're free to choose an action from them. It gives battles this kind of pressing feeling, right, at all times, because enemies have the same system as well. There's no kind of turn-based aspect per se, it's just a matter of waiting for a bar to fill so that then you can do an action, and if while you're choosing your action, your enemies can still attack you. That's the kind of main difference, and becomes a staple, adds a certain intensity to battles, it makes them more interesting, and it's a system you come to enjoy because it feels more intense, you're more involved.
The active battle system in this game creates a new meta for combat that's in a way better and worse. The fact it's real time adds a more pressing, involved feeling for sure, but it also adds more annoyance, as the action timers pause when enemies are attacking, which can feel bullshit when you've input a move and an enemy attacks before you. But whenever you do a more powerful action, your characters still need to build up to the action you've picked, which is more of an unseen timer. So if Cecil does his darkness, it's another second or two until he actually attacks, which can feel really frustrating.
Oh, God. Ridiculous. What the fuck? Game's fucked.
The upgrade to SNES also brings with it some extra detail to the game, which feels applied in somewhat subtle ways, like battles being able to have some kind of dialogue or enemies that can change ever so slightly, like this octopus guy that gets less wiggly arms the more you damage him. I feel it also allows the game to have some extra detail in the story, programming in more elaborate sequences of characters moving and talking, expressing, even if it's only subtle. For this game in particular, it all comes together to create a more compelling game overall.
Now, since this is a big kind of tech upgrade, Final Fantasy IV does in fact have much more of a story. You play as Cecil. I'm an idiot, I didn't print any pictures of Cecil. You play as Cecil, he's like a dark knight, and he's essentially fighting for the enemy. He's essentially going around and trying to capture kind of these magic crystals from the enemies. And you may be wondering, oh, this is a crystal game. And it's not really, it doesn't have much to do with the crystals, but each kind of empire has one that does something, and the empire, or whatever, I forget the name of the kingdom, here it is on the screen. They're trying to get the crystals, and Cecil is a bit conflicted about this because their means of going about it is very evil and nefarious. It's a lot of going in, pushing people out of the way, killing innocent people and grabbing their crystal and leaving. And this is quite troubling for Cecil because this isn't really how he was raised. The king has kind of naturally progressed into this type of person who just is seeking power, and it's very conflicting for our main character. Him and his friend, I had his name in my head and now it's gone, Kane, who is a dragoon knight, meaning he jumps in the air. They're struggling a bit with this concept, and Cecil goes back to the kingdom after a big fight like this, and he brings this up to the king. Why are we killing these innocent people? What's the whole point of this? And the king says, fuck you, asshole, shut the heck up, idiot. Now go, because I'm angry with you, go over to this town and burn it down, alright? So, of course, Cecil just does it, but not before going over and seeing his girlfriend. This is a very rare case, I think, where the main character just casually has a girlfriend. It's not really like a love interest as much as like they're just actively together through the whole game. Sure, later on she kind of gets kidnapped and he has to do something to get her back, but for the most part it's a pretty short section of the game. She becomes an active party member and there's not really any question about it, like, oh no, is she gonna leave me? Is she gonna get kidnapped again? Like, I have to protect her. None of that. She's just your girlfriend and she's helping with the fight. I really adore that. I think it's so fucking good. I adore it with all of my heart. His girlfriend's name is Rosa, by the way. Anyway, you go to this town, which is just this really small town, and you realize it's a town of summoners, meaning these people can summon some of the higher beings in this world, like Titan and Ruma and Ifrit and like those types of beings, right? So they're actually quite dangerous. That's why the king wanted their village burned down. But of course Cecil doesn't really like doing this. It's not his favorite thing to do, killing innocent people. You find a little girl named Rydia, and in the fire you end up kind of killing her parents, and Cecil harbors a lot of guilt around this. As a way of trying to compensate for his guilt around it, he takes in Rydia and vows essentially to protect her always, right? Kind of ominous here. That's kind of the main setup. After that, Cecil kind of vows, I guess, to work against the king and figure out what their motives are and what's going on. And the story kind of kicks off. It's kind of this ever-present, somewhat linear story that I actually actively really enjoy. This is also the first Final Fantasy game to have, first and only, to allow you to have a party of 5 characters. It kind of creates this edge of sadness and sets up a lot of kind of the more psychological aspects of Final Fantasy, which has become very much a staple of the series throughout. A character who has a lot of guilt and a lot to figure out about themselves in order to overcome them by the end of the game. That's kind of the main things that people like about Final Fantasy. It's these types of stories. Very character driven. Sure, the story itself and all the lore and stuff can be very detailed and convoluted and annoying to really dig into, but it's the characters that is what makes everything really work. Also, the Cid in this game, he's a crazy guy. He makes the airships again, but he's crazy as a heck. I like him. He's good. I mean, in terms of designs, it's no bloody Furion, is it? I mean, come on now. But anyway, it's good stuff. I think this is a really solid entry into the series. I really adore it. And there's a few kind of reasons why, right? It doesn't try to do anything fancy per se with its leveling system, and the characters' roles are explicitly stated. It's said under their name, so you don't need to worry like, oh, is this a magic user, is this a warrior, whatever. You don't have to stress about it at all. Characters as well, you don't need to go to like any store or any like pick them up or anything like that to find magic or abilities. The characters kind of naturally get them from you playing the game, which kind of takes a level of stress away, which I really appreciate. It allows you to focus a lot more on the story itself and the characters rather than having this constant thing of like, oh, does this town sell the spells I need? But these are the aspects that really work, and the story kind of has a lot going on, and it's this kind of ever-present motion. You're kind of always rooting for the characters, and there's a lot happening always. You go to a town that you previously attacked at some point, and the people there really hate you. They do a lot of things, like they turn you into a frog, they turn you into like a pig, I think. All this stuff because they don't like you, they know who you are. You're there to kind of better yourself because you need to go up to the top of this mountain to, instead of being a Dark Knight, become a Paladin, which is quite an exciting thing. I mean, to have such a visual and role change in a character in this way is really interesting, and it's not something the series does a whole lot of. I really wish I didn't decide to wear this. I mean, this is just what I was wearing. I've been very lazy. It's in Australia right now, it's like summer, so why did I do this? I don't know. I've got to move on. As I said, Cecil makes this vow to Rydia to keep her protected at all times. He says, I'll never let anything happen to you, I promise with all my heart. And immediately after that, you go into a boat and she gets sucked into the big monster's belly. And immediately she's gone from the story for the most part. In my head, I think, oh no, that's massive. Like, that's gonna really affect Cecil. He's taken this vow to always protect her. What's he gonna do about that now? Like, what? Like, if she does come back somehow, she's gonna be so angry with him. He doesn't really have anything to say about it. He doesn't really care. it's kind of a, like, you kind of want this story to have a little bit more going on than it does. Like, it's so close to being there, but it just kind of, it misses it a little bit every time. Like, it's a big setup of like, oh, what's the emotional damage of this affliction happening to a character he promised to protect? The answer is nothing. He doesn't really care. And then later in the story, she comes back. Inside of the monster's belly, she then like found this town, and time was weird there, so she comes back and she's older now. And I was expecting it to be like, oh no, she's gonna be really upset with Cecil because he vowed to always protect her, and then he didn't even bother looking for her or anything. He just spent no time trying to find her or ask around about her, nothing. The consequence of that is nothing. She says, "It's good to see you, Cecil. I can't wait to fight the enemy." And then that's it. You just continue on. You continue going as if nothing happened, and I think that's such a missed opportunity. There's something that's setting up a big psychological kind of guilt thing. It just throws it away. Very disappointing, I think. It seems very focused on telling its convoluted story rather than the characters at points, and I think that's its greatest weakness. Like, it has a lot going on story-wise. You go to the moon at the end, and like you have to like go to the underworld on the planet, so it continues this thing set up in 3 of the world constantly changing and having different layers to it. But it doesn't feel like that kind of matters as much. It's not really what you're looking for. You're looking for more exploration of the characters. I enjoy the fact that you end up going to the moon. I think that's really funny. The main villain of the game is a man named Golbez. Essentially what you find out with the king is that the reason he's acting like this is because he is being mind controlled by Golbez. So, you know, eventually you kind of break the mind control and the king apologizes and like all this stuff. And then there's these 2 twins that are with you. They fall into a trap where they have to turn themselves to stone to stop these walls from crushing you, and it's quite an emotional moment because these characters are there to kind of guide you and also train themselves, but then they have to kind of sacrifice themselves. And it becomes the story of sacrifice. Sid at some point has to kind of go down with the bomb, very Doctor Strangelove, in order to save everyone. Kind of this recurring thing. People sacrifice themselves to save you, but then at the end of the game, they're kind of all fine. So I'll say this is kind of a weird thing, right? Throughout the game, you meet these little creatures. I don't really know why I bothered to print that out. I mean, you can't really see. I'll put an image on the screen, obviously, but in my head, there were these weird little pig people, and the reason they're there, is you talk to them and they give you the option to change your name, right? So if you're tired of being called Cecil, you can now be called something else. In my head, they're strange little pig people. Turns out they're beings from the moon, but on top of that, they're not pig people. They're cute rabbit people who look like that, apparently. When they remade 4 in 3D, they're cute little rabbit people, but like what? Those are little pigmen. Why didn't they, like, what are you talking about? But yeah, back to its overly convoluted story. I mean, spoilers, I guess, but this is kind of where things get a bit messy, I think. And where it kind of falls apart a little bit. Like, at the end of these games, I tend to get frustrated because it's trying to tell this overly convoluted story and build up these things, and in my head, I just kind of want the game to be over. Because I can tell that enemies are getting more difficult and annoying to defeat, and it's going to ask me to grind more. I did turn on the 4x XP boost right at the end of this game. Like, I remember fighting enemies that I couldn't really defeat, and I just got so tired of it. I fought a boss that I couldn't defeat. It's just kind of how it is. Like, these games ask you to grind more than you're kind of willing to, I think. And I think that's a shitty system. It shouldn't really be forcing the player to fight enemies on repeat like that. Like, I get that that's the convention and the standard, but I just don't like it. I don't think it works. The story in this game kind of comes down to just a list of people all mind controlling each other. The king is being mind controlled by Golbez, and Golbez is also mind controlling Kane, who is your friend, I think. But then it turns out that there's a greater evil than Golbez, which is a guy named Zemus. And that's actually the big evil, is Zemus, who looks like this. Big kind of gross moon guy. It turns out there's a race of moon people, and Cecil is one of these moon people, and so is Golbez. It turns out Golbez is your brother. Oh my god. What does that mean for the story? I know this is a common thing. It turns out the main villain's your brother. I don't really understand how that means anything. Anyway, what if I just gave up? What if I just went full YouTuber voice from here on out? Like just... Hey guys, so that's why Final Fantasy IV is one of the best games ever made. Here we are, Final Fantasy IV, guys. It's got some combat, it's got some characters, and it's got some babes. In Final Fantasy IV, you try to do as much damage to enemies to kill them while keeping your guys healed. And I think this is a great system, but the story is too complicated, guys. That's why Final Fantasy IV is actually number 7 on my list. I have to stop doing that voice, it's hurting my soul. Anyway, I think the main villain's purpose is they want to destroy the Earth, I think, or take over the Earth, because the Moon people used to be a great race, so Zamus and Golbez are actively trying to get rid of the Earth so that the Moon people can take over. It's some story like that, right? It's just bad guys want this part of the world gone. Not your most original stuff, but it has a fair bit going, and the game is quite fun. The leveling system is fun. I really enjoyed the journey to get to the end. Like, all of the characters are really well designed, and they're fun to kind of see their motivations and the way they interact with each other, and the motivations they come up with and the methods of doing everything, like, kind of all make sense. You fight a big robot at one point. That's all right. So it's rated quite highly, but I think it's apt. It's a really good game. So we're back to Final Fantasy V. Is it a good game? I don't know. That's up to you. No, it's up to me. Final Fantasy V is aptly named after the fact that it has 4 main characters. You got Bart, though, the main character who stumbles into his destiny. Ferris, the butch pirate lady who gets forced into her destiny. Lena, the princess of a major kingdom who stumbles into her destiny. And Galef, the mysterious older man who's technically halfway through his destiny but can't remember his destiny. So he stumbles into his destiny. This makes up your party essentially for the entire game. You've got your 4 guys, right? That's kind of an interesting system that a lot of other games in this series kind of implement, is that you've got a party of 4. It stays as that 4 the whole game. No one enters and leaves. You don't have this kind of mix of people. You don't need to choose between anyone. It's these 4 guys the entire game. And because they've got, you know, they can implement more of their kind of storytelling that used in 4, they have a lot of fun with it, I think. These characters interact with each other in a lot of ways. You see them getting to know one another. You see them kind of reveal kind of bits about themselves that remained hidden. It's really kind of solid stuff. 5 reintroduces the job system from 3, but improves on it, I think, in every single way. Instead of it being that the jobs level to like level 100 or whatever, they basically kind of only level to like 4 or 10, or, you know, kind of depending on the usefulness of the job. Depends on how kind of much you can level it up. And how it works is they kind of all have abilities that once you level them up to a certain degree, then those abilities become permanent for the characters, where you can swap them out and make them useful in various ways. Like, you can have a black mage with white mage abilities, or a warrior who can sing songs, or, you know, that kind of stuff. And it leads to a lot more creativity with the character builds, which is quite unique for an SNES game, I think. This game also kind of, it goes back to the crystals. The crystals in this game play a much more interesting part, because in this one they are actively shattering, but the reason why they're shattering is kind of due to human folly, which is, I think, really good. And you also see the importance of these crystals in the world. For example, the wind crystal actively gives the land wind, so now that the wind crystal is shattered, people can't ride boats. They can't sail ships across the seas because there's no wind to blow them, unless they have some kind of active thing pulling them, right? the earth crystal, like now that that's shattered, people can't really grow things and the trees start to die. It's this kind of system that's really interesting. The fire crystal supplies energy to this kingdom, and now the kingdom has used the fire crystal way too much. It shatters and explodes, and it's, I think, mostly due to their own fault, right? So it's got a lot of good stuff going for it. The main problems with 5 is that despite it seeming like it's encouraging you to grind so much less, it still wants you to grind so much more. And I think maybe I was just frustrated with these games at this point, maybe, but I turned the 4x XP boost on very early on in this game because I was having a lot of trouble with some of the early bosses, which I think kind of sucks. I mean, to struggle this early in the game is not really a showing of great game design, I think, because it means that it's not giving me the XP early to naturally push me along in a way that feels nice and progressive. It feels like it's holding me back, like I have to go and grind more when I'm only like 3 hours into the game. That's not great. I don't like that. That sign early on would mean I was going to struggle a lot, so I just thought if I turn the 4x XP boost on now, that'll save me a lot of heartache later. And it did, frankly. The thing with that, and the reason why I don't necessarily feel too bad about that, is the enemies in this game they have a bit more going on. Like, to defeat certain people you have to use very specific abilities that really has nothing to do with your damage output or what level you're at. Like, you just have to know the right combination of moves to do to defeat somebody. Like, you know, a dragon might need you to do an electricity thing on it and then use a specific poison spell and then that defeats it. Like, it's that kind of stuff where it's very specific, the moves, and the damage output doesn't really matter. 5 is made up of a lot of that, and it becomes really frustrating. For example, I think 5 has one of the absolute worst boss fights in the entire series. You have to fight these 3 stupid freaks, right? They look like that. What the fight is, you have to defeat all 3 of them at the exact same time. If you defeat one, he will just simply respawn back with full health, and then all 3 of them launch a big attack on one of your guys that does a lot of damage, right? So you have to defeat all 3 of them at the exact same time, because the fact that he'll respawn with full health again then whacks everything out of whack, because then, you know, this guy might be at half health, this one might be almost dead, this one's at full health. You now can't defeat them all at the same time because everyone is all over the place. What do you want from me? The fuck? Like, honestly, what the fuck? What happened then?
Character, I can't even remember
What the fuck is wrong with this game? What is wrong with it? On top of this, they all have their own unique weaknesses. Like, this one is weak to fire, this one gets healed by fire, this one, you know, is indifferent to it, you know, ice, etc. So you can't just use a big blanket spell on all of them because they're all weak to different things. So it makes the fight a big pain in the ass. I don't think they ever naturally defeated my party, but it's the fact that if I mess up a little bit, then the fight is screwed up and I may as well just close the game and reopen it because it's fucked up. The best way to fight them, I think, is using, I think it's the samurai job, which has a certain move that throws your money. It does a lot of damage, and it does equal amount of damage to everyone. So if you just kind of have everyone on heal, except for one guy who's throwing money at them, then that did the job for me.
There they are.
Oh my god. Thank Jesus, Lord, heaven, God in heaven. But I was so frustrated with this fight because it's just nonsense. And the game is made up of a lot of fights like that. But that's bad. Anyway, this game does have a Cid. I found it hard trying to find proper images. Here he is from the side. I couldn't find an image of him facing the front. I don't know why, but there he is. There's Cid, classic guy. And in this one, he has a son. He has a son named Mid. This is kind of interesting. Where did I get that image? Why is finding these images so difficult? What is this? So Mid is like what is that? Why is there a worm?
What's going on? He's got a planet above his head? That concept art got thrown out the window. Anyway, Sid has a son named Mid. They both are like academics in this one. They like books and science, and they also invented the airships. So we're still on that. We've talked about the combat and why it may or may not work, and we've talked about the job system, right? So we'll talk a bit about the story in this game. 5's story goes on way too long, but it has some interesting things. The main villain is XIII, right? He exists essentially on another planet for the most part, and you realize it's the same planet that
Galef
comes from. XIII was sealed away by
Galef
and like a group of warriors, but at this point XIII is fighting his way out. The reason he gets released is due to the crystals all shattering, and again that's due to human folly, so that kind of has an interesting thing where if we weren't exploiting the crystals in the way we were, XIII would not come out. XIII has a henchman named Gilgamesh, who looks like that. I like Gilgamesh. I think he's a good henchman, kind of second-hand man character, because like, what is this design, right? Like, it's crazy. He looks insane. This is a crazy guy, but he's quite like, he's like very cocky, but then nervous, and he wants to appease XIII, but XIII is like, I don't know about it. Like, it's some good villain dynamic, and it really sets up a really strong villain, I think. I think XIII is a really good villain because I think his motivation is he wants to flood the earth. He wants to flood kind of the balance of light and darkness to just destroy everything. Why? I don't know. He's evil. He's a very powerful mage, and I think that works great for the story because you kind of just see he can do anything. At one point, this drives me insane. I love this. At one point, you fight XIII, right? And you defeat him, but Bart, Doe, finds that he's got a splinter in his hand, and he's like, I wonder what that is. I got a splinter in my hand, that sucks, but hooray, we defeated XIII. And then they go back to their main planet, and the splinter comes out of his hand, and it's XIII, and he's still alive. And he's like, I retained my power by turning myself into a splinter. It's like, who is this guy? Like, he's capable of anything. We can't get rid of this dude. I find it so funny. But what I find really cool about this game, I mentioned the thing about 2 planets, right? So you start on one planet and it has its specific layout, but then at a certain point you go to another planet and it's essentially an entirely different world. It doesn't feel lackluster or less fleshed out than the first. Like, they're both equal to each other, which is really kind of clever. Because then at some point in the story when XIII comes back to your planet, they can use some manage and it merges the 2 worlds together and you see them fit together like a puzzle. And I think that's really clever. It's like, oh my god, look at this, it all fits together, and now I can go here, this bit is open, I can see how this connects to this. Like, I think it's really interesting. It doesn't do a lot with this idea, but visually it's cool, and the fact that they thought of it is great. But I remember with 5, like, I liked it, and I was having a good time, but then it's like halfway through you just realize this game is just gonna go on for forever. Like, it goes on for so long. The pacing is just all over the place. Come on, game, finish up. Let's finish now. Yep, yeah. Oh, fucking hell, god damn it. Just finish! And there's kind of extra bits you can go to, like you can go to Bart Stowe's whole hometown and meet his mom and like see his whole backstory. You get Galef's whole backstory. Galef, by the way, you don't really see middle-aged men with goatees portrayed in games. Like, I feel like this is the kind of guy you'd see in that green Zelda shirt with the cargo shorts. That's how I see Galef personally, but I don't think that's how you're meant to see him. He's meant to be a cool guy. In a big dramatic moment, Galef gets killed. And then what happens is then his daughter takes over. I can't remember her name, I'm so sorry. His daughter takes over and she just gains all his abilities. She becomes the same level as him, like just everything. It's just basically a reskin of Galef. I mean, story-wise it's interesting, but then I don't know, it kind of, like this game, I struggle to talk about this game because it's cool, but then it's not, and it's like, it's just so tiring, and I feel so fatigued. I couldn't have tried harder. I literally couldn't have. I don't get these games at all. What the fuck? Nah, bullshit. Fucking absolute horseshit. Oh, why is he still a frog? The fuck is the point? Literally, what's the fucking point? Yes! Oh, I did it! Oh my god. So I've decided to kind of like challenge myself and play every Final Fantasy game. So far I've beaten 5. So it's good to have that under my belt. Can someone kill me? Can one of you kill me, please? Can someone kill me? So fatigued. Anyway, sorry, we've got to get back on track. Final Fantasy V, it's good. It's a good game, kind of. It's a solid entry, I think. It's kind of worth playing. It's better than these two, but it has a lot to be desired. I enjoy the job system, I enjoy the combat, I enjoy the characters and the story, as it's all a bit more fleshed out and much more interesting. But some of the fights you do are bullshit, and the game goes on for too long. It's fine. I don't know. It's okay. With this beard, right? It looks too scraggly, I think, and am I adjusting to it? I don't. What? What? Okay. Alright. Did the lighting change as well? Weren't there pictures on there? And why is this... Oh, this is working now. Okay, well, here we are. Did I level up? What was that? My beard is shorter now. Is that even better? Does that even look better? I guess. Probably. I don't know what to do from here. I guess we just move on, right? What was that? Alright, whatever. We'll just move on. You don't have anything to say? What just happened? You have nothing to say. You know what? That's a good point. Let's just move on, alright? Final Fantasy VI, everyone's favorite one, theoretically. Final Fantasy VI, right? So this is the last one on the SNES, and it's a pretty big change for the series. The art style is completely different, which I wonder if that was divisive at the time or not. I have no clue. But I would say this is the first game in the series to kind of properly feel like a Final Fantasy game, given it has this very kind of heavy-handed story, which for me is a positive thing. It really kind of changes up the setting. All of them have been just kind of straight down the line fantasy, but 6 tries to kind of start with switching it up, right? So what are you talking about? That's bizarre. That's so weird, dude. Why are you fighting me? You're so dead. Fucking idiot. It kind of opens with this steampunk kind of aesthetic. You see these mechs that use magic roaming around in this kind of weird dilapidated city that looks kind of like industrial almost. So it's a pretty big change right away. You start off by playing as a character named Terra. In this world, there's no magic except for certain people who can wield it. And the people who can wield magic are being mind-controlled by the evil empire. At this point, we see a kind of skipping fashion. Every odd game is, a set party protecting the crystals, and every even game is about an evil empire with this kind of switching party, and 6 very much falls into that, right? This game doesn't really have a main character per se. It kind of swaps all the time. It starts off with Terra, it eventually becomes a character named Locke, and eventually becomes a character that basically you picked up off the street. It's wild. It's in Australia. I have to stop, I'm sorry. In Australia, it's becoming summer. I was wearing this because this is what I've been wearing, just my casuals that I can be bothered changing into.
I gotta put on not this. This is my like sleepy time shirt as well. I'm gonna do. This is better. Here's the thing with this game, right? Like I have this kind of like list of complaints in my head, but all of it feels quite like negligible for reality. Going into this game, a lot of people were saying it's like the best one. It's got the best villain, da 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 da. And then like my high school monkey brain saying, well, it couldn't be any of that. Let's all look for all the things wrong with it, right? And I hate being like that. It's like part of my high school persona that I am trying to shake off. I don't want to hate things for the sake of hating them. This game is really great. It has so much going for it, and especially for an SNES game, like it's just incredible what they're able to achieve with like this kind of scope of mechanics and the amount of characters and this more kind of vamped up art style. Like it's just an outstanding game basically all the way through, right? So I guess I want to keep that in mind, because we'll probably get into some more serious complaints later down the line with this one, but like for the most part, like the combat here is really fun as well. The characters have more defined roles, which I really like, and especially given that their roles are a bit more unique to the series and more unique to the characters. Like Edgar was my favorite character to use because he kind of has this weird set of tools that I've never seen before, and it's not played in like this jokey way. Like he's, I think, a mechanist or something like that. He has like this drill that you get that's really good against armored enemies, and in this theoretically hard to get to area you can find a chainsaw, which I think is probably the best ability and item in any of these games, because it has a very high damage output, so it already does a lot of damage, but it also has a very small chance to insta-kill, which is shown by, he has like this little Freddy mask that appears, which means he's about to do an insta-kill. It's an incredible weapon. It's so useful. It makes Edgar, like, I may as well just have him on the party all the time. He's so useful. You also get everyone's favorite, I think, character to use, which is Saber, because they inspired a lot of his moves off of fighting games. Like to do some of his special moves, you have to input like fighting game moves, and then he'll do a big move. But the main one people talk about is the suplex, which and it's so funny. It's funny to use every time, because no matter what the animation plays, right? Which is Saber runs up to the enemy, grabs them, jumps up in the air, flips them upside down, and slams them on the ground, which will obviously do damage, but sometimes it misses, in which case it still plays the full animation start to finish, even though it missed, which is so funny.
You saw him do it. What? He missed. The man picked up the dragon and slammed him on the ground, and then the game went, no, you missed. What?
But also, you can use it on basically anything. Like, you'll just grab it and flip it upside down. The main culprit, obviously, being the ghost train. Saber loves to grab the ghost train, and he goes like that with it, isn't it? Now it's upside down. Sorry, ghost train. You're upside down now, dumbass.
That doesn't make any sense. It's good.
It also has these kind of sections where you kind of create two separate parties, in which case you'll be swapping between them. This is used kind of in bits where enemies are coming in and you want to like create choke points. When this kind of first happened, I was worried that it would become an annoying kind of recurrence, but it was fine. It happens 2 or 3 times. There's a few dungeons that mean you have to swap parties. I thought it would be an issue. It's not an issue. It's completely and utterly fine. But I'll circle back to the story here. So the main villain is a character named Kefka, right? He's an evil clown man, all right? He has a very specific laugh he does. He's very identifiable, and he basically just terrorizes the group the whole game. This is where the complaints thing I was saying earlier kind of comes in, because I think Kefka's a good villain. I like, I'm always down for just an evil cackling man. That's what I love. But it feels like they're kind of going for something more with him, and it doesn't quite follow through in certain aspects. I don't really understand his main motivations, and maybe that's kind of the point. It's okay to not understand a villain's motivations. Sometimes they just want to destroy things for the sake of destroying them, but he has these long rambling moments. The game really focuses on him, which makes these moments where it's kind of asking you to think more about it hard. I mean, the most interesting thing he does in this game is move some statues, which, I mean, out of context sounds really boring, but in context, it's kind of not boring. Again, I'm not trying to explain these stories from start to finish, right? I kind of want you to watch this and still be able to play it without having things spoiled too bad, but do expect some spoilers. This is a kind of a big spoiler, I suppose, but at one point in the story, the Empire, who Kefka works for, Kefka is not the Emperor, but he's like a second-hand man who's trying to take over, basically. At one point in the story, the Empire they arrest Kefka and hold him in a cell because there's kind of these greater forces that are threatening the planet. And the Empire wants to have a meeting with you and your crew because they want to like apologize for everything that they've done and come to a mutual understanding so that then they can work with you to stop the kind of greater threat on the planet. And this is a really interesting moment in the game because you think, well, are they lying to me or are they not? You know, like, this has been the main force of evil for me the whole game, and now they're apologizing. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy for an evil empire in a Final Fantasy game to do. And what would have been more interesting is if it followed through, because they just kind of end up betraying you anyway, and I find that just so boring. Like, it's immediately what you assume was gonna happen. They're just gonna, oh, you fell for our trap. Like, sure, I can give it credit for the fact that it goes the whole setup. You have a whole dinner. There's like a whole mission you go on together, like all this stuff, and that's cool and fine. But then they betray you anyway. It would have been way more interesting if, in spite of you coming to the mutual understanding, you were still not able to defeat the evil. That would have been more interesting. Instead, it's just like, oh, we betray you because we're evil, haha. Now, I think Kefka's thing is that he wants to move. Oh, I can't even remember. Jesus Christ. This is like when you've been working for 7 hours and then you look at the time and it's been half an hour. That's what this feeling is like. Anyway, Kefka wants to move these statues that I think are on this weird floating platform because they hold the balance of the world together. And if he moves them, I guess he believes he essentially has the planet in the palm of his hand. I think that's his kind of main thing, right? So the first half of the game is you kind of working to try and stop Kefka, and you meet all these people along the way, and you all have specific growths and stories and arcs and like all this, and despite everything you and your party has done, Kefka still moves the statues, and it's a big moment because it basically destroys the world for the most part. Like, and it's goes in line with what 4 and 5 are experimenting with these shifts in the world. 6 kind of does this completely new map. It moves entire towns around. Like, it's this big swirling thing now because Kefka shifted the statues around. It's really quite an interesting moment. But it kind of, the unfortunate thing about it is that then after that leads into the least interesting part of the game, because I need to mention this, right? So after this moment, there's a character named Celeste that you find, or Celeste? Celeste or Celeste? There's a character named Celeste that you find just in a dungeon, right? And she joins your party. But after this halfway point, she becomes kind of the center focus, which is pretty interesting. She ends up on an island with Cid. Oh, Cid in this game is, again, he's like a scientist. He's like one of the main instigators for everything happening. There's these guys they're called espers. So this game's big dudes are called espers, right? And they're like they're in these little crystals, and, you know, Ifrit, Phoenix, Ruma, Carbuncle, all these guys, you can equip them to your party members and they get specific moves, like healing or being able to summon them that do a special thing like casting Reflect or healing your party or doing like a big earthquake to an enemy, that kind of stuff. But the evil empire looking to experiment on the espers to gain more power, I believe, and that's the main thing, right? And Cid in this game is a big instigator to that. He works with them to do this essentially, but you know, later in life he comes to regret doing this because he knows how evil it is, even while doing it. But you know, he's stuck in this situation, blah 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 blah. After the halfway point, Celeste ends up on an island where it's just Celeste and Sid, right? And Sid is dying, so Celeste has to go out to the ocean and pluck fish out of the water and feed them to Sid. But what the game doesn't tell you is that if you feed Sid delicious fish, he'll live. But if you feed Sid gross, disgusting fish, he will die. And this doesn't work how you want it to work at all. If you pick up a delicious fish and go feed it to Sid and then come back to the water, there isn't another delicious fish there to feed him. It doesn't reset. So you have to go through all the fish. It doesn't work, right? It feels completely random and arbitrary. My Sid obviously ended up dying, but this is after an hour of this cycle, and it sucks. Now at this point, Celeste obviously trapped on a very small island. Her one source of hope is gone. Celeste, she attempts something. She attempts to commit a certain action, which is just crazy. It's a crazy moment to have in an SNES game, let alone just a Final Fantasy game in general. Really quite a crazy thing to happen. But anyway, she survives, obviously. She survives, and I think she goes back into Sid's house and finds that he had a boat that he was building for her in secret, and then she takes the boat out, and now you've essentially got the whole world to explore. And this is where the game gets a lot weaker for me, because this whole second half of the game is completely open, right? The world is just for you to explore. The main thing you're trying to do is to gather all of your old party members, including some new ones, and theoretically keep them all at an equal level to then go fight Kefka, right? But you have to find them all. This is the issue. You don't have to find them all, but if you don't find them all, the end game dungeon is really hard, so it's highly encouraged, right? And the issue is this part of the game feels very empty, I would say, because, it's an SNES game, they can't kind of program in where you're up to story-wise. You go and find these characters and all their stories are extremely isolated. So it's interesting to see these kind of smaller stories in isolation, but then having them kind of weave back into the main story feels very awkward because the game doesn't know who's in your party or where you're at, or there's no personalized interaction, right? So it misses the mark a little bit. Where the first game is this perfect flowing structure where the characters are all interacting and talking and becoming friends and arguing and doing all this. This second half just kind of feels like wading through fog until getting to the end. It's also, because of this structure, it's a lot harder. Sometimes you'll enter an area where the enemies are just a lot harder. And I kind of recognized right away where this was going. So I turned on the 4x XP boost at this point. You can judge me for that if you want, but I didn't want this section to be any more painful than it was already presenting itself to me. And, I can accept that, but can you? There's two things to mention about this section. The weird freaks from 5, they come back, right, in a different boss design as these 3 children. It's essentially the exact same boss fight.
Oh, you're kidding. This again.
But the design of it is much better. I don't remember struggling with it or getting angry. As soon as it presented itself, I knew it was happening and I was mad. But then I played it. I don't remember what it is that they changed necessarily. I think their health pools are smaller, and the damage output you do kind of makes more sense. So they're a bit more manageable. So it's essentially oh, here's a better design of the 5 boss fight. Sorry about that. It's a more interesting fight. But 6, I think, does have a contender for one of the worst boss fights in the entire series. Now, complaining about this is pretty negligible, right? Because, number one, and this is upfront, this is an optional boss. You don't have to fight this guy at all, but defeating him does give you something that's so useful, you are highly encouraged to. So he is... Oh, God, I hate this so much. This is the master magician, right? He's at the top of a big magic tower. To get to the top of the magic tower, you have to do a number of fights in which you can only use magic abilities. No physical attacks. You get to the magic master and, oh, here he is. He has a shifting weakness. His weakness changes every turn. And if you don't attack his weakness, you'll probably end up healing him. Great. He also, when he gets to low health, I think he has a move called Ultima, which will just kill your whole party. That's all it'll do. It'll just kill your whole party. So you have to have a reprise spell, which will bring your party back after they die, which is not an easy thing to just acquire. You have to know you need it. What the wiki says to do to defeat him is to cast Berserk on him, which... If you cast Berserk on him, one, he'll stop doing magic attacks against you, but he will do physical attacks, which is 500. Again, you can't do physical attacks back, but it will also lock his weakness, right? So he'll stop changing weakness. But if you do this, and it so happens you've now locked his weakness into something that you can't cast on him, like for me, I didn't have any bio or certain spells to fight him with, so I was just fucked. So the second you like, oh, Berserk, oh, he's weak to a spell I don't have. I have to reload. Like, this is the worst. This was the worst boss design I've ever heard. Like, just so frustrating. There's no fun. There's no push and pull. It's the kind of thing, I think it's a bad boss design when it's not like the boss can defeat you. You're just kind of in this weird locked state where, oops, I have to now reset. That sucks.
This is genuinely the worst boss fight in any video game. Genuinely. This is genuinely the worst boss fight in any fucking game I've ever played. Why did they do this? Like, what a pan, because then it goes, ooh. A boss which obviously you're going to take a few attempts at. They're going to make it this big of a pain in the fucking ass. Like, just with this shit, like, what were they thinking?
But defeating him gives you dual cast, which means I gave it to Terra, and it just means that she can cast 2 spells in one, which is incredibly useful, right? So he's worth fighting, but it sucks. Sorry, my cat's on the chair over there, and he's being very adorable. I love him so much. He's a good kitty. I love this cat so much. I want to also, I don't know if I mentioned this in the previous vibe, but I really love the designs in these games. 6 has somewhat of a focus on the Moogles. I think the Moogles are like just a 10 out of 10 design. I love them with all of my heart. They're incredibly cute. I love this kind of pom-pom that comes out of their head and their small kind of chubby bodies. And I love that they've got the bat wings. It kind of immediately labels them as kind of these more mystical things, but they're also really adorable. And it gives them a lot of cadence to kind of shift designs very slightly, but still retain that original cuteness and aspect to them. I think the Moogles are fantastic. On top of, and this isn't relevant to 6, but I love the black mages. I think that's such a good design because they look threatening but cute. And I feel like that's a lot of Final Fantasy. And chocobos, of course, are a 10 out of 10 design. We all know this already. Anyway, we get to the end of the game. The last dungeon is alright. Again, you have to have a somewhat competent party made up of enough people. For me, that wasn't really the case. I didn't find everyone, which kind of led to a bit of heartache in this area because I tried to have it balanced that every party had strong members, so I got through it okay. But like, some members are just useless. You have this mimic character that only mimics the last attack. The Moogle you get in your party is quite useless. He does random things, and usually they're useless. I think I found sometimes he healed the enemy, which was terrible. The Yeti attacks on his own as well. So it's just like, you get these guys that are just terrible. They're useless, terrible people. But that being said, when I got to the final boss in this game I actually really like. It was the first time I think I actively had fun fighting a boss. Kefka turns into this weird tower of things. You can kind of cycle through your whole party, right? Like if he defeats one of your guys, then like whoever's next in queue will get replaced. But I was quite over leveled at this point from the XP boost I put on. So I didn't have a lot of trouble with this final boss, and I found that really satisfying.
Really? No. It can't. It was so easy. It couldn't have been it. Tell me, like, that's not it. Fuck, it must have been. That's crazy. I just beat the fucking game.
If I finally get to a final boss where I don't feel like pulling my fucking hair out. But it's still kind of this push and pull, right? Like, he did end up defeating one of my guys. Like, I can see certain moves are going to do damage. Like, I knew how to defend against him and how to attack him. And it was a really fun push and pull kind of fight. And especially going through these different layers where you attack this one and then move up and then move up. Like, it's a really good boss fight. I think it's probably one of the best designed because it's genuinely fun. It's visually very interesting. And it feels like a climactic end to the game. The game then has a Guinness World Record-breaking cutscene in length at the end. It goes for, I think, 21 minutes, which, like, oh my fucking god. I didn't think about it at the time. I was just remember sitting there going, this is taking forever, this last cutscene. It goes on for so long, and I don't even remember what happens in it. It just kind of is like, and then Tara went on her way to go do this, and Locke went over to do. Oh my god. It goes on forever. And then I was like watching a video later. It was like, longest cutscenes ever in a video game. Final Fantasy VI. It's like, oh my, that explains it. Anyway, I can't reveal 6. As I said, I think I said earlier, the top 5, I'm leaving to the end. So what this is to say is somewhere, Final Fantasy VI is somewhere in the top 5. So I don't know if that's exciting to you, then great. But I can't reveal it now. Sorry, dude. See you later. We move along to the little indie game that could. Final Fantasy VII. It's a niche game in the series. You know, not a lot of people have heard of it. A lot of people think it actually just goes from 6 to 8. Like there's no game in between, like what Leisure Suit Larry did. But no, there is a 7th game, and it's a bit of a banger. I'm of course being very sarcastic. 7, I think, is probably the biggest game in the series, and it's the only game in the series I have played previously. I made a little video talking about the remake, and I talked very briefly about the original. I think in that video I claimed to have been halfway through the original when I stopped. That was a blatant lie. Well, not a lie, I just didn't know. I was not halfway through. I was still at the beginning of the game.
Why does he start doing that? Why does he start doing that?
Anyway, this game, it's got Cloud in it, and that's huge. That's just so massive. It's got Tifa, humongous news, just massive. It's got Eris, and that's pretty big, but it also has Sephiroth, and that, you know, Final Fantasy VII is the first 3D game. It was a PS1 game. It looks like a Nintendo 64 game. I'm not sure if there's a story behind that, like it was originally for the Nintendo 64, but they had to swap to PS1. I really don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's the first 3D game, and you can tell it's quite archaic in its graphics. Everything's quite polygonal, basic. But with that in mind, they really kind of nail right away the art style here. It's not just like, okay, it's 3D, let's just try to make 3D Final Fantasy. They had a vision for this game, and it looks such a specific way, and they nailed it. I love all the like color schemes. I love how dark and dank the town they're in is. It's really quite incredible stuff. Just like to just nail it this hard, fresh out the gate, is really commendable, I think. I'll talk a little bit about, in case you don't know, the story of 7 vaguely is that you play as Cloud. Cloud is the main character of this game. It's not like 6 where there's many. It's Cloud's the main character. And he's kind of an interesting main hero for a Final Fantasy game because he's quite indifferent to everything. He's too cool for it all. He's whatever, as long as I get paid type of guy. He can do big flips, big kicks. He's got a big sword. Whatever. I'm Cloud Strife. Idiots. He is an ex-soldier, which means he's got this Mako stuff shoved into him, which kind of turns him into like a super soldier, I guess. Makes him extra strong. Makes it so he can do his big kicks and flips. Cloud is working with an eco-terrorist organization called Avalanche, which is, I think, fronted by Barrett, or at least he's part of it anyway. They're hiring Cloud to help them in their escapades. Mako is essentially the life force of the planet that the Shinra Corporation pulls out of the ground to power the city. Avalanche doesn't like that. They believe that this is killing the planet, so their plans are to get rid of all of the Mako generators in the city. That's their main goal. Cloud is there to help, but he's mostly being paid. But Cloud also knows one of their members, Tifa, from his childhood. I think Tifa being there is kind of meant to be the main instigator why he continues on this journey, despite not really being emotionally invested. Eventually, Cloud finds Eris, and that's a big deal. I mean, that's the kind of main kickoff from the story, right? For the most part, it's about this kind of Shinra Corporation, but eventually Sephiroth rocks up, and his motivations are a bit more mysterious, where Shinra just wants profits and to remain in power. Sephiroth has this whole other thing going on, and they're trying to kind of figure it out. Cloud seems to know Sephiroth. I don't know. It's a whole thing. For the most part, we can stop talking about the story there, because in a Final Fantasy game, it's pretty simple, I would say, at least from that kickoff point. The combat here is a little more interesting, I would say. So instead of it being that your guys have spells that you just use, like, you know, in the other ones you'd go to a store and buy the cure spell or whatever the fuck. In this one, you pick up materia, which in the world are canonically like condensed forms of Mako. You can equip these to your equipment that your guys have, right? So essentially you can give Cloud fire or Tifa fire. Some of them are more passive boosts, some of them aren't. The materia itself has different like boosts and disadvantages depending on what you equip. You can equip summons, so sometimes one of the materia is like Ifrit, which the summons in the late game have these crazy long animations. They go on for so long. In the late game, it's essentially just like a break. Especially when you get some of the bigger versions of Bahamut, where he's just like 5 minutes of him appearing across a cloud and a planet and firing a laser and seeing it crack. Like, oh my god, it takes so long and there's no way to skip it. Because of the jump to 3D, they're able to do a bit more animation wise. Enemies might have noticeable second phases where they can change. The animations are a bit more involved. You hit an enemy and it kind of reacts. There's a bit more going on there. This is the first one to jump down to a 3-party system, which the series for the most part chooses to stick with henceforth. And I don't really like the 3-party. I would rather a 4 or even a 5. I think that's just, those are kind of nice round numbers. It gives more options in combat. The 3 can feel very limiting, which I think is intentional, especially, as we get later into the series. But that's just me. I mean, whatever. What do you think, Grace? What do you prefer? Anyway, the combat in this game I enjoyed for the most part, right? Like, as I say, these kind of turn-based systems, I'm always kind of on the fence about. It's kind of why I don't talk about them a whole lot, because my brain doesn't see the meta narrative that's happening with combat. Like, I hit a guy and it'll kill him or it won't. If that guy's weak to fire, I'll hit him with fire. Oh, Tifa's low on health, I'll heal her. That's what I see. It's hard to review. I mean, it's either fun or it's not, and here I think it's fun enough. It's fine.
What is with this? Oh, this is so classic Final Fantasy, is this, where you get stuck in these fucking loops where they paralyze you and then fuck you and then they paralyze you and then they fuck you. Like, who thought this was good game design? Why does every fucking game have this? I'm just gonna die and there's nothing I could fucking do about it! What was I meant to do? What was I meant to do?
The characters have limit breaks this time around, where it's a bar that fills up, and then, you know, you can launch this big attack. Each one's limit break is somewhat different in that you activate them in different ways. Like Tifa has this weird slot machine thing going on. I couldn't tell you why. Cloud does a big slash. That's pretty sick. What is Barrett's? Does a big shoot with his guns. Everything I said about the the combat's fine. I enjoyed it. I don't remember struggling really with anything. You know, there's a few kind of bosses or whatever, or enemies that turn you into frogs. Like, that's annoying, but it's manageable, so there's no point really complaining about it. You know, and the other ones, you have moments of just like pure bullshit, but this one, for the most part, is pretty solid all the way to the end, except for right at the end, but we'll get into that. The story in 7, I think, is the main focus. Again, I'm going to get into some spoilers here. There's one spoiler we all know. I'm not going to talk about it. It doesn't matter to what I have to say. 7's story is just outstandingly incredible. Like, this is their first attempt at a PS1 game. This is their first 3D venture. It's incomprehensible to me how hard they nail it right out of the gate. Like, this is their first foray, and they just destroyed it. Like, it's so outstanding what they've done here with this game. The combat, sure, but like the story is so detailed. It has all these characters with interweaving stories and depth to all of them, and seeing how the relevancies to one another. It's so great. And from an art style perspective, everyone stands out. Like, it being at a lower polygon count gave them more pressure, I think, to make the character stand out. Like, I love Cloud in this weird purple jumpsuit he has, and he's got a big sword with the blonde hair. It stands out. Tifa's got the red, black, white. You know, with Eris, you see the pink and the red jacket. It's all just top quality stuff, and I think it's why this game sticks so well in people's mind, is because the characters are so strong visually that you want to know more about them. But the story here is the kind of main focus for me. I was glued to the screen. At all times, I basically always wanted to know more, especially given how psychological this one gets, which is what I really love about Final Fantasy in certain aspects, is just how psychological a lot of them get. And I'll be honest, I'm not good at discerning meaning from media, to be honest. I'll have to like read or have someone explain it to me. Is this about, you know, like dictators? Is this about an algorithm for like the treatment of Japan during World War II? Is it a representation for, you know, the guilt you might feel after losing a friend? Like, I can't discern any of that. All I can say is how it made me feel. So this will be a big spoiler, right? And it's, in my opinion, the biggest kind of spoiler in the game. And I'm really grateful it wasn't spoiled for me before I played. So I'll just say that to keep that in mind, right? And I'm not talking about the spoiler we all know. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about a different one. So essentially, Cloud explains that he knows Tifa from her childhood, right? Like they were friends. At some point, Cloud, as a soldier, goes back to their hometown with Sephiroth, because they're working on the same team. And this leads to that, and that leads to this. Eventually, Cloud, as a soldier, attacks and successfully kills Sephiroth. And that's his story, anyway. But towards the midway point of the game, Sephiroth's whole deal is that the Mako / life force of the planet, if the planet is damaged, the life force comes out to repair the planet, right? So Sephiroth's plan is to cast the meteor spell on the planet, creating a massive crater, which will then cause the life force to come out, which he will then harvest and use to, I guess, create a new planet in his image, right? And he will become essentially a god. That's his plan, I think, for the most part. So halfway through the game, this is starting to happen. Sephiroth has some control over Cloud for some reason. In order to get the black materia that spawns the meteor, they have to go through this big long dungeon, and thankfully they get it, but then Sephiroth appears and forces Cloud to hand it over, and it's this really big moment. At this point, you know, the group kind of fails. Cloud actively helps Sephiroth in this weird moment where he seems like he's being mind controlled, And then Sephiroth casts Meteor, and it's a big thing, and, time passes. Cloud kind of gets put into this weird slump for a really long time, and it eventually leads into Tifa trying to look after Cloud and figure out what's going on with him. Eventually they fall into the life force, in which case they can do a more psychological deep dive into Cloud's psyche and why he is the way he is. It's a real I can fix him type scenario with Tifa. Essentially what they discover is that Cloud was never a soldier. He signed up to be a soldier, but he failed. He didn't meet the standards and he couldn't accomplish it. And so he just became a normal militia army man. And the whole story he told about him as a soldier going with Sephiroth to their hometown is a lie. He was there, but he was just one of the army men. The real person there was a character named Zack, which is somebody that Cloud really looks up to. He dresses exactly how Cloud dresses. He's got the big sword, everything, right? In that attack, Zack, I believe, gets killed by Sephiroth, but Cloud finishes the job. I don't know, something like that. But the main takeaway, and I find it just so outstandingly interesting, that due to the shame of the fact that Cloud failed as a soldier, he was not strong enough, he essentially just takes on the likeness of somebody he really looks up to. Like, to have a main character that has so much guilt and is, I guess, in concept so pathetic is just outstandingly interesting. Like, this is our main hero, and he's not even at all who he says he is. He lies about his own importance and strength to get where he is. Like, you think he's going to be this, oh, whatever, blasé-faire, I'm the hero and I do whatever character, but he does care what you think of him, So much so that he takes on the likeness of a guy he theoretically has a crush on. Like, good on him. Anyway, that was a big thing for me. Like, to write something of that depth right away is just so incredible. Like, that was the moment for me where I was hooked on playing the rest of the series. The first 6 games are good, but they didn't, and then 7 comes along and like, holy shit.
What the fuck is this? Who put this in the game? What are you talking about with this? What? What is this? Who made this? Are you kidding me? Who put the fucking was it you, Paul? Who's putting roly-polies in your fucking janky-ass PS1 game? Who's doing this? You can't get past this, Paul, you fucking idiot. This is stupid. Oh my fucking god. Like, what are you meant to do there, you...
This one also nails the music. I love the music in this game so much, and I don't think it's the song people think of, but that song that plays in the, like, night market area, that's the best song ever, frankly. It's dangerous even bringing it up, because it gets stuck in my head. Anyway, and this game also implements one of my favorite strategies of conveying a scene's importance by just what level of grainy CGI it goes to. Because, you have the gameplay itself where, there are these little chibi people, but sometimes it'll go to grainy CGI where, they're not little chibi people, they're tall people, and that's how you know it's serious. Tall, weird, grainy CGI Cloud is, I think, my favorite guy in the world. But that being said, if I saw him in an alleyway, I would probably try to kill him. I'm not gonna lie. I'll move back into the gameplay briefly here, right? I don't want to talk about Final Fantasy VII for so long because we've all heard of it to death. But the final moments of the game are horseshit. I hated the final moments of this game so much because for the most part I didn't really need to grind. You can get through the game pretty well for the most part. Like, there's a few moments where maybe it wants you to be at a certain level, but the natural progression is pretty good. I don't remember struggling too hard with many bosses or enemies, but the end game basically demands that you be very high level and have certain items in order to survive some of these enemies, like the Tonberry. I don't know how I got so unlucky, but this motherfucker would appear everywhere. This is like the master Tonberry. He appeared like 800 times for me.
Just fucking die, please. This is ridiculous. Bro, come on. Enough. You're dead. Please. Christ almighty.
If you don't know what the Tonberries are, they're these stupid little guys, green dudes with pointy knives. If they stab you with the knife, you die instantly, right? So they're really harmful enemies, and they suck. I also hated the zombie dragon. Again, these are just normal enemies that just appear, right? That's not a boss. That's just a guy that'll appear in the end game. The zombie dragon, to fight him is not so bad, but when he dies, he does a big move, big explosion move that kills your whole party. So frankly, there's no point fighting him. The second it appears, you may as well just reset. Just reload the game, because if you defeat him, he kills everyone, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you serious? What the fuck? Bro. Bro, fuck off. Fuck off with that. Fucking stupid game.
The Iron Giant, this to me, at this point where we're in the PS1 3D era, when this guy appears, it essentially means the game is now fucked and you better be at a certain level, otherwise you're fucked. That's what he signifies to me.
This game is broken me. This has snapped my soul. This has destroyed me. The final bosses are not this hard. Why have these enemies that are fucked? Why? Why? Like, this is what destroys me. The bosses are fine. This shit is what fucking tears me apart. Because if I die to the bosses, then I have to deal with these stupid fucking things again.
It's not like he's got insta-kill moves, but it's the kind of thing where he'll just eat up all your potions and all your magic and everything because his health pool is so big and he does so much damage, and the moves he does are such nonsense that fuck you. This to me is the main three that fuck me at the end of the game. I just remember feeling so frustrated at this point that Final Fantasy VII on the PC has an option to supercharge your save, which you do by like going on the website and like cloud uploading your save to the cloud and then like all this shit. And what this does is it gives all of your characters in your party maxed out health and magic, but it doesn't level them up to the full extent. It just made it so that in fights I could take a bit more damage and cast more spells without being so worried about death, right? Because I tried this section over and over and over and over again. And like, as you get to the bosses, right? And to be honest, they're not so hard. Like the first, because there's two bosses in the end game. There's a weaker version of Sephiroth and then a big version of Sephiroth, right? I think this is the weaker guy and then this is the strong guy. You see there's like two guys? What's going on there? Why does he turn into two guys? Look at that guy. Fucking hell. Anyway, who's this? The bosses themselves are not that hard, but it's these enemies, right? I could retry the bosses over and over again, but it has this like save system. You can't just like quick save right before the boss. It's you save ages ago, and if you die, you have to go through the gauntlet again, where you have to fight these fucking stupid assholes over again, and it sucks. So I wish I had leveled up or given the game the time to then fight these enemies with less of a problem, but this is where we're at. So I supercharged my save and it allowed me to go to the end. Sephiroth as a final boss, he does have a move where he puts all of your party members down to 1 health. So it's not necessarily that like doing this made the final boss that much easier. It just kind of made it more manageable. If you want to yell at me in the comments for not finishing this game legitimately, you're completely valid. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I was very frustrated to reach this point because it was doing so well up until then. Anyway, there's Sephiroth. He's too sexy to live, so you kill him. Oh, I didn't mention Cid. Cid in this one, he was gonna go to the moon. He was gonna be a moon man, but his damn bitch wife, that stupid bitch, fucked it up. His moon stuff, that bitch wife, because she thought the takeoff would be unsafe. Idiot bitch. So he hates her now, and he's very upset. And he also wields a spear. He also becomes the leader of the party at one point, very briefly, because Cloud is like out of commission, and so Sid is the leader. Which is an odd choice, I think. I didn't mention as well, 7 is full of all these little mini games you do. Like, in order to get past certain sections, you have to like do these kind of weird like input things. Or you have to press a button at the same time as everyone else. There's a bit where you have to do some bird racing, which is bullshit.
Oh, fuck off. Fucking easy as hell.
You have to do a snowboarding section, which is bullshit. You have to climb up a mountain at one point with this kind of breathing mechanic, which is not that bad actually. That was pretty manageable. But then you have to give mouth to mouth to this girl on the beach, which for some reason doesn't work, and it's bullshit. Anyway, I really like the ending of this game. It's top quality stuff. So the meteor is going to come it's more open to interpretation. That's what I really like about it. Final Fantasy as a concept is all about like, and I think it works really well here, is the concept of like the world is about to end and the most we can do is try to stop it. This party of people you have are not the most important people in the world. They don't have some like chosen one trait or like I've got this object that was bestowed upon me. It's nothing like that. They're just a group of people and they're trying their best to save the world, right? Doing everything they can. And it's really quite an interesting concept in that way. It's more interesting than anything else. I guess I won't spoil the ending really, but yeah, it's good. It's a really solid game. I would really highly recommend 7. Just it's worthwhile to play, or at least try to play to the end. In terms of difficulty, it's not that hard. It's a good recommendation from me. And it's going to be revealed at the end. Where is it on the board? Whew, I'll never say. We move on to one of the most divisive games in the series, Final Fantasy VIII.
Hold on a second. Did I just hear you say
What?
Final Fantasy VIII? Did I just hear you mention the greatest game of all time?
Well-
the greatest game ever
well,
made? Okay, for the next 2 minutes, this is going to be a Moth Cup video.
Wait,
Shut
wait,
up,
hold
shut
on,
up.
wait.
I experienced Final Fantasy VIII initially in the wrong order. That is, I watched my cousin run around the late game desert with his party, hunting the mustachioed devil, and then gliding across the world in that spiky spaceship. What on earth is going on here, I wondered. These people, with their pumped up GFs and powerful stockpile of spells on what was clearly a very important mission, enthralled me. So then, when I started a new game and saw Renoa floating around the school dance floor all of a sudden, I was like, wait, Renoa? Oh my god, that's Renoa. Oh. A fitting first experience with a game about time out of order, shuffling around and always returning, because the past, if you care about it, is eternal. And so I loved Squall and his great loneliness, and I loved all of these freaks, and I loved the sometimes rapid, sometimes nonsensical plot. Here was a protagonist who was just kind of tired of it all the time. When the orphanage reveal happened, when the concept of time travel possession was introduced, I thought, yeah, okay, I don't know, I'm 10, this seems normal. The oddness itself felt real to me, the whirlwind of bizarro stuff barreling towards you thicker and faster until you're in a gothic castle looking at paintings in the future and the past simultaneously. Come on, man. That shit rocked. You can't deny it. So good. It was like just stupid enough to be perfect. But I also loved the junction system, baffling to some, but not to a genius like me. I liked the way you had all these options, between drawing spells out of the bodies of your enemies, or turning your favorite trading cards into, I don't know, 20 aura spells so you can just blast your limit breaks all day, for the whole game, get out of my face, Renzo Kuken, you little fuck. It just kind of worked for me, this kind of clunky, numbery menu. I liked being able to just equip the spells on everyone, and now they have good HP. Leave me alone, leave the junction system alone, thank you. Mostly though, I loved the world, the contrast between the quaint English village of Windhill and the tube-based tech futurism and translucent jewel tones of Asthar, and everything between and outside that made such a vividly real, layered world. What's going on in the Shumi village? Big hands guys, what are they up to? I like them. Shame they don't really let you go anywhere on Disc 4 though. I've always wondered what all the towns would look like underneath the time compression. But that's a mystery for another day. Okay, back to Jed. Love you.
Sorry. Shit. Look, alright, we all gotta eat. We all gotta eat, you know?
Round of applause, everyone. Please, round of applause for Moth Cub. I thank you so much, Lily, for appearing. I wholeheartedly agree with her entire section, except for the junction system, I think. But this comes down to personal preference. Moth Cub is an international treasure. Her channel is incredible. Obviously, her channel's a lot bigger than mine, but if you're not subscribed to her, you ought to be, because the videos she makes are incredible. I love her art. Round of applause for Moth Cub, please. So Final Fantasy VIII is, I think, one of the most divisive games in this series, and it comes down to one thing, which is its junction system. I think to understand the core of the game, I have to explain what the junction system is up front before I get into really anything else. Its combat is very different from the rest of the series altogether. So again, you have a party of 3 people, but the main abilities are not a given, right? So in all of them, you always have like an attack, items, magic, guard, that kind of stuff. In this one, you only get 3. So like you would put in attack, summon, and maybe items, or like attack, magic, and draw, or like whatever, right? And the magic in this world, you don't get it naturally. You have to suck it out of enemies or like pick it up in these weird glowing spots. And they're limited items, right? So you might suck out 5 fire from an enemy, and then now you have 5 fire. If you use up all your fire, you're out of fire. It's not like you don't have a mana system or anything like that. And on top of that, the magic you suck out of enemies can be essentially glommed onto your stats depending on which higher beings you have junctioned onto your party members, right? So, you know, you start off with like Ifrit or this like weird electric guy, but yeah, the game very hilariously calls them your GFs because they're guardian force. The game insists on calling them your GF. So you have moments of, oh, my GF has to get stronger. I need to find some better GFs. It's never not funny, and the game constantly calls them that. You'll junction your GFs onto your guys. That'll make it so you can make certain stats stronger by like putting fire on your weapon or putting like healing stuff onto your strength stat, and it all affects it in various ways, and it's very confusing because it's just a lot of numbers and menus, and I don't know what any of it means or what it does. It has like this auto function, but it never feels like it's quite doing what it should. It feels like it's something you should understand fully to actually utilize it, right? Because you go in these waves of like, oh, I understand this, it's not too bad. Oh, no, I don't understand this. This fucking sucks. And it's this circle, and especially in the late game, it feels like if you don't have your head around the junction system, you may as well just go fuck yourself. It's important to mention this up front because it's kind of this overarching glom that you feel while playing Final Fantasy VIII. If this system isn't working for you, you're not going to like the game. But that being said, I think 8 to me is the most artistic game in the series. It has the most going for it artistically. Everything about it feels like a metaphor or someone's artistic vision. You know, none of it feels one-to-one with the story. Final Fantasy VIII as well is, I think, the first game in the series to have this kind of mini game known as Triple Triad. It's a card game, and you engage with it by walking up to people and just randomly challenging them, which I think is funny. There's a dedicated I want to challenge you to a card fight button, which is hilarious. It's so good. Did I play the card game? No. I didn't play the card game. I didn't even play it once. I was not interested in it. I don't really like these types of minigames. Like, oh, this is a fun Final Fantasy game attached to a great card game. Haha. I want the Final Fantasy game. I don't give a shit about the card game. I'm not playing that crap. Sorry. Come for me, I guess. Leave me your nastiest comments. No, don't. I can't take it. You play as a character named Squall, who's quite morally gray in a kind of interesting way. He kind of just does whatever people tell him to do. If he's told he's the leader, whatever, I guess I'm the leader. It's just that kind of vibe. He's very nonchalant. He doesn't really care about much or anything. He feels like a real person with depression. There's so many shots of him just in bed going, I don't want to get out of bed. So Squall attends a school of the Balam Garden, I believe. At this school, they try to train their own kind of mercenary soldiers called seeds. This is where the junction system is relevant to the world. To become a seed, you are able to junction these monsters onto yourself. That's just how it is. But that's kind of how it kicks off, right? So Squall becomes a seed after going into a cave and getting Ifrit, and then you go on this quest and then come back. It's really odd, this game. The way the story rolls, it seems to me to be very much about political neutrality, right? It always feels like something's coming or there's going to be a villain, and it just never arrives, right? Everyone's motivations are kind of up in the air. This group is doing this, but like, what makes them better than this group? Nothing, really. I mean, everyone's just a group of people trying to survive, and that's how the game kind of tries to portray it. There's a moment where it seems like a big evil mayor guy is about to give a speech, and you're like, oh, here it is. Here's gonna be his manifesto where we're gonna have to stop him, and oh, no, that didn't matter. Oh, here we go. We're going on a big mission to this island. There's going to be some big evil monster, something that we don't predict to be there, and it's going to kick off No, nothing. We just finished the mission and move on. Okay. That's kind of the vibe this whole time. Like, you're waiting for the big kickoff point. Like, 7 has this thing with the Shinra Corporation, and oh no, here's Sephiroth. We have to stop Sephiroth. 8 is just kind of like it's just kind of like kicking a can down the road, and it feels very intentional that way. Like, it sounds like I'm complaining or saying this is bad, but it feels like that's what it's going for. It's playing on your expectations of a story, and it's really doing it quite effectively. At the gardens as well. The creator of Seed in the Gardens is Professor Sid. Damn, look at that guy. He's so handsome. He's gorgeous. And oh, it's not as gorgeous in game. He's very boring and bland, this Sid. Do you like this Sid? Conceptually, he's quite interesting, but I mean, look at the fucking guy. He's no Furion, is he? He's no Furion from Final Fantasy II, now is he? I mean, who can live up to... Anyway, what does eventually happen in the story? The main thing is that there's these people called sorceresses, which seem to be these evil people who can wield magic without, I guess, having to suck it out of enemies. And that makes them really dangerous because they're high magic users, and they always tend to have some greater idea for the planet or what they want. They always seek power, right? Right now, the sorceress is a woman named Edea. She looks like that. Put up the picture of drag queen Nikki. Good. She has essentially taken over one of these militia groups, and she's, I guess, trying to seek power, and you as a seed are trying to stop her. You get a guy named Irvine. He's gonna fire a big shot at her, but she defends against it, and that kind of kicks off a lot of shit. This is where the story kind of becomes quite weird and complicated, right? The characters have a moment where they're standing around and they're remembering their past, and all the main characters in this game know each other. So the main characters are Squall, a character named Quistis, Selfie, which is her real name, Zell, and Irvine. They all know each other because they all grew up in the same orphanage together. And that orphanage is headed by Sid, right? And his wife, Edea. So this is his wife. But she's an evil sorceress now, and everyone's quite conflicted about this because now they remember, and the reason they forgot all this, they think, is because the junction system, by glomming on these beings to their brains, it's pushing their memories out. That's what they think. And you say all this, and it sounds confusing and convoluted, but it feels quite metaphorical for something. I mean, I don't know what it's meant to be a metaphor for, but it seems very important, and I love that about it. The characters kind of have this revelation, and then the story moves on. And it does this a lot. It's this, you think something's gonna come. There's a moment, maybe this is a spoiler, but at one point after going away for a long time, the group comes back to Balam Garden and they find that there's like this coup going on between the students and the garden caretakers. And what you learn is that the garden caretakers actually are not directly related to the school, just there to take care of the garden, because there's a guy under the garden who helped Sid fund these garden schools. And he's this weird monster guy. Like, what kind of guy is that? I don't know. What a strange, like, he's just this weird, freaky man. He says he funded the whole thing and he's a really important figure, and right now he's against Sid and like all this shit. You have a big fight with him and you kill him, and everyone around you says, what have we done? This feels like a massive thing. Like, this will be really important that we've done this. Like, what if we did the wrong thing in killing this guy? And then the story just forgets that that happened. And you move on. It literally doesn't come up again, ever. I'll get into the combat a little bit more here, right? There's not a whole lot to say. It plays kind of similarly to 7, but with extra shit glommed on that I don't enjoy, like the junction system and sucking magic out. You basically never use your items because the magic essentially works as items, right? If you've got a limited amount of cures and fire and all that, so there's no real reason to use the items. Maybe that's wrong from a playing perspective, I really don't know, but that was how I played. In this one in particular, I mentioned before I like when roles are clear, right? And I like simple leveling systems. This game doesn't have either of those. The roles in this game are fucked. I don't know who is for what. How am I meant to use these characters? What do they want from me? I have no clue. I figure that Squall is your knight character. You know, he's your average DPS. No clue. Selfie, not a lick of, like, quit. I don't know what these people are for. Which one is your magic user? Which one's your healer? Which one, like, I don't know. All of them, there is limit breaks this time around, but they're harder to get. They come much more difficult. Like, I never really fully understood it. Again, they go quite character specific. Every person has like a specific way of doing their limit break. Like Zell's is, again, the same thing as Saber. You put in fighting moves and then he does a thing depending on what moves you put in. It's pretty good. Squall's is that you have to time like a trigger press because he's got like a gun sword, right? So you hit him with the gun sword and I assume he's shooting at the same time. It's really bizarre. On top of that, specific characters have like Paper Mario-esque mechanics to their attacks. Like Squall, if you press the trigger at the exact moment he hits, he'll do a critical, and that's consistent. And it's the same thing with Seifer, who's his rival, but he's the only one who has that, so why put it in? I don't know. It's really bizarre. And I mentioned the leveling. Leveling in this game is as much as fighting an enemy, getting experience and leveling up, but it is also getting like ability points for your GFs to level up the GFs themselves, which them getting more powerful is helpful, but also you're getting points to unlock specific abilities each GF has, which adds, again, more numbers on top of numbers on top of numbers, and it's so much. Like, I don't know whether you're meant to focus on leveling the people or the GFs or what's best or what's the best tactic for leveling. Like, grinding feels odd because nothing ever feels right. It never feels like you're engaging with the game correctly, ever. And it's a little frustrating. And it really started to grind on me in the last section of the game because they just start launching bullshit enemies at you. Like, oh, here's our best friend. There he is, the Iron Giant, yet again, with his other best friend, Malboro, who in this game is bullshit. The Malboros have a move called Bad Breath, which when they do it, it just fucks up your whole party. Everyone's confused or petrified or poisoned or all this. So the second you see a Malboro and they get advantage and they can attack first, do Bad Breath, you're fucked. There's no point continuing. It really sucks. It really, really sucks. The late game here is so much worse than 7's because the random encounters are so short. It literally feels like you take a step and it's a random encounter, another step, random encounter, and it's always an enemy like this. It's so much worse than 7 in that. Like 7 was hard and I got very frustrated, but this was awful. Frankly, I did not enjoy this at all.
Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing now, hey? This is the game?
I'm just soft locked into this. Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, punch yourself. Sick stuff. This is the point where I then admit that this is, I think, probably the only case where I just straight up cheated to finish the game. I played the 8 remaster, which comes with, like, there's certain boosts you can do, like speeding up time or making your guys invulnerable or stuff like that. But you can also press a button and give your party every item in the game. And some of those items are just straight up permanent stat boosts, like a +1 to strength or luck or whatever. And so I did that. I just basically boosted the hell out of Squall and Zell. My main party layout was Zell, Squall, and Selfie. Again, these were just my favorite characters. I don't know what roles they're meant to play, but I liked having them in my party because they're goofy guys. I like Selfie's weird little dress and her silly pigtails. I love that she's obsessed with trains. That's some top quality stuff. But yeah, so I just boosted the absolute shit out of Squall and Zell, and then in this last section just kind of blasted my way through with them, because giving them a high luck means that there's going to be a lot more criticals, high damage, and then high HP, like all this. I just cheated. I straight up cheated. I went through the whole game kind of going, okay, I get this. This isn't so bad. Then in the end, I couldn't, because I realized I would need to like backtrack and grind for like another 10 hours basically, and I just didn't want to do that. I didn't want to. I hope, Mothcub, I hope you can still respect me after this. I mean, probably not, but it'd be what it do. I guess I wanted to get my main complaining out of the way, because although Final Fantasy VIII is not my favorite, I think it's worth merit. I love its story. It's very metaphorical and it's very interesting. And despite me saying like it takes a bit for the story to get going, I really liked the characters, and I came around on it towards the end. Like, there's the whole bit at the end where Squall and Rinoa, who I haven't mentioned at all, by the way, but she's like Squall's love interest, sort of. Squall and Rinoa are stuck in the Ragnarok, and there's a few emotional beats there, and there's a lot of very striking imagery with them in like space suits and all this kind of stuff. And those moments struck an emotional chord with me. I really like this kind of high concept metaphor, and the fact that like the evil for this world is coming from the future. Now we're late into the story here. The main villain is a woman named Ultimisia, which I feel like is a play on Ultima. And what she's doing is essentially casting her consciousness back in time. She's trying to essentially close time in on itself so that the present, the past, and the future all just collapse into one, and time itself kind of ceases to exist. That's her main goal. And she does this by putting her consciousness back in time to certain powerful magic users. That's Idea, that's Rinoa at some point, and this character, who I aptly forget the name of, but she's stuck in a big space prison. There's like sealed up, and then ends up getting freed, which is crazy. All the monsters, I realized that now. I forgot to write it down. That just hit me like a ton of bricks. All the monsters in this world come from the moon. What relevancy does that have? Tell me. Why do the monsters all come from the moon? I completely forgot about that. They show a big thing. The reason why random encounters increase at the end of the game is because they're all falling from the moon. And the last section of this game is kind of interesting. You're in like this big haunted house, just kind of trudging your way through. You have to fight specific enemies to like unlock your basic abilities, like items or GFs or that kind of stuff. So you can find that like only unlocking the ones you're going to use anyway is what matters. And then the final boss fight, you have a party, your party can only consist of 3 people, but the full party is like 8 or something like that. And in the final boss fight, it just randomly picks 3 people, regardless of leveling or anything. So as I said, I leveled the hell out of Zell and Squall, but then the last boss fight, you might not use them because it randomly picks out 3 people, which is such a pain in the ass. Yeah, but anyway, you just wait for Quistis to die, and then you sub in Squall, and you're ready to go.
Yeah, so that's very wrong.
I think 8 has a lot of merit. Its story is the most psychological and interesting of the stories, I think. I wouldn't say it's the best story, given how convoluted it is, but it is the most interesting, and it has the most going artistically. And I wish Final Fantasy would kind of return to this very metaphorical, psychological, artistic take on storytelling in JRPGs. It kind of strays away from that after this, which is disappointing. But it's number 9, which is, it's not the lowest, given that I really like the story and it has a lot of interesting concepts. My pea brain just couldn't wrap itself around this. Like, my little brain just said, junction system, fuck that. It's a good, I would recommend trying 8, because it's the kind of thing where if it gels with you, it'll really gel. And if it doesn't, whatever. Mighty number 9. That's the game we're talking about today. Everyone's favorite game, Mighty number 9. This game is better than something about anime fans on prom night. Anyway.
And make the bad guys cry like an anime fan on prom night.
Final Fantasy IX. So this is where we get into some of the games I was actually the most excited about. The games I was really looking forward to were the ones I knew nothing about, right? Like, just flat nothing. 9, I'd seen some positive reviews about, but I knew nothing about the world or the characters or what happens in it or what's it about. Nothing. And that's exciting to me. It's a completely fresh thing. 12 is an example of that as well. I knew nothing about 12, and so I was really excited to see what it is. After my exhaustion with 8, I felt bad that I didn't really give 8 the time it deserved, and so when approaching 9, I thought that I will just take my time with it. If it takes 50, if it takes 100 hours, that's what it is. I don't want to hit a point where I have to cheat to finish the game again. I feel bad doing that. It leaves a hole in my heart. I'd rather just take my time with that. And going into 9, I saw some reviews saying that it was kind of boring or not fleshed out or etc, etc. And so I wasn't really sure what to expect, right? I just kind of went in completely blind. I figured if it's going to be a snooze fest, then that's what it's going to be, right? But then, to get back on track here, Final Fantasy IX is outstanding. It's incredible. It's a fucking fantastic game. The opening minutes of this game are some of my favorite opening minutes to any game. Like, do we just not like fun and whimsy anymore, boys? Are we not excited by the prospect of enjoying life to the fullest? The game opens about Zidane, right? Whatever. But then you move on to Vivi, who is my favorite character in the whole series. I'm saying that now. He's a black mage, which is a race in this game. Again, I've talked about how much I love the black mage design, and this game just completely ups that design 100%. Vivi is outstanding in his design. I love that he's meant to be 9 years old, and I love just his animation of bumbling around the town. He opens with he's got a ticket to go see the play, and he's just walking up and down talking to adults, staring up at them like a little boy, having little card fights with people. It's just such a whimsical opening, and it sets up just such a different experience where all the other ones take themselves so seriously. This game vows that it is not, and it is just a fun game. You'll notice right away the art style is quite different as well. I thought this was intentional because it kind of has this, I played the PC version, right? And the PC version has this kind of, it looks like it's watercolor, right? I really liked how kind of cartoonish everything was, and it was much more pastel and bright and colorful. And I realized that the PS1 version, obviously the graphics were more pixelated, right? And so for the PC version, instead of keeping the pixelated graphics, they put this mesh effect on it, which just makes all of the pixels kind of mesh together and fade together in this kind of weird way. This is something I've seen people complain about, and I would agree that in other instances it looks really bad. But here I felt like it kind of worked. Again, it gives this watercolor effect, which for me was quite interesting, and it made me excited to see all the little monsters and all the little details because it all looked so unique. But anyway, yes, I love this opening. Like, my heart is exploding over and over and over again. Vivi is just bumbling around trying to find his way. At one point, he takes his ticket to the ticket booth, and the ticket booth guy says, "This is a fake ticket, man. Like, I'm so sorry." And Vivi's just so upset. And the guy's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, dude." Like, it's like a genuinely sad moment. You meet a little rat friend who helps you. At some point, you go, you kind of act out the play. The game's way of showing combat right away is by having it be this kind of fake play, which is brilliant. One of the spells you can cast during this play, I thought it was weird. I was like, what is that word? Medio. And then I was like, oh my god, that's like a child version. That's a child pronouncing the word meteor. Because you do it, and this crappy paper mache meteor comes down and hits your opponent, and you're like, oh my god, Medio. I cast Medio. I mean, come on. This is good stuff. But on top of Vivi just being like this cute, adorable character, he's full of introspection, and his story arc throughout the whole game is so interesting. Again, Vivi isn't the main character. The main character is Zidane. He's like a pirate guy, sort of. He's this kind of go-lucky thief-like character. He's got ears and a tail, which I think I remember seeing some rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But I mean, get over it. Who cares? He's got ears and a tail. Who gives a shit?
He's a silly old man.
This is, I would say, and then coming back into the gameplay, this is the first Final Fantasy game I think I had fun with. I actively enjoyed the combat. And I think it was just due to the balance. Like, enemies weren't bullshit. It gives you enough time to kind of think about moves, and the things you do are kind of interesting and fun. It moves at a pace which worked for me. Some people say it moves too slow, and I think maybe the PS1 original had some issues like that, because this is a really ambitious game for the PS1. But on PC, it works fine. So we're not complaining about anything there. So I'll just, the kickoff of the story here, right? Zidane and his crew of thief pirate guys, they essentially front as theater performers, right? They're a roving theater performance crew. They've got an airship. They rock up at your town, and they do a little play. But this is a front for the fact that they're all thieves. Their plan is to do their little theater performance, and then they're going to kidnap the Princess Garnet, who is the daughter of this character. This is a very anthropomorphic game. Like, everyone's kind of either a human or some kind of animal. But like, what is that? I mean, what is that? What is that? What is that? She's blue. Is that meant to be a person? Like, what's? Anyway. Let's get back on track. What happens is, essentially during the kidnapping, they realize that Garnet wants to be kidnapped. And she's all for it. She's sick of being the princess, and her mother is clearly whatever her mother is, and she wants to be kidnapped. And in the kind of kerfuffle of it all, Vivi ends up going with them. The knight sent to protect Garnet goes with them. His name is Steiner. He's your average noble knight character, but he's a lot of fun. I love that he's wearing shorts. It's just such an odd detail. But he's a grumpy man with a serious face, and I like that about him. Yeah, and so the four of them, they all end up on the thief airship. The kingdom freaks out and shoots them out of the sky, and they literally crash land in an evil forest. The forest is called Evil Forest. There isn't a fun mythical name. It's the Evil Forest. From there, what happens is the main group, they try to leave the Evil Forest. They kind of disband from the rest of the thieves, and they want to go to the city of Lindblum. That's like the one thing I actually wrote down. They gotta go to Lindblum because that was where their client who hired them to kidnap Garnet told them to take them. Turns out their client is King Sid. They go to meet King Sid, who, he's a bug. His damn bitch wife, that stupid bitch of a wife, she turned him into a bug. Do you know why? It's because he cheated on her. So maybe she's not a bitch. But he's a bug, and he's a bug the whole game. It's just the hits keep coming, you know? It's just outstanding stuff. He's a bug. He makes weird noises during conversation. He hops around. His brain doesn't work. He designs the airships, but he's trying to design a new one and he can't do it because he's got the brain of a bug. On their way to Lindblum, they come across this town, which it seems like a normal town, but then underground they find something weird going on, which is that the town is using this substance called mist, which is like this weird kind of fog that's used to power the airships and like the land itself. They're using the mist and condensing it into these forms that are creating black mages. And this is very confronting for Vivi because Vivi doesn't quite look like them but it's clearly the same like race of being. These black mages though are essentially mindless killing machines. They're there just to like cast fireballs at whatever they want and get killed and have no conscience. And this is really weird for Vivi because, I mean, he's like them, but he's not. You know, these are killing machines, but Vivi's not a killing machine, is he? And that's the kind of main conflict. This guy who just wants to exist for having fun and being a kid is now confronted with the idea of something greater that might be forced upon him. As the story kind of trots along as well, you eventually come across the game's main antagonist, Cujo, who looks like that. Is that the picture I found? Okay, that's what I found. Cujo is the main villain of the game, a small bisexual man. Cujo's an androgynous, motivation's very unclear at the start. Essentially what you kind of come to realize though, is this game is all about summoning. This is all a spoiler, by the way. Garnet, a born summoner, she's not the biological daughter of the queen. Would you believe? She's actually a summoner from a small clan of summoners. These people have the ability to summon, you know, Ifrit, Bahamut, Ruma, like all these things, right? And Cujo wants to harness that power essentially. When somebody summons something in front of Cujo, he has the ability to absorb that summon into himself and use it against them. Cujo also has these two weird clowns working for him. They help him by kidnapping Garnet and doing other little things, but in retrospect, I don't remember their relevancy to Cujo. I don't remember... Did Cujo know these guys? I actually don't remember what... Anyway.
If you didn't say really who, then you can't really can't beat. I'm doing it at dwarves.
That's kind of the main kickoff point. For the most part, you have this guy going around who seems to be just destroying things for the sake of destroying things. I really do love the story of this game. I think it's very intricate and detailed, but it's not as convoluted as 8 or even 7, I think. It has a lot going on, and for what people were saying is a boring game, it has such massive moments. Like it definitely implements the thing I was saying about grainy CGI, but like every cutscene is like honey to me. Like the shit that happens, like the imagery is so striking. You have these big eyeballs that appear in the sky, and like the big monsters and these like whole kingdoms just get absolutely obliterated, and it's huge. You find this big tree that is essentially the spawn of the mist, and it very clearly is meant to look like a mushroom cloud, like a nuclear bomb. Again, I don't know whether all of this is meant to be a metaphor for like Hiroshima or something. I think it's just kind of meant to be a representation of corruption of power or something like that, because essentially what's discovered about the mist is that it's a force for evil. As much as it powers things, it very much corrupts the mind, because the queen turns evil, would you believe? And it kind of comes down to she's been corrupted by the mist, because the other islands on this planet don't have mist. But I'll get back into, so the combat in this game. Everyone's roles are very clear. Even just from looking at them, you know exactly what they are. You meet a character named Freya, who's a rat woman, who is a dragoon, I guess, in theory. She jumps in the air, just as a dragoon would. Garnet is obviously meant to be the healer, Vivi's the black mage, like it's all so clear. Leveling is also as simple as fighting an enemy and then getting XP and leveling up like you normally would. But on top of that, it has this equipment system, which is how you get abilities. So, you know, everyone has their specific role, but pieces of equipment can only go to specific people, or has abilities that only apply to specific people. So how this works, essentially, if you equip a pair of gauntlets to Vivi that give him the fire attack, he can use fire, right? Pretty standard stuff. But if you level up enough, eventually that piece of equipment will become mastered based on how many points it needs. And once it's mastered to that character, then that character Vivi will have the fire attack without having to have the gauntlets equipped, right? So this is how you get abilities, is by essentially having a piece of equipment, grinding out ability points to then have that ability forever. This works for summons, like cures, some basic abilities that characters have, like stealing. You get passive abilities, so you can equip your characters with specific passives, like doing more damage against humans or monsters, getting more experience out of fights, just little things like that. And as you level up, you get more points to sink into these passive abilities. So it's not the most complicated system in the world. It feels like any average child could get it and understand, but it's fun and it's engaging, and it really works. It doesn't take you out of the experience. You don't have to worry so much about stats and like all this fucking garbage that 8 tries to throw at you. It's just a matter of fighting things and leveling up, and then I guess thinking about some abilities you have equipped. That's it. It's a really good combat system, and the roles of the characters get expanded the same way they kind of do in 6, where everyone's role is very clear, but then they get things that expand them a little bit further. Like Zidane is your normal thief character, but as you kind of go, his abilities get more interesting and involved. Vivi, of course, gets quite powerful, being able to summon Comet and like Flare and like all the normal stuff you normally see. But he also gets like a dual cast eventually and like all this. So characters really start to expand out, and your party becomes more expanded as well. You get a very large list of characters that I think are all quite interesting. I really like the list of characters, except for like 1 or 2. You get this big red afroed guy. I think he sucks. You get the Final Fantasy's first non-binary character, Quinoa. They love to eat, just like the non-binaries love to do. We love to eat. Consuming is what we do. And Quinoa's main thing is they're a blue mage, which means they get monsters' abilities from eating them. This never worked for me. I tried so hard to get this system to work, but the amount of health enemies have to have, like they basically have to be on 1 HP, which you're never going to naturally get to because you can't see enemies' health bars anyway, so it's never gonna work. I couldn't get it to work once. Quinoa can just go in the bin. Very high damage output from them, like you can get them to do a lot of damage, but in terms of their main ability of absorbing monsters, doesn't work.
Fucking god damn it.
And the summoning in this game, the combat is perfect. When you summon a monster in 7 and 8, they play these terribly long cutscenes that go on for forever. They take so long. Like, it's so frustrating because they're so useful, but you do it and you have to sit for like, it feels like 10 minutes while a monster womp, womp, and then you're back in the fight. It goes for so long and it's so annoying. 9, on the other hand, the first time you summon a being like Ruma or Ifrit or something, it'll play an extended cutscene, right? Like just like I described before. But after the first time, it shortens them. It cuts them like directly in half or even less. Like you'll summon it, maybe a big rod will come out of the sky and hit the enemy, and then that's it. It's literally perfect. It's perfect. You do it once, you see a nice detailed long animation. After that, it's just the good stuff of the short, like, and damage, and you move on. This, like, you'd think this type of innovation would stick around for the rest of the series, right? This one as well also has a card game. This is, I think, an issue for me a little bit. I played this card game. I didn't play 8s at all, but this one I played a little bit, and I don't like it either. I think it's annoying and bad, but you have to engage with it at some point, and at a certain point in the story, you have to go do, I forget the name of the damn card game, but you have to go to a tournament and you have to win 2 card games. You can win the 3rd. If you win the 3rd, you get a bit of a bonus, but it doesn't matter. So, no, card game is no good.
Yes!
To round off about the combat, I never had to do anything nefarious to beat this game. I didn't have to boost or do anything outside of just playing the game to finish it. I think at the end I was a little bit under-leveled, but it didn't really turn out to matter. I beat the last boss on, I think, 3 attempts. It's a really, really well-balanced game. The combat is fun. The bosses you fight are pretty intuitive, and you can figure out what works and what doesn't work just from playing the fucking game. There's a boss you fight which is like a big tree boss, and you think, oh, he's a tree, I'll light him on fire. But then you light him on fire, and he just now suddenly has these more powerful fire attacks, which suck. And it's kind of a fun twist on that. Like, it has these little things like that where you'll do something and it will just completely backfire, or you'll learn something new and have to move on from it. And it's really just top quality stuff. I really like the design of the final boss. I don't understand his relevancy to the story overall. Like, all of them have a final boss which just completely stands out from the rest of the game, but like, who is that? The final kind of thing in the game is that, like, this is a spoiler, but there's essentially an entire race of people that exist on a separate planet. That's the race of people that Zidane belonged to, and Cujo. They exist to essentially weaken the planet they're currently on, which I believe is named Terra. It could be that the evil planet is Terra. I don't really remember, but Zidane's race is dying, and they're trying to, I think, absorb the other planet. So they're there to wreak havoc and chaos and essentially weaken the planet so that the race of monkey people can absorb it. I think that's what's happening. But they discussed that, like, this is evil, essentially. You can't just wipe out an entire planet just for your own survival. And so you fight to, I think, stop them. The main leader of this concept is a man named Garland, and he's bad. But he also doesn't like Cujo a little bit. So anyway, I don't want to spoil the story much more past that. That's essentially all I remember. There's a lot more. Again, I'm not giving big story synopsises. I really like the story here. It's, for me, felt like the longest game in the series, but that might be due to the fact that it's the one I chose to take the most time with. I think the character work here is fantastic. I love hanging out with my friends. I love seeing Vivi. All the stuff with the summoners is really great stuff, and I really love this art style, and the music here works quite well. I think 9 is one of the greats, and I think it's really underrepresented. I see a lot of arguments against it. I defend this game tooth and nail. Leave me your nastiest comment putting this game down. You know, give it hell. I will defend this game tooth and nail. It's not boring. You're just impatient. Just enjoy a little bit of fucking fun and whimsy in your goddamn life, and maybe you'll feel a little bit of joy. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting too heated. I love Final Fantasy IX. This is the first game that I actively enjoyed, and I felt a lot playing. I wasn't glued to the story the same way I was with 7, but I was always interested to see what happened next, and I love the imagery. I'm rambling. I need to shut up. 9 is a great game. It's obviously somewhere in the top 5. Where is it? And I've really let my hair grow out here. Like, I'm struggling to. You've seen me adjust it and stuff. Maybe I'll just go like this and hold it back, and then now, like, that looks fine, right? Oh no! Oh my clipboards. Oh shit. It's all gone. Oh, I see what's happening here. I'm leveling up. Great. That's good. It's weird how everything shifts, right? Like, this is now somehow out of frame. God, how does that happen? I can't believe my whiteboard is gone. Who would steal her from me? There's too much dead space. I think we changed positions, because this is just weird. This doesn't work. Are you gonna say anything? You're not gonna say anything about this. Are you even gonna move with me over there? Yeah, great. Okay, well, let's move over there. I forgot to bring this, actually. How did it? Whatever. Hey, are you gonna, like, come? Like, you don't want to move at all? You're gonna stay right over there. All right. Well, whatever. We move on. Final Fantasy X, everyone's favorite, sort of, in a way. We're kind of coming up almost at, like, the end of this, I think what a lot of people would consider the golden era of Final Fantasy, right? From 7 to 10, it's kind of like this interesting peak where a lot of people look quite fondly on the series. Final Fantasy X is the first game on the PS2, and with that in mind, they went hog wild on the voice acting. They said, we can get these guys to talk. Well, now they're not gonna fucking shut
up.
Fuck, tell me enough. Get back here.
Enough. I want to make something very clear is I think the voice acting for this game is just phenomenal, just straight down the line, incredible. And that includes Titus. And I want to say this, right? This is important to get clear up front, is I think the voice acting for Titus is incredibly intentional. A lot of people point out this clip.
This is weird.
Next, try laughing out loud.
What?
Come on, show me. You probably shouldn't laugh anymore. Too funny.
It was your idea.
Thank you. Huh? I want my journey to be full of laughter.
And I just, it frustrates me to no end because I feel like that clip is just always taken all the way out of context, right? He's laughing like that on purpose. The idea of the scene is both Yuna and Titus, and of course I haven't explained the story at all at this point, but I have to get this clear up front because it frustrates the shit out of me. Yuna and Titus are both in a moment of feeling kind of sad. They're yearning over different things and lamenting over how they've kind of gotten to this start of their journey. And so they kind of make a promise to each other to try and keep each other's spirits up. And part of that attempt is the idea of forcing yourself to laugh in moments of feeling weak, right? It's a fake laugh because they're trying to cheer each other up by being ridiculous. Directly after they laugh like that, you see them genuinely laugh, and it sounds like real laughter. And it frustrates me because that's a really touching scene, but taken out of context, it sounds really stupid and ridiculous. And the voice acting's bad. Look how bad this laughing is. The laughing's bad on purpose, mate. Like, get off your high horse for a sec.
They say Seymour went to Macarena Temple.
Makalania Temple.
Aye?
Whatever it is.
It's a pretty emotional game all the way through. Of course, my cat's going nuts. It's a pretty emotional game all the way through, and I think this scene in particular exemplifies a good range of voice acting. It displays a good range of voice acting because it shows them being sad, it shows them faking laughter, it shows real laughter, it shows them kind of trying to cheer each other up. It's really good stuff. Anyway, now Final Fantasy X is extremely story driven, like right down the line. And you might say, well, they're all story driven. Like, why would you play any of these except for the story, right? 10 has this structure where you're basically on this straight line the whole time. You don't really get an open world sense until like the very end of the game, and even then you're just selecting places from a list, so it's not really open world at any point. I kind of don't mind this. I mean, it's not, you can say it's not real Final Fantasy, and I could agree with you, but at the same time, I mean, whatever. Right? If the game's fun, the game's fun. It's just, I would say it's strange to be in this kind of straight corridor area and still have random encounters where the enemies just appear out of nowhere. I think that's kind of a bizarre choice. But it was the PS2. You can't have a lot of things running around all the time, so I get it, but it feels strange. The story, as I was about to say, so you play as Titus, or Titus. You never hear anyone ever say his name because you get to change his name for some reason. I don't really know why. What was the decision there? I don't know. Anyway, he plays Titus. He is a blitzball player, and he is the son of a legendary blitzball player by the name Jecht. And so Titus is on his way to his big blitzball match. He's going to play a big blitzball match to the music of Slipknot, apparently. During the match, the city, he plays for the Zanarkand Abes, I think, or something like that. It's a big Zanarkand team, and Zanarkand is this world's like utopian city, like sprawling metropolis. I don't know how to pronounce that word. 1 million buildings, like no, you can't even really see the land. Like it's such a flourishing city, right? During the blitzball match, Titus, the Zanarkand, gets attacked by this big ball of water. Just your casual enemy in any game. The giant floating ball of water that shoots out monsters and destroys everything in its wake. And of course, there's a guy there named, how have I forgotten his name? Auron. Auron's there, and he says, Titus, that thing is sin. We call that sin. And he goes, okay. And then the game introduces you to the combat, which I'll talk about in a sec. And then Titus gets sucked into the big ball somehow and ends up kind of in the middle of nowhere. He's in these ruins and comes out and meets this girl named Riku, who appears to be these kind of like pirate group of people. And after a kind of long exchange, he eventually learns that Zanarkand was destroyed 1,000 years ago, and it doesn't exist anymore. And so then it becomes a question of, did Titus come from the past? Is this like a different reality? What's going on? Riku explains that in this current time, the world is essentially just terrorized by this monster called Sin, which doesn't look the same as it did before. I can't explain that. But essentially there's this big monster called Sin that just kind of destroys everything in its wake. And so people don't really get to live normal lives. Like, you're always on the lookout for Sin. Anything you do is always under the guise of, well, it could just be destroyed by Sin right away, which I think is an incredibly interesting premise, because you can immediately picture this world. Like, you can't build a city anymore. You can't like live a hopeful life because Sin can just show up and destroy it. So like, yeah, it's very interesting. And so then eventually Titus meets Yuna, who is a summoner, and a summoner's job is to eventually destroy Sin, but you never actually truly destroy Sin. When a summoner reaches their peak and manages to defeat Sin, what actually happens is Sin is only gone for 10 years and then comes back. And so then, Titus is like, well, what's the point of that then? And it's like, well, no, we get 10 years of peace. That's 10 years of progress. That's 10 years of happiness. Like, even if it was like a day of peace, like, it's always worth it, isn't it? And so Titus has to kind of come to grips with all these little things in the world. Anyway, that's the kind of main kickoff, right? Titus becomes part of Yuna's kind of collection of guardians. Most summoners have 1 or 2. Yuna has at any given time like 8. Because they're all her friends and she loves being around her friends. You got Lulu, who is your emo black mage. I really like Lulu's design. I think the designs in this game all around are pretty perfect. I really like, she's kind of got this weird teddy bear thing with her at all times. Like, that's her weapon. You can swap that out with other things and it changes. So you can have like a mogul, or just like your average, I don't know, chocobo or whatever. And she's the group's black mage. Waka, he's obsessed with Blitzball, and he's voiced by John DiMaggio, which is hilarious, because I didn't realize that going in until you hear it, then you can't unhear it. It's like, oh, my best friend now is Jake the dog, hooray. But weirdly racist Jake the dog. Anyway.
The summoner hasn't returned from the trial.
Eh?
Well, apprentice summoner, really. Room in there with the cloister of
Another one is Kamari, who is like this cat guy. He's, I believe, meant to be a blue mage because he can absorb monsters' abilities, but I, again, never got this to work quite how it was meant to. I basically threw Kamari in a bin. I never used him, barely even once. I don't know whether he's considered a really strong character. I don't know if people like him. I have no clue. I threw him in the bin. I basically used Lulu the whole time, and Yuna, I guess for the most part. Yuna functions as a summoner, right? She can summon these monsters, and the summoning in this game is interesting, but Yuna is the white mage, which you know, makes sense. All these roles kind of make sense, which I really enjoy. Eventually you meet back up with Auron. Oh, I didn't say Waka he's an archer. He throws blitz balls. That's his weapon, is he throws a big blitz ball. That's his archer weapon. Wait, what are you talking about? Eventually you meet up Auron, and Auron is he's like your DPS, he's like a tank. The group's tank. He can take a lot of damage. He can deal a lot of damage. He's somebody who's hard to swap out because he's so useful. Oh, you meet Riku again later. She's like the engineer character. I never found Riku useful. She's another one I threw in the bin. Her only useful ability is that against certain machines, if you use the steel, it'll kill the machine instantly. That's it. There's no use for her apart from that. Now, I'm talking, so far I haven't spoken about the characters in the other games quite as much, and it's important for this one because this game, main mechanic is the idea of swapping your party members in and out mid-battle, right? You only ever have 3 people in the battlefield at once, but during the battle, you can just swap them out at will. And this plays a key part because monsters are weak to certain attacks, right? So Titus has your average kind of, I don't know what you would even call it. He has more of a weaker attack that is weak to certain enemies, and then Auron has this big slashing attack that's weak to armored enemies. You know, if you find a flying enemy, you want to shoot them with Waka. You know, other enemies are weak to certain magic attacks from Lulu. So it's all very specific, right? You kind of get in this combo state of like, all right, there's a flying, armored, and weaker enemy. So I've got Titus, Waka, and Auron, and we just go bang, 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 monsters are dead, right? So it has this kind of like, it's almost rhythm-based in that way. So you swapping your party members in and out, making sure you're always on top of things. If you know a monster is weak to this, you have this person in, or you swap out this, or maybe it's good to have this person and then swap them out halfway through because this monster enters this certain state. But in terms of how the combat flows, it's no longer the active battle system from the other however many games from 4 onwards, right? This one goes back purely to turn-based, which I think is welcome for this game. It works a lot better, and it makes the tactics feel more involved because you can see everyone's turns coming up. It makes moves like haste feel so much more powerful because if you put your guys on haste, you see them being able to do two turns in one round, essentially. Moves like cheer, which is a Titus move, become more useful because you see it power up your guys, and everything feels more intentional. Every single turn you make, especially in the late game, feels important. You know, you can't just like do something for the sake of doing it. Every decision you make is important, which kind of makes figuring out enemies really fun and interesting because you've got more time to kind of do it and figure it out and think about things. But also, that being said, if you enter combat and for some reason you fight a big guy and this big guy has the first move, you're just more likely to get wombo comboed, which sucks, and it happens so much in this game, and it's never not frustrating to just like, oh, here's a big enemy, oh, he gets first move, and he's killed Yuna. Great. And there's nothing you can do about it. Yuna's just now dead. Sorry, mate. Like, I think that sucks. I hate combat where you don't get a chance to even defend yourself. The game just goes, and you are dead. Okay, now restart, and hope it doesn't happen again. Like, that sucks. It shouldn't be like that.
I just don't think it's fair to start a fight by getting fucked. It's this shit. Like, everyone was at pretty good health, came into the fight, got fucked. Why? Who designed it like that? And fuck you. Miss! You're fucking me enough here. What do you mean, miss? God damn it.
The leveling system in this game as well, so your party members don't level, like they don't have a level. Instead, you have this grid system, which frankly I don't like. I know some people like it. I had my grid system on the standard version as opposed to the expert. Apparently the expert version gives you more freedom, but to be honest, I don't want more freedom in a game like this. I want just straight down the line, give my guy everything he needs. I'll just fight an enemy and you level him up. I don't care, right? But it has this grid system where you get XP to get more of these, I guess, spheres or whatever, that then let you spend your spheres on the grid to level up your character, essentially. And so there's certain points where you can go in different directions. or kind of branch out but then come back. It moves a bit like a board game where you've got, one guy moving around, but then where your guy's standing is then where you can take an action. Sometimes it's just spending it to get like +10 attack or +10 defense or, +10 magic or something, or evasion or just something like that. Some of the spots are blank where you can put in your own circles, but sometimes it's abilities, right? So the farther along the track you move, you'll get, your higher up moves like Holy or Flare or that kind of stuff, right? So you really want to be progressing down this track and finding ways to manipulate the grid to get your characters to where they need, because sometimes it might be really hard to get someone from this place to this place on the grid. So there's certain spheres you can use to like swap places and all this, and it becomes quite a complicated system. And again, it's not my favorite. I didn't like this system. It kind of grinded against me at certain points, but I never hated it. It never put me off from the game. I would just rather it be that I fight enemies, they give me experience, and I level up without having to think about it. That's just me though.
Why? What the fuck?
Now I'll go back to the story a little bit here, and I don't want to spoil anything, because I had this game spoiled for me like a long time ago. I think I watched a playthrough of it, and I kind of knew everything that happens in the game as well as its major twists, so I don't want to spoil anything, but I find its story immensely interesting, and I think it has the most relevancy to the real world today. So I'll spoil a little bit, so if you're not keen for spoilers, I don't skip ahead. The main villain in this game obviously is Sin, but the more persistent villain is a guy named Seymour. He is like the chancellor of the land. He kind of is, I guess, the king or the ruler or whatever you want to say. Essentially, he kind of turns out to be a little bit evil. He offers to marry Yuna because he thinks it'll be good for the people and give the people hope. I think Yuna kind of decides no, but then they get into this big fight. And the first fight against Seymour is interesting because you defeat him and you kill him definitively. He's dead. But then from this you learn that one of the key things in this world is when people die, they don't pass on unless somebody sends them, like a summoner does this kind of dance and it sends their souls onto the afterlife. But Seymour dies, and instead of anyone sending him, they just keep his soul in the world. His essential ghost is now running things. And this is kind of an interesting thing because you're like, oh no, like that's not great. But then from that you learn that essentially all of the politicians in this world are all ghosts. None of them have decided to pass on to the afterlife or let the next generation rule the land. They've all decided to stay here and essentially terrorize the world and keep things exactly as they are with no changes. And I find this really relevant to the world today because that's what it feels like a lot in modern day with these politicians that refuse to step out of power and just rule things how they see fit. You know, not allowing the next generation to take over or allow any positive changes. Things are the way they are, and don't question me on it. This was like a real moment for me. Like I genuinely gasped when this was revealed. Bits of this story are just so interesting because it's so real. What you kind of learn as well about Sin is that the way things are being done and like the way the world runs is all just kind of made up by these politicians who don't really know what they're talking about. They all believe in this god called Yu Yevon and his exact teachings, and they say Yu Yevon said this and this and this, and this is why sin exists, because we were doing these things, so that's why we don't do these things anymore. Like they don't like engaging with machinery, other stuff. But it's essentially, the point is that it's this kind of institutionalized religion because there is this persistent threat to the world. No one wants to question this religion at all because they feel if they question it, things will get worse. And for things to get worse as they are right now would just be catastrophic. The politicians in this world really take advantage of that fear, saying that you have to live things these exact ways, otherwise, you know, sin will get bigger or something, and we don't want that. But really, they've put these bits in place for their own benefit. Very relevant to, I feel, a lot of Western politicians or even just institutionalized religion. Yeah, for the most part, that's the key parts of this story, and a lot of what's really important. I really like Titus's relationship with Yuna. I felt something in the moments where they're connecting more. Wakka's kind of journey with, because Riku is an Al-Bhed, which is like a different religion of people, and Wakka is very Yu Yevon, so they kind of have to interact, and you see him kind of become less racist a little bit as the game goes on. Lulu doesn't have much of an arc, but I find that fine. I think she's really cool. She adds a lot to it. She's a very like lore heavy character who has a lot of like wisdom, I guess, to pass on, but she doesn't have an arc herself. I think that's kind of fine. I don't have an issue with that. Kimari has his own arc where he, you know, you go find his race of people and they think he sucks. It's good. I don't know. All this stuff is great. I think in terms of story progressing and all that kind of stuff, this game is just fantastic. Where it somewhat falters, I think, it's the kind of thing where it's the same as 7, where right at the end, I feel like it asks you to grind a lot more than I really wanted to. Because the game is straight linear all the way down, right? Like, I spent a lot of time in areas just grinding just to get to a certain spot on the sphere grid or whatever. And then right at the end of the game, it kind of gives you these other side things you can do. And I tried to engage with that, and I just found them all way too difficult or weird or lacking in depth. I ignored a lot of it. I just wanted to finish the game because I've been playing it a lot at this point. It's time to move on. And these final, like the last bosses you fight are crazy. There's this one move that comes into play a lot more that you kind of don't see before or since, which is a state where enemies will turn your guys into zombies. All that means is that if you try to heal anybody, it'll do damage instead. That's the only thing it really does. Which also means if the enemy uses a heal move on your guys, it'll do damage. And it becomes really hard to manage because these enemies just go hard on turning your guys into zombies, and you having to wonder whether it's worth turning them back or not. Especially, not even the last boss, but like the second to last or something like that has a lot of moves like that, and I found a few of these bosses very, very frustrating, but not to the point of anger, I guess. I hope.
No. We're so close. Oh, stop it! Fucking game. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. What are we doing? What do you mean? I fucking hate these games so much. You're bringing back the fucking dead enemy that kills you. Ridiculous. I hate it. Fuck you for that, honestly. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, really? Like, fucking ridiculous, dude. Straight up, fuck you for that. Fuck you. Oh, really? Shit. Fuck yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like in my heart I had more to say about the bosses and that, but I really think they're solid. And my biggest thing is that the very final boss, I love the music for, first of all. It's like this weird System of a Down thing. It's crazy, the last boss's music. But I really struggled against him, and I had to kind of put on a cheat to an extent. I tried to defeat him the normal way like 3 times, and I died all 3 times. I did get somewhat close, but I hit a point of just being like, if I keep banging my head against this, I'm gonna go insane. I was playing the PC remaster version. There's a button you can press that just makes it so it's like the supercharged mode. It makes it so every time it goes to one of your guys' turns, they automatically get full health and their limit break appears, right? That's all it does. What that means is that when it's not somebody's turn, they can still take damage and die. Like, it's not a cheat down the line where like I was undefeatable. It did help me defeat the final boss, and I think even then I died 2 times and then 1 on the 3rd. If you want to judge me for that, you can. I should have done the extra content at the end of the game to get the last levels. I didn't. Sue me. I don't know. And I will say this, the PC remaster version is garbage. It's really bad. Yeah? It crashed on a few occasions.
Oh no, why is the game frozen? Oh fuck, man. God damn it. No, come on, game. You piece of shit.
And the main thing is that you get these green screens that appear, because you have your CGI cutscenes. A lot of the CGI cutscenes just turn green for me, and you can't see them. there's no way to like go back and watch them. So I just have to like look up on YouTube the cutscene that I missed. That sucks. It's terrible that that's even the case. Like, I wish I'd played it on the PS5, but this is the version I bought, so it's what I played. Yeah, for the most part, I thoroughly liked Final Fantasy X. I would say I'm close to loving it. I would play it again just to try and engage with it properly. Like, I would be interested to try the Expert Sphere system or see the kind of story stuff I missed. I didn't do any Blitzball. Blitzball is a side thing you can do, which is kind of, it plays a bit like football or soccer in a way, but with tackling. I didn't engage with it. I tried, because I fucked up getting the eject shot, it just made it impossible, so I didn't do it. Like, I would want to play a bit more of it, but then some fans just say it sucks down the line, so whatever, who cares. Now Final Fantasy X it's in the top 5, I can't tell you yet. Sorry. With that, we move on to everyone's favorite game, 10-2, the sequel to 10. To talk a little bit more about 10 quickly. Oh, no, leave it alone. Okay, I don't trust you at all. Just leave it alone. Yeah. Sorry, I had to fire my cameraman really quick. 10 is a very emotional game. It has this certain kind of oppressive atmosphere, and it's very, like, all the characters have a lot of feelings, and you see a lot of where they're coming from, right? So it's kind of more slow, melancholic, but colorful in its approach. 10-2, on the other hand, well, the girls are here, and they're ready to sing. Let's go, girls. Time to party, girls. We're going on a road trip, girls. Come on, girls. We're hunting the spheres, girls. That's 10-2 in a nutshell. It's Charlie's Angels 2003. The tone is crazy. It's crazy off the bat, the tone of this game. It goes ham just right away. They said, you liked 10? Well, get ready for Charlie's Angels, motherfucker. In a way, I can almost understand this approach, because the main plot of 10 is that these people can't, like, live happy lives, right? But the main approach here almost seems to be like, look at these people now live these happy lives. Like, they get to be silly, they get to be pop stars, they can have fun and laugh and put on cute outfits without this worry of something destroying them. Like, that's so much fun, and it's a fun concept on an artistic level, you know? Instead of it just being like, oh, I'm so happy now, hooray. It's just like, woo, let's party! Because 10-2 takes place, I think, 4 years after. And already that's a good premise. For a sequel to 10, what you'd want is a game that explores a post-sin world. How do these people live their lives? Like, does Yu Yevon as a religion still exist? Did we progress technology in any way now that we can? How have cities improved? Like, we're allowed to build more housing now. We're allowed to build more interesting buildings. We're allowed to build more recreational buildings. So what does this world look like? Like, how has it changed in the 4 years since Sin has left? Well, it hasn't. It hasn't a single bit. I really don't know what happened to this game. I don't know if they were given like $5 to make the game or not, but like all the environments are exactly the same. They didn't update them or add anything or nothing. Like, it's all the same. You go back to the home village, nothing has changed about it. They haven't added extra homes. The buildings aren't like taller or something. There's no like updated technology. It's exactly the same. You meet Waka, who it's the same character model. You meet Lulu, who is meant to be pregnant at this point. I think she's meant to be like 6 months or something like that. Looks identical. They've used the exact same character model. Slim stomach and everything. Like, it's incredibly disappointing And even from a story perspective, it's disappointing because sure, I can accept Yuna and her friends being sphere hunters, that's okay. But the main story then revolves around they find these spheres that seem to almost allude to someone who they thought was dead being still alive. Essentially what they later discover is that that person isn't the same person they thought he was, but he is the ghost of somebody trying to resurrect a big machine to destroy the world, which is such a boring plot for, like... I find it so heartbreaking, because what you want is for it to be about Yuna maybe coming to terms with the idea that people still believe in Yu Yevon and his teachings. What does that look like, and can we move past that? Can society exist together in a post-sin world, given that people have different beliefs, and some people's entire lives were based around the fear of sin destroying everything and taking everything away from them? The game doesn't explore that even one bit. There's a little bit of, because there's the new religion is New Yu Yevon, and then there's a sect that want Yu Yevon gone. That's it. The game just says those two groups are fighting, and then that's it. At some point, Yuna solves the issue by singing a song. She puts on a concert for them, and that solves the issue. Like, it sucks, man.
What? This is a fucking mess. Oh my god.
The combat in this game goes back to the active combat system from 4 onwards, right? That's fine. I don't have an issue with that. What I do have an issue is, it's just the presentation of it. Like, it's just crazy. They wanted it to have this like Jet Set Radio, like quippy fun kind of vibe to it. So it all moves really quick. And it has this like spiraling camera, and the characters don't stay in their spots anymore. They all just kind of wander around. One, it's very disorienting just to look at, like flat out, like staring at it kind of hurts. But then secondly, it's all about these bars filling up. So if you get to want somebody to do a move like a fire attack, you have to wait for the bar to fill up for them to then do the fire attack. That's fine. The issue is that when the bar is full, they'll still stand there charging their fucking attack. It happens all the time where it's like, your attack is full, just attack. What are you doing? Attack the fucking enemy. The bar is full. Attack. It sucks. It's very frustrating.
Do the action! Oh my god!
And especially in this game in particular, it's very frustrating because the enemies, all of them, have massive health pools. They're like, the amount of health these fucking enemies have is insufferable. Why do I have to fight one guy for 10 minutes doing the same fucking thing over and over again? And the amount of damage they do. You spend more time in this game healing than any of the other games. And the XP you get is like nothing. So it's trying to encourage you to just grind the fuck out of it. And I couldn't be fucked with it. I'm gonna be straight honest with you. I hated this game so much. I don't feel bad for what I've done. I basically turned on all the cheats. I gave my guys every item. I just, like, in the last few minutes of this game, I just powered through because I couldn't be fucked with engaging with it. I didn't want to fight an enemy that was going to do one move to kill my entire party. The main kind of thing in this game as well is the dresses. So it kind of has this dress up element, which I think is really cool. You can change Yuna's outfit and everyone around. You put on a black mage costume, she turns into this kind of witch. I think that stuff's great. I really, really love that. The issue is, again, it wants you to change outfits mid-battle because it kind of have these benefits of like going around the dress sphere. But I didn't want to do that because whenever you do it, a fuck off long animation plays that goes on for so long. You can make it shorter, sure, but at the same time, if an enemy is weak to fire, why would I not just keep Yuna as a black mage? What's the benefit? Like, why would I engage with this sphere grid bullshit if the role she's in is fine. Like, it just feels really poorly thought out. Like, it's a really poorly balanced game, just straight down the line. I could talk about Pain as a character. She doesn't really add anything. She's just kind of Lulu, but edgier and more of a damage character. I don't know. This game sucks. I don't want to talk about it for too long. I cheated to finish it. The story is not relevant to 10 basically at all. And there's nothing new. Like, oh yeah, it sucks. It's number 16 on my list. Yeah? It's a shit game. It's so bad. My friend Liam said it's the only Final Fantasy game he played. And I was really hopeful at the beginning. I was like, I love this vibe. Like, this Charlie's Angels nonsense. Like, this is so funny. Nothing but pain. Nothing. Final Fantasy XI is an MMO, so I didn't play it. Obviously. I'm not crazy. Move on to 12. One of my favorite internet shows is a show called Gamey Game, produced here in Melbourne. It's one of my favorite shows. I've always wanted to go on it, so I mean, what if I just did it myself? That was how I reviewed 12. I'll just do it myself. I mean, hello and welcome to Funny Fantasy. As always, I'm your host, Jed Riley, and I'm joined today by my incredible mother, Samantha. Clap. Thank you. And my outstanding father, Bruce. Now, a good few months ago, I emailed you both a code to play a game called Final Fantasy XII, and so that's what we're going to be talking about today. We've had ample time to play it, and I expect both my mother and father have played it just a little bit to add to the discussion here. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Did you get a chance to play it?
Yeah.
Yeah? No.
What?
You didn't play it?
I don't think you ever sent us a code, dude.
Oh, I did. I sent you a code. Did you not play the game? I told you about this months ago. You're saying you haven't played it. Not at all.
You're just tricking us, aren't you?
No, I sent you a code. You were meant to play it. I told you about this a good few months ago.
No, you human man.
Well, it's going to make this discussion a little awkward.
Probably.
Yeah. In Final Fantasy, in each Final Fantasy game, there's a character named Sid in all of them.
Mm-hmm. His last name Vicious.
Yeah. In Final Fantasy XII, Sid is actually a villain. It's the first time he is a villain. So what do you think about that?
Well, you got to have a villain.
A good name is Sid.
Exactly. Yeah. Even better if his last name's Vicious.
How would you spell Sid?
S-I-D.
No, it's C-I-D.
Oh, C-I-D.
S-Y-I-D.
Yeah, yeah.
Or S-Y-D?
Mm-hmm.
Like Sydney? Any number of ways.
But you don't know who Sid is, you can't. He looks a bit like you, to be honest.
Yeah, well, he's a good-looking guy.
Okay, next discussion point. In the Final Fantasy games, JRPGs have a system known as random encounters, right? So if you're walking across the land, a monster will appear and fight you. And this is something fans don't typically like because it's annoying. But in Final Fantasy XII, they try to eliminate random encounters by having, you can see the monsters on the map, so the encounters aren't random.
Yeah.
How did that system work for you?
Oh, it worked beautifully.
Loved the monsters.
I didn't like the randomness.
I didn't mind it so much, but you know, the monsters really added a whole different element to the gameplay.
They weren't very, like the monsters, I didn't like the graphics to them. I didn't think they were realistic as far as how actual monsters look.
Yeah, they're a bit amateurish, really, were they?
All right. What do you?
See, that's what I mean. It's just not realistic.
What do you think of that guy?
Well, he looks like Louis the Fly with a mustache.
Yeah. I'd say it was sort of a little more Genghis Khan-y.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, I mean, what's with all the pixels?
Well, this is actually Sid from the 9th game.
Wow.
Right.
In the 9th game, he's the king,
Uh-huh.
but his wife, the queen, presumably, has turned him into a bug because he cheated on her.
Yeah, well,
So
that's what you get.
Now he's a cockroach.
Yeah.
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 But you didn't play the game.
No. We seem to know a lot about it, even though we haven't played it, hey? We're good like that.
That was bad, actually. Let's just move on. So, Final Fantasy XII. I played 12 The Zodiac Age, which is a remaster for the, it was made for the PS4, I believe. I played it on PC, obviously. I think it was originally for the PS2, and I think it was considered quite a difficult game. Obviously, I did not play that version. I played the Zodiac Age, which is known for being a piss easy game. The easiest game you could play. To be honest with you, I quite liked 12. And I'll talk a bit about why. What if I didn't? What if I just moved on? I like 12 anyway. So Final Fantasy 13. No. So 12 it's kind of it's a bit of an odd duck of a game, right? I would say there's nothing too deeply frustrating about it. There's, all of these games have something where I'm like, fuck this is stupid. Whether it's the story or some aspect of the combat or the leveling system or some nonsense. 12 doesn't really have anything like that. It's just kind of this plain down the line game. It doesn't really do anything too offensive. It doesn't try anything too new. The biggest change is that it kind of goes for this real-time combat system. Instead of it being that combat is like this separate entity to the rest of the game, the combat is baked into the gameplay. So you're walking around and you're naturally fighting enemies. It's not turn-based. There's kind of an active battle system going on, but it's almost real-time in a way. It's kind of hard to talk about because it's kind of the active battle system, but it kind of isn't. And I'm talking about the combat first before the story because there's not a lot to talk about with the story. So I'm just gonna ramble about the combat for a little while. 12's combat, again, yeah, it's baked into the gameplay, right? It's a much more open world. Enemies you see in the world, you walk up and you fight them. The main thing is that you can automate your moves, right? So essentially you can make it so when you walk up to an enemy, everyone in your party will just automatically attack that enemy. You can set it so that if they don't have a specific command, they'll just stand there and attack, right? So it kind of creates this automated combat system where you'll just kind of walk around steamrolling enemies. You'll just walk, fight an enemy, it'll die, walk, fight an enemy, it'll die. Just that over and over again, which makes grinding really simple and easy, but it makes combat not have a lot going on. You come across, I guess, later on certain enemies that require certain moves, but that's later. And even then, you just do that move and it'll kill that enemy, and then you'll move on. It's incredibly simple stuff. It's very different from the rest of the games, but it's incredibly simple, and in a way I kind of appreciated it because it just meant that I could zone out. Like I was just listening to podcasts and YouTube videos and just walking around slapping enemies across the face and moving on. Like it's not a difficult game by any means.
Alright, that's up.
Awesome.
In terms of leveling up, your party does level up like normal, but you get these, from fighting enemies, you also get these like secondary points, which you then use in this, I guess it calls the Zodiac system. So you assign every party member a role, right? And you get to choose everyone's role. No one is preset per se, though they do have certain stats that benefit certain roles. So I did look up like what do people recommend, and I kind of went off of that. You then kind of go in this system and you spend the points to get specific abilities, whether it's like being able to equip certain armor or weapons, or then specific moves. If you've got your black mage, then fire, Firaga, etc. You unlock those spending these points, and it's all kind of this grid-based system, literally grid-based, not like 10, which is called a grid system and it's not. It's literally a grid, and so if you unlock one thing, then everything around it becomes available to unlock next. I found this system okay. It was kind of like just a little shop I'd open every once in a while, get some new stuff, get some new abilities, be able to, my party gets more health or more damage. It's just a fine system. I enjoyed it. The further along you progress in certain areas, you get to unlock more advanced weapons. Later in the game, you get to double roll people, so you can have your like white mage warrior or your time mage archer, that type of stuff, and that's fun too, because then it gives you a second window to spend your points. I had no issue with any of that. There was no problems whatsoever. The game has an option to just give yourself unlimited points just if you feel like steamrolling the game, but the game steamrolls itself, so I never felt like using it. I didn't do anything nefarious to this game to finish it at all, which is admirable to the game, not to me. The only thing is certain bosses you come across have pretty massive difficulty spikes, because it's interesting because I think maybe the PS2 version was probably better balanced in some way, because this one, it's just kind of, again, you walk around, you steamroll enemies, there's no issue, and then you'll get a boss that requires a very specific input of moves to defeat, like this game's version of Shiva, I guess, the ice version. She has all these little floating enemies around. They'll fuck you up. There's 100 of them, and it sucks. They're only weak to electricity, but the boss itself isn't. It's like this whole thing. It sucks. And every boss basically always has reflect on them, which is a move where if you fire like a magic spell on them, it'll reflect back onto you. So what you have to do is put reflect on all of your own guys and then cast the spell onto your own team, so it reflects off your team onto the enemy, and for some reason that gets rid of their reflect. It negates it anyway. There's a few aspects like that where you really have to cheese things to defeat a boss.
And then she's asleep again, just after doing shot. Like, fucking God. Fuck. Why are you dead? I hate this. I hate this so much. This is awful. This is a terrible boss fight. What's the point? Fuck, dude. This is fucking awful. What an awful fucking boss. Thank Christ.
A lot of them you will use very heavy sleep spells or slow down effects and that kind of stuff. And so you kind of get in this like just endless loop of admin essentially to your party, just having to heal them or use something to get rid of some bad status effect or that kind of stuff. And when you get into those loops with bosses, it gets really frustrating in this game because it all just kind of moves so fast and so fluidly. It doesn't feel like you're getting a moment to do some admin. It just feels like you're in this constant upkeep, which can make boss fights just go on for forever. And I don't enjoy that aspect to this game, but at the same time, I managed to do all of it without cheesing anything, really. It's not a lot to complain about, you know?
No! Don't give him the Halo grenade.
The main complaint in this game, 100%, is its story. I would say Final Fantasy as a series is known quite majorly for character-driven narratives. All of them are about, specific characters, their arcs through this world, like how did they interact with this world and how do they feel about trying to protect the world itself. That's Final Fantasy. Maybe a character doesn't care about the world, but they come to care about it. Maybe somebody has to deal with the fact that their best friend has become a villain to the world or that their motives don't align with each other. That's the kind of main thing, right? Final Fantasy XII ignores all of that for instead political jargon, just straight down the line, lore dumps and just politics, and it's I would say a really boring narrative. I wouldn't say it's frustrating in any way. I would just say it makes for a really boring narrative and something that makes it really hard to follow because I don't know anyone's motivations for anything. I'll go down the characters a little bit here. For the most part, it starts off a character named Vaughn. His brother died because he was a soldier. And so now Van he's like a street urchin. He's trying to, swindle people and steal things, And he's got his friend Pinello, who's there. Eventually you meet a character named Bosch. He's been wrongly accused of a crime he didn't commit. The real villain is his twin brother who did commit the crime. He's kind of a main kickoff character in the sense that the main story is happening because somebody was assassinated they believe he assassinated him, but it was actually his twin brother, which, I mean, why wouldn't anyone just kind of question that to begin with? They're just like, oh, you did it. And he's like, well, I wasn't even there. Anyway, you meet a character named Balthier, who's he's like your pirate character. He's got an airship. He's like your bisexual, quirky guy. He's got some fun quips and some sassy things to say. His motivation, I guess. I mean, look, his motivation is that he's a sassy pirate guy, and everyone thinks he's joined the party for nefarious purposes, but he hasn't. Along with Balthier, you meet Fran, who is a sexy bunny lady. Her motivation is she's sexy lady. I think she's the hottest character in all of these games. She's my favorite. I'll protect her till the end. She was never in my party at any point, mind you, because she's fucking useless. But judge me all you want. Fran's a hottie. Come get me. I don't care. They in every cutscene she's in, the animators find some way to get her butt into frame always, and it's never not hilarious. Just always. Oh, I have to stand like this actually, so that my asshole is poking out directly. And the last character to talk about is Ash. She is the like princess of the previous kingdom. So I can't really talk too much about the story here because I just think it's nonsense. Essentially, there's a kingdom that was in major power, but then there was a war. So now that kingdom is gone and this new kingdom is kind of taking over, right? And this happened because they're about to sign a peace treaty, but then got betrayed at the last second. It's nonsense, man. Ash was the princess of the king of the previous kingdom, and everyone believed she was dead, but she's not. And so she's back to try to reclaim the kingdom. And to do this, she's going around and trying to collect these things called espers, which is a reference to Final Fantasy VI. The espers contain a lot of power. They allow you to summon this world's version of the gods, which, an odd choice. I kind of like it, but it's kind of an odd choice. So the gods in this game are not your average guys. They're not called Ifrit and Shiva and Bahamut or any of that, right? They're all kind of got their own names. But Ifrit, Shiva, and Bahamut are the name of like the airships in this world. Like they have these big major airships. And they're meant to be big symbols for, I guess, this game's themes or metaphors or something. But it never really works. There's a moment where a massive fleet is like destroyed because they tried to use an esper, and the game treats it like this is a big deal, but it doesn't feel like anything. I don't know what the connection is with this fleet and the rest of the world. I think the biggest flaw with this game is it doesn't really go into what either of these kingdoms believe in. I like, sure, Ash is she can say that her kingdom represents good and like justice or whatever, but like, I haven't really seen the other kingdom do anything bad, apart from have an angry ruler who wants power. You never see either party do anything good or evil or like represent something they believe in. Are they like pro-slavery? Are they anti-slavery kind of thing? Like, how do they deal with like petty criminals? Like, do they execute you for just like doing nothing? You never see any of that. So I have no connection to any of this. I don't care who wins this war because I don't know what anyone believes in. Was the previous king good? I don't know. It's not talked about. Is this new kingdom, have they done something evil in the past? I don't know. The game doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest issue with it because the game wants you so desperately to care about these political figures and everything political going on that it completely wipes away this like good cast of characters that it's set up. You've got Balthier and Fran and like Bash and all this, and all these characters could have something very meaningful to the plot, but the game only cares about Ash. There's even these very frustrating moments where the characters like discuss like, are we still here to help Ash? And they just say, oh, I'm here for the ride. Like, that's not, that's nothing. That's not a motivation. Well, I'm just here to see how this ends. You can't have a Final Fantasy game with these characters who just like don't believe in anything. Like, that's crazy. Every cutscene is these characters spouting just like endless political jargon, to the point where they introduce this like cool like Oakley's wearing guy who's got this like sexy Spanish accent, and you're like, ooh, here's the guy that's gonna add some flavor and character to the story. He's gonna be the sexy funny guy. But he rocks up and he just says the exact same political jargon nonsense, but with a sexy voice. That's the only difference. He's saying the exact same shit, boring shit that everyone else is spouting, and then he dies in the same spot he was standing. Like, My god. And a big question for me is, if the game wanted to center around Ash so much, why did it focus on Van at the start? Like, Ash should have been the main character. Were they scared of having a female main protagonist? Why is Van the main character of this game? I don't understand that at all, because after like the first like 2 hours of the game, he literally has nothing to say or do. It sets up that he's got this kind of dynamic and chemistry with Pinello, and you see them kind of have a laugh and a banter here and there, and you wonder like what's their interaction going to be like in the group, because they're previously like competitors in a certain way, but now they've got to interact as party members. Like, is there anything there? Are they becoming best friends? Are they going to bounce apart? What's going to happen? It doesn't matter. The game forgets about that entirely. Is everyone going to be weary of Balthier because like his motivations are a bit sketchy? No one gives a fuck. They just move on. Bosch is, you see for a bit that they wonder if Bosch, whether he's telling the truth about not being involved in the king's assassination, but then eventually they just say, I believe you, and they move on. It doesn't matter. The Cid in this game is evil. I think it's the first attempt at an evil Cid. He's like an engineer, scientist guy. His whole thing is he wants... Actually, I don't know what his whole thing is. I guess he's trying to collect the espers or create some kind of machines or something. And becomes a major boss. Like, he's a prominent antagonist. And you defeat him, and I think he's trying to say like everything he was doing was to get Ash to make a decision. Because the main crux, I guess, which is the only interesting thing in the story, is that the espers create a lot of power, right? Like, they are incredibly dangerous to the world. It's essentially the game's metaphor for nukes. And so for Ash to take over, she has to decide whether she's going to use the espers or try to regain power in a more ethical way. She's wondering if she should try to regain power ethically or use these espers, and the group just kind of lets her decide on that. No one tries to influence her either way. But it's very heavily implied that using the espers is evil. And so what does she do? She obviously decides to do it the ethical way. Hip hip hooray. Whatever. I don't have a lot to say about this game. I think it's fun. I would recommend it. This is the thing, and this is why I find it frustrating, is that to play, it's actually really fun. I enjoyed this game on a gameplay level, which is not common for Final Fantasy games. Like, I could just play this and zone out, and I literally could have played it forever. I didn't mind. But it's just the story has nothing going on. There's nothing to keep you pushing. You don't wonder what the characters are thinking because the game tells you that they're thinking nothing. You wonder what these kingdoms stand for, but then you give up on wondering that because obviously the game's not going to tell you. It doesn't matter, the story. Like, I wouldn't say I felt frustrated, but it's the kind of thing where I think about it while playing and I'm like, I wish there was more here because I really like these characters. I think their designs are great. It's weird that everyone's face vaguely looks the same, and it's weird that the game just constantly looks brown. Just the whole time it's brown. Just this brown, dusty color the entire game. It kind of, in my mind, blends it into this weird brown, dreamlike game. And it's just disappointing that it focuses so heavily on a political story, where Final Fantasy games will have a political story, but it'll be focusing on the characters. This one misses that mark entirely, and I'm not really sure why they went for that, or didn't flesh it out more at the very least. I could talk about the bounty system, but there's nothing really to say there. I found this system a little frustrating because you have to, one, accept the bounty, then go find the guy that posted the bounty, ask him about it, and then go fight the monster, and then go back to the guy. I found that's so frustrating because it doesn't really show you where they are on the map, I don't think. It's not a good bounty system. What you want to do is just like click a monster, go fight it, and then the game give you money for it. That's all you want. Like, this whole thing of going to talk to people about questing is not fun, and it kind of sucks. I want to say this: the design for the Moogles in this game is top notch. I like that this world has more anthropomorphic people. It goes for a more varied cast of like races and people in this game, and I think that's really, really cool. And I like that the Moogles are their own race as well, and they're just kind of these people that walk around. There's no mystical element to them. They're just Moogles, and I like that a lot. After them being treated like mythical things in every other game, it's kind of cool to just see them as, oh yeah, that's just the race of Moogles. They're the same as the crocodile people or the bunny-eared ladies or whatever. That's fun. I don't know. 12 is all right. It's fine. It's just boring. It's just a boring game, but it's fine. Fantasy XIII. Final Fantasy XIII is probably one of the most divisive games in the series, right? The main claim is that it's a game that plays itself. That's what I hear quite a bit. Now, I'm someone who's predisposed to enjoy things that people hate and hate things that people enjoy. It's a very annoying personality trait I have. I get frustrated with it. Final Fantasy IX is a game people are on the fence about. I loved it. And I wonder if it's because people were so on the fence that then I'm just like, oh no, I love it actually. But no, I played the whole game, so who knows? So when approaching this series, and this was the stuff that I was really excited about, right? The games that I knew nothing about were the games I was the most excited for. That's Final Fantasy IX, that's Final Fantasy XII, and that's this game, because I see a lot of people shit on it and hate it, and so I was really excited to see what it's all about. So 13 was a PlayStation 3 game, and I wonder if it was a launch title. I honestly don't know. I'm pretty sure it was very early in the PlayStation 3's cycle that it came out. I find this almost hard to talk about. It's hard to delve into this game. I'll start a little bit with the story and the characters. 13 is this very convoluted, weird story. It doesn't explain its world or its lore very well, especially in the opening scenes, but this is what I gathered, right? The people in this world live in a world called Cocoon. Cocoon is like this inverse planet, I guess, where they don't live on the outside of it, they live on the inside in this kind of weird way of it. Like I that's what I think. What does that mean in terms of the story? I don't know. The gods in this world are called Fal'Cie, and they're these big, weird, kind of robotic things, right? They're very mysterious. They feel like kind of a metaphor for something greater, but I couldn't tell you what the metaphor is. They're kind of the gods of this world, and the people don't really worship them. They're just kind of there. Sometimes they provide things, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they deem terrible stuff. They don't talk or do anything, but sometimes if somebody gets close to a Fal'Cie, am I even saying, I think I've got that wrong. No, I've got it right. They're called Fal'Cie. So if you get close enough to a Fal'Cie, they could turn you into a l'Cie. Again, the game does not really explain what these concepts mean, but they say these terms a lot at the start of the game, and it's really a lot to take in because you have no fucking clue what anyone is talking about. L'Cie is essentially a person that's been chosen by the Fal'Cie. They get given this weird mark on their arm, and a l'Cie is somebody who essentially has this purpose that they must fulfill, right? They don't know what the purpose is or what the goal is, but they have to fulfill it. Otherwise, they turn into this weird monster called a Seath. I hate all these terms. It feels so Kingdom Hearts. I don't like it. And a Seath is just this kind of weird monster that's no good. But if they do fulfill their goal, they turn into crystal. So which is better, a weird monster or eternity in a crystal? Is that even good? Who knows? But either way, people don't like the l'Cie. It's kind of this strange thing because their motivations are so up for question. What if the motivation they have is to destroy an entire city, right? So people are kind of averse to the l'Cie, on top of the fact that l'Cie are given extraordinary powers, like everything about them becomes amplified. So it kind of makes them these dangerous beings, where the government and the people don't really like l'Cie. Lightning is a character whose job, as she was essentially a soldier in the army, her whole job was to find and kill l'Cie, right? Part of the problem with that is that I'm gonna kill that cat. Part of the problem with that is that her sister Sarah, at some point, somehow, becomes a l'Cie. And she has trouble dealing with this and essentially is saying, like, I'm gonna kill you because you're l'Cie. So you have to stop being l'Cie or something. And she's like, I don't have a choice, I'm l'Cie now. Snow is voiced by Troy Baker.
Okay then. Volunteers front and center.
That's it. That's all I have to say about him. No. He loves Sarah and they're engaged. So he accepts Sarah for everything she is, even if she's a l'Cie. And so they're in love. But the kickoff in the story here is that Sarah seems to be on her way to a Fal'Cie for some reason, and Snow has his own motivations to go there and stop her because he loves her, and separate to that, Lightning is on her way to stop her, and they're two separate paths, right? They're in this, and this is where it kind of leads into one of my major issues with, I guess, the storytelling and the lore in this game, is that none of the environments feel real. This opening section, they're in this weird kind of place where like everything is purple, everywhere around them is purple, and they're just always on these kind of weird roads that just kind of seem to lead to nowhere, and it makes this world feel like this kind of dreamscape. Like you can't take anything they're saying seriously. They want to believe that their fates are in danger and like we have to protect this world and fight for what we believe in, but it doesn't, none of it feels real. You can't relate with what they're saying because they're in this weird dreamscape environment where it's like, what are you protecting? The fucking sky, like, and the road you're standing on? Like, it never feels real. And throughout the whole game, it's just that down the line. Final Fantasy X, as I said, like it was a straight line. You're always in these narrow corridors, and 13 is that as well, straight down the line. People were mad about 13 being like this, but they're not mad about 10 being like this. I don't understand why. My criticisms with 13 don't come from the fact that it's linear. I have no problems with that at all. It's just the fact that its linearity makes its entire world and lore and stakes hard to relate to and hard to come to terms with because it just feels like you're in a video game. What essentially happens in the story, so Snow, to start with Snow is on his way there. He's got his own gang of people who are helping him, so he's got this kind of little militia following him along, but he's also trying to recruit people as he goes, and so he meets this one group and he recruits one character, Hope. He recruits Hope's mom, and Hope is angry about this. He loves his mom, and now she's putting her life on the line, and she ends up dying. This leads to Hope's motivation being that he fucking hates Snow, because he sees Snow as this kind of cocky, show-off, like over-charismatic son of a bitch, doesn't take anything seriously, and takes no accountability for his actions, because as long as I'm being cool and fun, then that's all that matters. And so it kind of starts off with this criticism of charismatic leaders. I really like this arc with this character Hope because I like that it's essentially a criticism of these types of characters who are just the go-lucky, come on guys, come on, nothing too serious. And Hope as a character is to say like, this sucks, because all he's doing is encouraging these other people who don't know better to join his cause that he doesn't even really believe in, which is a fair criticism of the character, and I find that arc very, very interesting. But essentially what then happens is the group, they obviously all convolute together, which is Lightning, a character named Saz, not Doll, what? Saz, who's, he's Danny Glover from Lethal Weapon, for some reason.
I'm getting too old for this.
Why would he say that? I'm getting too old for this. Because he's a black man, so he has to say what Donald Glover says.
His motivation is that his son is the lessee, and he's trying to learn more or something? I don't know. At this point, he's just kind of going along for the ride. He has this tiny little chocobo with him that's beautifully animated. Like, I love how small this little chocobo is, and they put so much effort in having him like do these fun little poses and have fun with it. It's a good addition, I think. Along with Snow and Hope is a character named Vanille, who's Australian. Motivation's completely unknown at this point. But they all end up convoluting. They meet Sarah. When they all get together, Sarah immediately becomes Crystal, which becomes a big point in the game because they wonder what goal did she fulfill to turn into Crystal. We don't know. Was it that we came together? Was it that we don't like each other? Is it something that's going to come later? Like, it's all up for question. And in this moment, because they're so close to a fal'Cie and they end up kind of yelling at it, the fal'Cie turns all of them into lessee, including Lightning, right, who's anti-lessee. And this is the main kickoff of the game, is they don't understand what their goals are or what to do about being lessee. Because, like, do we accept the fact that we're going to become monsters? Do we figure out what our goal is? Is there a way to stop being lessee? And you see the characters all talk with each other and try to figure this out together. Like, just every possibility, every kind of scientific method they can come up with, they all discuss it. And this is kind of some of the best stuff in the game. Seeing characters' motivations and their arcs and the way they kind of problem solve is really interesting. You meet up with a character named Fang, who Vanille knows, and it turns out it's because they come from like the planet below Cocoon, and they were lessee and eventually got turned into Crystal and now have reawakened, right? Which is a big thing. Like, so what does that mean? That adds such an extra layer to the concept of being lessee that they have to try and figure out. I've got 4 minutes left.
No, don't tell me we're going back to Turnpike. Fuck. Ah, that sucks. That sucks. Fucking hell. What are we doing here, dude? This is fucking bizarre. What are you talking about? What was wrong with 12? So you gotta go... This is crazy. What the fuck is going on? I wish the text was this, like, low resolution. It is a bit of a shit port, isn't it?
It's a mess is what this is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I had to take a break because my memory card ran out of space. I don't remember where I was up to. But the main thing I kind of wanted to say about this game, I really like what it does with the characters. I've had a lot of conversations with people about this, and it's very like, some people don't like the characters but think the story is good. Some people think the characters are great but the story is bad. I'm kind of on the fence about that, right? Like, I think for the most part the story is okay. I like this idea of the characters trying to figure out their destiny. Like, they don't really know what's going to happen to them, why what's happened to them has happened, and they're trying to work out every aspect of that and how to get around it if they can. There's a kind of another chancellor council guy who's trying to stop them, who turns out that he's himself a falsee. He's trying to manipulate them to do one thing. They question whether everything he's saying is true or not. That stuff's pretty good. And I like the kind of arcs that go on. Like, I really like Lightning as a character. I love her arc of kind of being very serious and down the line, and, you know, things are the way they are and we can't question them, and eventually she learns to open up a little bit and become more of an emotional character and open herself up to other characters. Like, she's very closed off to Hope at the start, but eventually she comes to understand him and become better friends. Like, all that stuff is fantastic. I love Hope's thing with Snow. I love how it culminates because, like, I really agree with everything Hope is saying, but at the same time I quite like Snow in the sense that I like seeing what he says and does because he's a charismatic stupid bitch. Why is he always got a beanie on? Take it off, dickhead. Anyway, so all that stuff is great. The problem is it stops halfway through the game. You literally hit the halfway point where you go from Cocoon down to like this other planet that doesn't have any people on it, and the story stops. Like, literally everyone's arc and motivation wraps up. All of them. It all stops at this point. It's not that like, oh, they forgot it or it trailed off. The arc happens and it's done at the halfway point. And then it's just a lot of like wandering around and the characters kind of trying to figure out what to do, and it feels like meandering. It's not great. It gets really boring at this point. And this kind of leads into the combat, right? So Final Fantasy XIII goes back to the active battle system of the other games. It feels very X2 in its approach. It feels like it's trying to almost perfect what X2 was trying to be, but I think it doesn't work. People say that this game plays itself because the way the combat works is the game kind of chooses your character's moves for you. You kind of queue up what they're going to do, but the game makes those decisions for you based off of what stance your character's in, and secondly, what the enemy is weak to, right? So using like enemy scanning spells or items is like critical in this game because knowing an enemy's weakness helps the game kind of queue up more efficient moves, which is fine, but it makes it for a less interesting gameplay system. It doesn't feel Final Fantasy in its approach. It feels like this kind of weird thing. The main kind of thing you will be doing in this game is changing stances around. Sorry, my cat is freaking out as he always does. I just want him to go to sleep. I'm so tired. When I do, you set up a camera and he loses his mind for the entire day, that guy. He's looking at me now like he wants to kill me. Yeah, so it's kind of like you're trying to set up this kind of automatic combat system, and you're only ever controlling one character at a time. You never control the other members of your party. The only thing you can do is change their stance, but they choose the moves that they do always, which is a massive, massive change. If you're in Ravager stance, then that's how you do all your magic, like your fire, your ice, your lightning, whatever. That's how you do magic. The Commando stance is how you do your melee, which can have status elements, but you get closer to an enemy to do melee attacks. But then you have your medic, which is healing. You have saboteur, which is used to debuff enemies. And you have synergist, which is used to buff your party. It's all this kind of stuff, right? So trying to get the balance right against certain enemies is crucial, and you're kind of constantly changing stances through battles, because you might be using a commando attack to get the enemy to a certain point, and then you will swap stances to a magic attack to then build up their stagger. And that's another thing this game introduces, is the stagger meter. So enemies that are weak to certain attacks, if you use those attacks on those enemies, it'll build up their stagger. Once they're staggered, all your attacks will do, times 2, times 3, times 4 amount of damage. So the main thing you're doing against enemies is trying to build up their stagger meter to get them to stagger and then wail on them, essentially. And to do this is a lot of changing back and forth stances. Like magic attacks typically will always build up the stagger, but then the commando is how you then do your damage. It's then important, I guess, to debuff certain enemies or whatever else. To start off, this system works okay, right? It takes a while to get to the point where it works in the way I described, because it drip feeds it to you due to how kind of convoluted it would feel right away. But once you're there, you kind of get in this rhythm with it. You realize an enemy is weak to that. You do this, this, and this, and then swap to this and do this, this, and this, right? But again, you're using automatic attacks. In theory, it would work really well and be really fun and responsive, right? You're figuring out this puzzle with enemies, applying it, moving on. Problem is that the enemies in this game have massive health pools, and they can do so much damage, and it's very frustrating. It never feels like dying is your fault. It doesn't feel like that at any point, because an enemy will just use an attack on you. It'll kill one of your guys instantly, and you won't know what to do to defend against it. It just kind of happens, right? If they kind of drip feeded the damage a bit more, it would probably make a bit more sense. It's very frustrating all of the time, especially as it goes along and the enemies get more convoluted. Like the behemoths in this game are fucked. You have to defeat them by a certain point, otherwise they stand on their hind legs and they become just impossible, and it's shit.
Why are you fighting us? Fight the fucking thing that's gonna kill you all, please. This is the most ridiculous game I've ever seen. Oh my... Somebody made this. Somebody decided this is okay. This is garbage!
Because it's all timings based, right? Everything you do in the combat is based off the timing of everything. So the time you change stances and the time you input a move and all that, it all feels like really quick, and you have to be on top of it all the time. And it gets frustrating when you change stances, it plays this really long animation of them all doing a weird little pose and announcing what stance they're now in. All in the meantime, enemies in the background are wailing on you, all because your guys are too busy posing to actually do the attack that you're desperately wanting them to do. You might be so low on health and, oh, I need to swap to medic, and woohoo, I'm a medic now. I'm a synergist. I'm a commando. Oh, we're all dead.
Come on. Fuck, it's because you all gotta do your stupid little poses.
It never stops being frustrating, and especially later on in the game, it's just the worst, having to fight these big bosses where at any point the boss could just wipe you out because you were in the wrong stance at the wrong time. Whoops. It's not great. It's not a great combat system. It never feels fully fleshed out, and it always feels very, very imbalanced. On top of this, though, and this is a positive, is that I would say that the XP drip in this game is like near perfect. I never really had to do any grinding. I had the game on normal for a while until I got too frustrated, and then I swapped it to easy. But even then, that didn't change a whole lot. The combat is equally as frustrating. I don't really regret doing this. I would say that the combat is appropriately drip fed the experience, because I never had to grind. I never fought a boss where it just felt like I was too underleveled. It has this kind of weapon upgrade system that fucking sucks, but I mean, it never really got in the way, so it's hard to complain about. It just kind of this like, oh, I have to upgrade my weapons, I have to do this, and it's such a convoluted system that I could never wrap my head around. I just was like chucking the items you collect at the weapons, and the game's just like, and you're like, okay. I'm sitting here and I feel like there's more to talk about with this game. Like 13 in particular just took up so much of my time. It's such a long game. and then it kind of asks you to do these extra stuff at some point, and it's so linear, and it consumed so much of my frustrations. But I don't have anything else to say about it. The end of the game revolves around, I think Cocoon is about to get destroyed, but they save it by putting in this big crystal tower to keep it up. It turns out that Vanille and Fang are basically the ones in the tower helping keep it there, I think. The story doesn't stick out in my brain like a lot. Like I could tell you Ten's story like verbatim. Obviously I didn't because I want to save it for you, but I could. Oh, the Cid in this game is the youngest, sexiest Cid we've seen so far. So far. He is kind of a villain. He doesn't start off as a villain, but then he is a villain. I don't really like Cid's inclusion in this game. It feels like they put him in, they like had a character and then just named him Cid because he just basically rocks up to say, I'm the Cid in this game, and then that's it. You end up having a big boss fight with him, which was frustrating to begin with, but then I remember doing a move that killed him in like 2 hits somehow. Again, it all feels very chance-based.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, he just has that move that fucks you. Oh, you didn't prepare for that? The move that fucks you? You weren't ready for it? Christ, dude, who made this fucking god? Motherfucker, he didn't even get to transform this time. What is the balance in this game? Oh my god! That took 2 seconds and he didn't transform. What happened?
He wanted to stop the fates or something like that. He's a bad inclusion. He's a weak Cid entry, 100%. They want him to feel more important. In the sequels to this game, they bring him up a little bit. I don't really know why. He's useless. In the end, Sarah comes back to life. And this is important because obviously we're going to talk about 13 too. But yes, they bring back Sarah somehow. They defy the Fal'Cie, create a new system, I guess. It's all incredibly dramatic and well animated and interesting in the moment, but reflecting on it, I can't remember anything. So it didn't really stick out too much. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. It's not worth even really trying just to see. It kind of lulls you into a false sense of, oh, maybe this is okay, but then you'll hate it. Oh, I do want to mention the music. The music in 13 is just phenomenal. It's just some straight down the line, incredible music. I love this kind of Grimes-esque track that comes up that's quite ambient and cool. The battle music's quite exciting and it hypes you up, and even in the cutscenes, like they create these very emotional pieces. In terms of music, I think it's probably one of the best games. In terms of gameplay and story pacing, absolutely one of the worst. Again, this was a game I had good things to say. I liked the characters and their arcs. I just didn't like the pacing of it, and the combat is just so poorly thought out and poorly balanced. I don't know why they didn't give it a second pass at any point. It's frankly one of the worst combat systems in any of these games.
Fuck. Zero stars. Oh my god. It's so funny. Fuck yourself. It's so good.
So we've nearly cleared out this at this point. I think at this point it's kind of revealed some of my inner workings, and maybe some of you could work out the frustrating spots I've put some of these games. I find putting this together really difficult. I don't really know. These games are so complicated and convoluted, and like they're positives and negatives. It's hard to put something exactly where it needs to be. So we'll see. But yeah, I think this is an appropriate spot. We'll see what you guys think. I don't. Wow, I mean, my clothes are different. Like, my hair and my beard is different. Who knew that getting past 13 specifically, not even the entire trilogy, 13 would be the next upgrade. I mean, like, everything here is different. Probably like me, my demeanor. It's almost as if it's been months between the last segment and this, but that couldn't possibly be true. It couldn't possibly. I gotta be honest, this 13 trilogy, this was probably the most daunting thing of this whole series. Like, after finishing 13, the fact that there was 2 more games frankly scared the shit out of me. I was like, I don't know if I can even get through this. Like, this is a whole thing. 13-2, and especially after the horror that is 10-2, just the abysmal horror that was that game. I thought if that sequel is anything to do with this sequel, I'm gonna well, you know.
Let's keep moving. If we learn more about the rock, then we'll know more.
If we know more about the rock, then we'll know more. Brother, what?
Tell me, how many years has it been since Ragnarok appeared and Cocoon fell?
Well, it's 3 a.m. So that was 3 years ago.
Me.
Fucking hell.
700 years.
So 13-2, the story starts off, right? So at the end of 13, it ends with Lightning and all the crew saved Cocoon, where they've created a big crystal spire to keep Cocoon floating in the air, and those 2 Australians had to sacrifice themselves, I guess, to keep it there, right? But Lightning's still alive, and Sarah, her sister, has come back to life too, and they have a big hug, and all is well. Hooray, the world is safe, and Sarah is safe, etc., etc. Well, 13-2 starts, and it starts roughly the same, but essentially Sarah turns away from Lightning at a point and then turns back, and Lightning is gone. She was never there, and everyone's like, what do you mean you just hugged Lightning? She's never been there. She sacrificed herself for the Crystal Spire. And Sarah's like, what in the fucking goddamn fuck are you talking about? She feels confused by this and kind of goes home, and I guess months or years pass or something, and time moves on. Eventually there's a few different time dilations that happen that don't make sense. And Sarah's like, what's going on? Why am I the only one that can see these inconsistencies? Then we kind of flash to this kind of alternate realm where Lightning is fighting a guy named Caius, and they're having this big fight in this alternate realm.
Whoa, where are we going? Oh, shit, I gotta deal with that. Oh.
The goddess made a wise choice.
She gave you cinematic action.
Keeping up.
Keeping up with my cinematic action. Oh, cinematic actionness.
Predictable.
I can see it in the cinematic
Now
action.
it's my turn.
Damn it, your cinematic action is stronger than mine. Oh, straight up crash. Wow.
And suddenly a guy named Noel appears from the fucking sky and helps Lightning, right? After the big fight, Lightning says, Noel, you have to go back to the normal timeline and help Sarah to save the timelines or whatever. As I'm describing this, it sounds annoying and bad and convoluted, but to be completely and totally honest with you, I really like this. I think it's a fun thing to do, to just say, yeah, everything that happened in the first game, just forget it. We're doing something different now. It doesn't matter. I kind of like that. I think it's kind of fun to just like go completely sideways. And what's especially good about this game to me is the fact that it's more of a shorter, kind of more condensed story. You don't have a big cast of party members like you do in the other games. It's just Sarah and Noel. And on top of that, you get to hire or collect these little monsters. Like the enemies you fight can become your party members, and you can upgrade them like normal party members. They each have their own bonuses and stuff like that, and so you can always have like 3 different monsters equipped. You can give them their own names. You can name them yourself. You can put a little hat on them. It's just top quality stuff. Like, this is the best aspect of the game. 100%. I love a game that gives you a little monster and then lets you dress up with it. Like, that's so fucking good. And it never stops being so fucking good.
Come on now. Come on.
Now, I had a lot of complaints about 13's combat. The enemies had too much health. When you change stances, it takes a really long time and can ruin the flow, and it can be really annoying to fight the same enemies over and over again, even if you get into some kind of rhythm. Fighting the same motherfucker over and over and over again, doing the exact same tactic, trying to play the exact same timings for a game that feels almost somewhat random. It's annoying, and it sucks. And I went into this game, and this game's combat is exactly the same as 13's, and I thought, uh-oh, this sucks. But all of those complaints have actually been fixed. When you swap stances, there's no longer this like longer animation that plays. That's entirely gone. Enemies are a bit more reasonable with their health. There's not these big health pools that you have to fucking pull your hair out over. That's gone. And fights, to me, seem to flow a little better. It seems to hope that you have a basic understanding of the stance system, and doesn't really ask that much of you that 13 did, where 13 asked you to know exactly what stance you need to be in at all aspects of the fight. 13.2 is kind of like, well, what stances do you enjoy? Just do those. It kind of makes it a more enjoyable game. Like, to be honest with you, I actually liked 13.2 more than 13, which is kind of shocking. I was not expecting that. I mean, it's not a great game, but I ended up kind of liking it a bit more, and how it's a bit different. You go into this weird, like, series of menus where there's, like, a voiceover lady.
The ancient city of...
You know, mission select, 20,000 AD.
Ever, Grand Pulse, a land that bears the scars of ancient war.
It's so weird, and I'm a big fan of it. Obviously, there isn't, like, the big open world that you're used to in Final Fantasy. It isn't the kind of party members in the back and forth as such that you're used to. But it's kind of a fun new take, because you kind of can go deep in the future and see certain things. You can go in the past. And the game is kind of all about time travel and time dilation. You're always trying to affect one thing in the past. It might affect something in the future. Something in the future might affect something in the past. The game tells you kind of what missions you're meant to go on, but you also trying to collect certain things to move on or get more powerful. I find that interesting. I like kind of seeing how they problem solve these certain things, and like I kind of found the ending pretty satisfying because they try to explain every single little aspect of what's happening. In terms of Final Fantasy games, it is absolutely at the higher end of complexity when it comes to its stupid, convoluted story. 100%. It very much dips into Kingdom Hearts territory in that, like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so the story is this, right? And I actually really like the story, but it is convoluted. Caius is the villain. He is trying to essentially stop time from existing. I think. Because of a lady named Yule. He has been trying to protect Yule across multiple timelines, meaning he's tried to protect multiple Yules. Like, he talks about how he knew a Yule that was like an incredible singer, one that was really good at math, one that was good at art, some that were nice, some that were abrasive, etc., etc. And he loves all of them, all these Yules. But in every single timeline, a Yule dies. And it's because Yule has a special ability where she can see into the future. And it happens at random. And her ability to see into the future causes her to die. Why? They don't know. It's just how it works. If you're a future person, you die eventually after seeing the future too many times. And so Caius thinks if he can stop the future from existing, that'll save Yule, which is kind of crazy, but you understand that he's been around at this point probably for thousands of years protecting thousands of Yules, so you can understand why he's probably lost his mind at this point. It tries to make him more of a tragic villain, you know? He's not trying to kill humanity because humanity reeks of evil or whatever. He's trying to save one woman. Just one. Noel, on the other hand, I think he just wants to save the world, or he wants to save Lightning. Something like that. He also has some connection with Yule. Caius and Noel come from the same extremely distant future where the world like ends at the end. But yeah, that's the game. There's a lot of jumping around and trying to... What's Caius doing? Why is he doing it? How do we stop him? What timeline? Why does the timelines diverge? How do we get them to come back together? That's essentially the game.
So maybe we should ask if anyone else is missing stuff.
Let's head to the house and find out.
What?
In a way, I wish I had more to say about this game. I really liked its story, and playing it to the end, like, most of these games I hit a point where I'm like really angry or it gets way too hard and I just get really frustrated. That doesn't really happen here until the very final boss. And even then, I kind of hit a point of panic because I was like, uh-oh, I'm not leveled enough and I can't really be bothered going back through the game. I essentially figured out the boss's kind of pattern, what you're meant to do, and I beat it. And it took a fucking long time. Like literally, the boss battle itself took forever. But I did it. It felt really good. I'm glad I did it. I didn't have to cheat in any way or pull out any bullshit. I beat the game.
Did I do it? Oh my fucking god, I did it. Oh my fucking god, I did it. Oh god. Thank god. I was straight up gonna cheat.
It's good. It's a fun game. I like the story. The combat flows nicely. You do get some choices here and there, which don't really amount to anything, but you can make a few choices. The aesthetics here are kind of interesting in that each timeline kind of changes. You know, like you go to one place and it'll be the distant future of that one place, so everything's kind of different than 1,000 years prior. It might be dark and rainy with like zombies around, or it might be kind of normal and pleasant. And it kind of adds this kind of sad undertone to places where you've been to the future and you've seen it desolate and then gone back to the past and seen it thriving. And it kind of adds this fun context to each location. Even though they're reusing the same locations, it gives it different context and makes it quite fun and interesting. Unlike X-II, which just simply reuses the same locations from the first game and does nothing interesting with them. I also find it interesting that it goes for the same, because X-II has this system of like collecting monsters and trying to upgrade them and add them to your party. But that didn't appeal to me in that game. I said, fuck that. I'm not fucking doing that goddamn bullshit. But in this game, it makes it fun. Something about it is funner. Well, I don't know why they went for the same system for both sequels. I find that kind of weird, but they did it, and I think it's good. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna kill me for it? Beat me up? You're gonna beat the shit out of me for liking X-II? 13-2? Fuck, I don't like X-II. It's there, remember? Now, I do have to... Now, this is a spoiler, right? But I am gonna say how the game ends. Throughout the game, Sarah kind of discovers that she has the ability to see the future as well. This bears no connection to Yule. It's not to say that she's Yule in any way, but she has the ability to look into the future a little bit. It happens once. I think she doesn't really see much, but then at the end of the game, after they defeat Caius and they save the world and the timelines are back where they should be, I think, Sarah looks into the future and dies, and it's very sad and sudden, and obviously Lightning has returned to the normal world and timeline instead of this weird heaven thing she was in before. I think Valhalla maybe is what they said, but no, it's then Sarah dies, and then it says, like, tune in next time to the next Final Fantasy XIII game to see how the story concludes. And this is important to mention, just for what we're about to get into after this. I actually really like XIII. I think it's good. Obviously, in terms of the scale, this is somewhat on the lower end. I found putting this together really hard. It's like an impossible task. Obviously, it's lower than 8. And I had a lot of negative things to say about 8, but 8 intrigued me with its story. I was invested in it from start to finish. I was more involved in that than I was XIII. Like, XIII was really fun. I found its story interesting, but at no point was I, like, gripped. There was no kind of moments with the combat that really grabbed me or had like a moment, because a lot of these games have moments of going like, oh, I figured this out, like, oh, look, that worked good with that, oh, this party member can do this, I can set this up with this. 13 doesn't really have that. Neither of the 13 games do, because of the systems and how combat kind of just works automatically. It's number 11 on this list of 17, so on the lower end, but I mean, I did like it.
Look at the Oakleys.
Now, you may also be wondering, Jed, you left the Final Fantasy XIII 2 on a cliffhanger, right? The game ends on a big cliffhanger. What's gonna happen in the next game? How do they rectify it? Let's take a walk. Okay. Do you need anything? You want a tea or a coffee? No? Did you want to play a board game? I've got hands. Okay, all right. I'll get to the point. Fine. I didn't finish lightning returns. I didn't. Look, I couldn't finish lightning returns. It didn't anger me. It wasn't too hard. It just fucking sucks. Just one of the shittest games I've ever played in my entire life, and I couldn't put up with it. You know, I got it. Like, look, here it is, right? Here's the game. So remember I was saying 13-2 ends on a big cliffhanger. Sarah is dead, and you're wondering, oh man, what's gonna happen next? Lightning returns. You play as Lightning. She's now a servant of God, which is deathly out of character, and it takes place 500 years after the events of 13-2. So everything you're excited about is now done, right? Whatever, we move on. In Lightning Returns, you play as Lightning, who is a servant of God, and she is tasked with redeeming everyone's souls, because God is trying to create a new world for some reason. And your task is to redeem the souls that are worth redeeming to bring to the new world, right? That's the game. There isn't a level up system per se. You just kind of naturally get your stats boosted from saving people's souls. Doing that is a series of a million side quests, as well as accomplishing little achievements like, you know, fight 5 fucking enemies, or, you know, that's it.
Why did he say that?
Now look, there's actually 5 pieces of story content, 5 main quests, right? To do the 5 main quests, which is to, like, I don't know, fight Noel and figure out why he hates you, go find Snow and talk to him about why he's not wearing a beanie anymore, go find Saz and ask him why Dodge is asleep. The game takes place in real time, right? There's a constant clock. You can do things to, like, slow it down, but you can't really reverse it. Each time you do a main quest, your timeline gets extended, etc. So at maximum, you have 13 days to do everything in the game, right? And you think, oh man, that almost sounds stressful. Again, there's 5 main quests. To do the 5 main quests, literally, takes roughly 5 to 6 days, which means you then have 7 more days of nothing. And you might think, okay, well, I'll just use the, like, time skip feature to skip right to the end after that. No. You can, but you will be severely underleveled. So doing that is a waste of time.
Hey, it's voiceover Jed here. I believe I've got things backwards here. I say that the game takes 5 hours. That's actually wrong. The game overall takes about 10 to 15, but there is another 10 to 15 more grinding. So that part's correct, but the baseline hours I give is wrong. So take everything I'm saying here with a grain of salt.
What the game asks of you is to spend 15 hours, because to get the main quests done, it takes roughly 5, right? The main content in the game is 5 hours, but the game forces you to play it for 20, because those last 15 hours are meant to be you grinding, going and doing shitty little side quests, going and doing these little accomplishments just to boost your stats, because the last mission in the game is fucking horse shit. And I haven't even talked about the combat, you know? The combat in this game, initially it's its greatest strong suit. It's the first Final Fantasy game to go full action RPG, right? It's, you know, it's way ahead of Final Fantasy XVI in that regard. Not that we're there yet. So you play as Lightning, just Lightning, you don't have any party. You can essentially keybind her moves. So you have your average light attack or your heavy attack or whatever, but all of this is attached to whatever piece of clothing she's wearing. Right? And you can have 3 pieces of clothing attached, so there is this kind of weird dress-up element to the game. Each time you do an attack or a magic thing or something, it uses up like this AP bar. So when that AP bar is empty, then you swap to a different outfit mid-battle and do whatever. So sometimes you're trying to chain things along so you don't run out of AP. You can stun an enemy and then wall up on them and, like, do all this kind of shit, right? So magic is typically what you do to stun enemies, and then melee is your basic attack, etc., right? That's the basics of the game, and you're only really ever fighting one enemy at a time. It's rare for you to fight more than one enemy. I don't like this combat system. It's tedious, drags out the game, and some enemies you just never figure out what works for them. Like, you'll just always run out of AP before you can do any big damage to them. And it sucks because you fight a lot of enemies, they just randomly appear all the fucking time. And what's also frustrating is it seems like fighting them doesn't even level you up. Like, there's no real benefit to fighting the enemies in this game, which I think is a major hindrance. There's no benefit to fighting the enemies because you level up from doing quests, which usually, more often than not, have nothing to do with fighting. So you're just running around this fucking open environment, going and doing little menial tasks for these fucking people. Go over here and buy some medicine from a store and then bring it back to me. Go and find my fucking son who's a food critic. Oh, I'm a food critic and my dad's this food is amazing. What do you mean it's my dad? Fuck. Go catch my wife cheating on me or something. Like, oh my god. Again, 15 hours of this fucking shit. 15 hours. You know, I hit a point where I realize I've done all the content in the game. All I need to do is the last bit, but I can't do it without grinding for 15 hours and my brain goes into a fucking spin. Like, do I value myself so little as to sit here and play this fucking garbage for 15 hours? Is my self-esteem so low, my self-worth is just at the pits of the bottom of everything, that I'm gonna spend 15 hours with this fucking awful game I don't enjoy playing, doing these menial tasks, running around this empty environment, doing nothing, just so I can see the ending of this awful trilogy? No, I'm not gonna do it. I value myself more than that. I am worth something in this world, as it turns out, and I'm not spending it, the little life I have, playing fucking Lightning Returns, okay? Also, why does she look like a worm lady in some outfits? Like, what the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Why does she look like that? I don't think I've seen anyone point it out. Like, she's got this little head on this weird worm body. Like, what is this? It's not even like, oh, this is setting a bad standard for women. It's just like, what the fuck is this? How did no one see this and go, oh, sorry, this looks fucked. Let's take another attempt at this. Like, she shouldn't have the body of a fucking weird worm woman. I don't find even talking about the story beats worth it. Like, I don't know why they made this game. I have no idea. And I don't like being this negative about games because I consider it an art form, you know? Obviously, there's a lot of entertainment value in yelling about games, but I don't like engaging in that. I just find this game baffling. Like, obviously, there was some studio meddling to say, like, oh, well, you've got 5 hours of content, find a way to drag it out to 20 hours because that's what a Final Fantasy game is, at least. And I just find that so damaging because the concept of the persistent clock is kind of interesting. Like, I was into that to begin with. I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like, I have to kind of dally out my tasks and figure out what I have to do day to day. But then you quickly realize, oh no, this is in place to extend the game out. It's not actually an interesting mechanic. It's just bullshit. And you kind of think, oh, a Final Fantasy game where fighting enemies is like a downplayed element. Like, that's kind of interesting. I wonder what they do with that. Nothing. You still have to fight enemies because they block your path, but you don't really get anything from it except for like items, which you then give to, like, oh my god. So I didn't finish it. As soon as I hit this point, it was about the 5 to 7 hour mark, and I realized that I needed to grind for an extra 15 hours. I said, no, I'm not doing this. I had a lot of conundrums about it. I felt very guilty, because I thought, well, I was going to do all of these regardless of the hurdles. But then I thought, why would I do this to myself? This is too big a hurdle for no return, because even if I do the 15 hours, I have nothing to fucking say about this game that's of any worth. There's nothing to say about the story that's cool. The world is like nothing. I hate these big environments. You spend so much time in this game just going from point to point. Your movement speed is not very fast, and the locations are always extremely far away from each other, so you have to run for like a long time. And even when you get a chocobo, that doesn't help either. I didn't finish Lightning Returns, and I don't feel bad placing it on the board where I've placed it. It's the worst game in the series, in the mainline series, like by far. I wouldn't even go back to finish it. I watched the end cutscene. It goes on for like half an hour, and it came away with nothing to say about it. Obviously, it turns out God is bad, you end up fighting God, and then you go to the new world without God. That's it. Obviously, Sarah comes back to life, I guess, in some regard. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit game. I have nothing to say about it, even if I had done the 20 hours.
Huh? You? Who am I? You? Who am I?
So now we move on. So obviously we jump over Final Fantasy XIV because Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO and I'm not interested in that. One of my friends was trying to get me to play it and it looked fun, but fuck, I'm not sinking 100 hours into a game for this. 50, sure. 100? Go fuck yourself. XV has a very tumultuous development cycle, right? It was stuck in development hell for like ever. But I'm not going to talk about any of that. I'm not talking about it. I don't care. I mean, it's the one thing people bring up with this game. The main thing they had mapped out was like the weapon wheel system. And people were intrigued by that, but then the game took forever to come out. And that's okay. I think it's good. I mean, obviously you can kind of guess where it is here on the list, given that everything else is revealed at this point. I quite like Final Fantasy XV. I had a really good time with it. I think it tries some really interesting things. The main thing it's lacking, and even then in this, it's really not that big of a deal for the grand scale of the game. Its story is lacking. It doesn't feel like its story is fleshed out as it should be. And I think it makes a lot of mistakes in how it presents its story and its timeline, essentially. But we'll get into it. So, in Final Fantasy XV, you play as Noctis, right? The game seems to have this theme of like sleeping. I couldn't tell you what any of that means or what it has to do. Again, the story is not fleshed out. So if it did have something to do with sleeping, I couldn't tell you. But you play as Noctis, right? He is the prince of a greater kingdom. What's the name of that kingdom? I can't remember. But it's a big, nice kingdom. They've got a big like barrier that protects them and a beautiful thriving city, right? His dad, I believe played by Sean Bean, sends Noctis away because Noctis is going off to marry the princess of the like rival kingdom, because they've had this like centuries old rivalry and feud and war, and if Noctis marries her, then the feud is over and the kingdoms can like become one and coexist. While on his way there to marry her, Noctis's dad's kingdom gets attacked by the rival kingdom, and it ends up like basically destroying the whole kingdom. Noctis's dad gets murdered in the whole thing, which now means Noctis is the king. But everyone assumes that he's dead. After the big hullabaloo that happens, everyone assumes Noctis must be dead, but he's off gathering his own whatever to come back and reclaim the kingdom, right? So the idea of the game is that Noctis is learning to become a king in his travels. You know, it's very Dune. The setting of the world, it's kind of like a futuristic modern day. I know that sounds fucking crazy what I said. It's futuristic modern day. That's kind of what it is. They're driving like Audis and like normal cars around, but at the same time they've got all this sci-fi shit. Like that's just kind of the aesthetic they went for here, and I'm into it. I think it's kind of fun. This game's main focus is an open world, and it has a lot of fun systems, right? You know what? Before I get into that, I want to get something off my chest about this game. I really do. Final Fantasy XV had a movie come out that was meant to kind of explain the events between Noctis leaving and then coming back, right, and discovering that the kingdom's been attacked. That movie was called Kingsglaive. And this movie gets really bad reviews. Like the most typical thing I saw was like 3s and 4s, and it's people say it's really bad. I decided to watch it because I figured, well, at the very least, it's got some fun CGI. I have to be honest with you guys. This movie fucking rips. I really liked it. I think out of all of my takes in this video, this is the most controversial thing I'll say. Final Fantasy XV Kingsglaive is an incredible movie. It's so much fun. The CGI and everything looks beautiful. Like, it has these gigantic battles that just look stunning. The action in it all makes sense. It's all explained and clear. All the characters are pretty well fleshed out and interesting to see, and to have this movie that's just like a non-stop action movie from start to finish, it makes it really interesting, because then it kind of plays a greater context in the game. And people say, well, I don't want to watch a shitty movie to play the game. You don't have to. It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? Don't watch it then. You can play the game without seeing the movie and you'll be completely fine. I just think it's a great movie. I mean, I love every time somebody throws the sword and they like teleport to where their sword is. That's done perfectly, and it never stops being cool. They use it so much. It's not kind of like, oh, look at this cool thing we can do. Anyway, like, no, they do it throughout the entire film, and it looks awesome. And there are these big, like, fight scenes that are really well choreographed and put together. I don't know. Kill me in the street for saying this. Murder me in my sleep. I will defend this movie till my dying breath. Great fucking movie. If you're gonna kill me for thinking this, I don't care. This is the hill I will literally die on. Anyway, with this review now tainted, we'll continue.
The vehicle was attacked.
A reference to Girl Interrupted? Okay.
The main gameplay of Final Fantasy XV is interacting with this kind of big open world. It has these big themes of like camping and hanging out. Noctis has 3 bros that are meant to be his like bodyguards. You know, they're like the royal guards, but they're his bros. Like, let's be honest. Those are his best friends. They're his bros. They sleep together. They cook meals together. They take photos and selfies of each other. I mean, they're the bros. That's good. I love that. Whenever you go out in the world and kind of do quests and fight enemies and do all of this, you accumulate XP, but you don't level up until you go to sleep. Essentially, if you go do, you know, interact with the camping element. After going to sleep and waking up again, that's when all of your experience points you've accumulated get banked, and you level up from there. What's fun about this is there's kind of multipliers that can be added based off of food you eat at camp. It makes it beneficial to kind of try to get as many quests done in one go as possible, because if you currently have like a ×2 multiplier, when you then go to camp, it's just like all these points you get like ×2. And so you want to accumulate as much XP as you can before going to bed, right? And it makes it this game that's kind of very side quest heavy. And I'm okay with that. I mean, the side quests in this game are pretty fun, and I like the driving, because you can just hand it off to one of the other characters and be like, oh, you take care of it. You're driving now. You drive everywhere. In a way, this can take some time. If you've been to a location before, you can like fast travel, which is good. But if not, like, you can be sitting there for like 10 minutes as the car drives itself to the next destination. It's kind of boring, but at the same time, it also has the soundtrack, and you have to find them, but it has the soundtrack of almost every other Final Fantasy game. So it's just like you're driving with your bros, listening to the Final Fantasy IX soundtrack and feeling great. It's a really fun game. I like that aspect to it quite a bit. As 15 in a way serves as like this higher acknowledgement of the Final Fantasy franchise. It harbors all of the like classic enemies you've seen in all the other Final Fantasy games. The Iron Giants, you know, behemoths, slimes, all that. Like, it tries to get all of the classic ones in. I will say though, and I don't know what this is, I feel like I've seen other people say this before, the enemies don't have any audio. They don't make any grunts or sounds or like splishes or splashes.
Get back!
The fights can be really quiet because the enemies don't make any noise, and it's really jarring and weird. I would want to know what, you know, a slime sounds like when you hit it. I want to know what the imps and the goblins say and do when you fight them. Like, what does an Iron Giant sound like? Does it make like a roar? You never know. It doesn't matter. Some of those more classic enemies also come out at night. The Iron Giants, they're demons. They're connected to the dark world, right? So this game has an element of like night and day. Towards the end of the game, you kind of learn that the villains want the world to permanently become night. So yeah, you see a lot more of those classic enemies come out. Combat in this game is fun. It's another one that falls into the trap of people saying, oh, it's just a game that plays itself. You just hold down the B button until the game's over. I don't really agree with that. Of course, it's a bit more interesting. So combat works is like, obviously you enter a combat like zone and you basically just hold down the attack button to keep attacking an enemy. But each enemy is weak to a specific weapon type. So you've got like a spear, a sword, like a gun, and daggers, and each one's weak to a different thing. So if you're fighting an enemy, you'll have to like switch between weapons depending on what enemy you're fighting. And it feels really cool and it looks really flashy on the screen. Like all the animations that play out are really fun. There's obviously a dodge. If an enemy attacks you, you can dodge out of the way and get certain bonuses for dodging out of the way on time. And you have, of course, you can throw your weapon and then teleport to wherever you threw it. That can be really fun because you can kind of throw it to a high point to go up and regain health, and then throw it down, and the farther away you are to the enemy that you threw the weapon at is the more damage you'll do. And so it has this really fun kind of flashy element where you're kind of teleporting in, teleporting out, fight, dodge, you know, doing a combo move, whatever. But the main difference as well is that you can't really control your party members, which is new for the series for the most part, which is kind of a shame in a way. I mean, this is a series about controlling all your party members. I can see people being upset about that, but that's the direction they went in. Every Final Fantasy game has a different combat system. They all try different things and change their formula in some way. Now we're seeing kind of wilder variations of the Final Fantasy formula. I can see why it challenges some fans, but at the same time, I think those other games still exist and they're very easily accessible. You can play all of them without issue. We don't need every Final Fantasy game to be the same. There's 16 of them. You know what I mean? Yeah, but this combat system is fun. It feels flashy. Fighting the bigger enemies becomes kind of interesting because you have to kind of think a little bit more about your moves. In the smaller enemy fights, you can just hold down the attack button until all the enemies are dead, right? But in the bigger fights, it becomes a bit more challenging. You have to think about your dodges and when to attack, when not to attack, etc. And I found the late game here really frustrating because you fight boss fight after boss fight after boss fight, and the game is really not good at telegraphing what you're meant to be doing. Like, is now a good time to attack? Is now not a good time to attack? I don't know. It's not, you know, it doesn't have that Dark Souls level of like, okay, I'm gonna do, here comes big swing, so get ready to dodge. Like, it doesn't have that. It's just kind of like, whack! And so, like, the late game, I was using so many potions. I was bringing people back to life so much because I just had no clue what I was doing. And it, like, I played a lot of this game. I didn't really rush through it. I should have been the exact level I needed to be, but I just kept getting my ass swallowed. I still beat the game normally. You know, I didn't have to do anything extra to finish it, but, like, it just felt so painful, those last few enemies and fights, because it's just like, what do you want from me? The magic in this game is kind of weird as well, and it's just more of a personal thing that didn't work for me. Like, you kind of have to construct the magic, and then you only get limited magic spells, and it's usually just fire, ice, electricity. You just construct the magic, and then you throw it. And it does a lot of damage, each one you kind of do. Like, it's a big deal, but I don't like that. I like having magic that you can just do. That's just me, though, I guess. I don't know. You also get summons, because as the game goes, you interact with Final Fantasy XV's higher beings. Like, you find Titan, you find Ruma, and you can summon Ruma, and, like, his summon is crazy. Like, he's just this massive fucking thing in the sky, and he electrocutes the shit out of everything you're fighting. It's crazy. I really like this game's sense of scale. Whenever it shows, like, the bigger beings and their place in the world, they're massive and they're frightening. Like, the whole thing with Titan is incredible. I love that he's, like, holding up this thing and you're fighting him, and, like, Noctis is getting really frustrated because Titan is trying to say things to him and he doesn't understand. And he's like, fuck this. Like, what? I don't know what you want from me. I don't know why you're attacking me, but also helping me. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I like that. I like seeing somebody just confused at their circumstance and angry. I think that, yeah, it's that kind of stuff in the game that works well. And it's why its story not being fleshed out enough kind of feels frustrating, because it feels like they constructed a really thorough world. Like, this world is really well thought out. It's bustling with, like, NPCs and that. You can see how everything kind of works. The story here is quite lacking. Like, what I said at the start about what the story is That's essentially the whole game. Like, obviously you interact with kind of certain people here and there, and Noctis is just trying to like find these shrines to get like the royal weapons, or, you know, harness the power of the gods to be able to take out his enemies. Like, it's just kind of stuff like that. Because a lot of the game is him dealing with the fact that like his father is dead, but now all this responsibility is put on him, and like, he's like frustrated and confused by this whole thing because he wants to grieve his father, but he doesn't have time. That stuff's really interesting, and it's really well thought out and fleshed out, I think. This game has, I think, one of the best examples of, I guess, immersive gameplay, and how the gameplay itself is being used to guide the player how they're meant to feel, right? And this is a bit of a spoiler. After a big fight sequence, Ignis gets attacked, he gets a lot of damage done to his eyes, and he is partially blind. And this is kind of a frustrating moment for Noctis because his best friend, one of his best friends, is injured, and he cares about his friends, and he feels sad that, you know, this has happened to someone. But at the same time, Ignis is meant to serve as a guard to Noctis, you know, and in being blind like this, he can't serve him. He's essentially a liability to the group in a empirical sense. But Ignis is his best friend, and the group is kind of frustrated with Noctis because they want Noctis to see them as their friends. Like, you know, they're all best friends. Like, sure, Ignis is hurt, and it means he's slowing the group down, but that shouldn't matter because we're just trying to get through this together, right? And Noctis is kind of frustrated by this, and then in the gameplay sense, you're trying to kind of explore this little swampy area, but if you move too quickly, the group gets really angry with you because you're meant to slow down and kind of wait for Ignis to catch up because he can't move very fast, he can't see where he's going, everyone's trying to kind of guide him along. And so as a player, you start to feel frustrated because you want to just run around and explore this area and like fight enemies, but you can't. A liability to the group, and arguably your most useful member, is injured. And so it's kind of like this thing of like, I feel bad that this has happened to this guy, but he's slowing down the game at this point. And so you have this internal struggle as a player where it kind of feels bad to play and it feels frustrating, but like that's the point. I found that moment really effective because how you're feeling as a player would be exactly how Noctis is feeling. I found that to be a really kind of clever design in the game, but it kind of goes for an hour or two and then it's gone, and that's it. And you never really see a moment like that in any of these games ever again. Now, the biggest mistake I think it makes is not having, and I feel like they're trying to do something like this, but it just didn't fall through, right? The game is obviously you exploring this kind of area and this world and leveling up and gaining experience and all this. In between missions, there is like a time passes, but it's only every a few weeks, right? So you never see the characters like physically change or grow. At a certain point in the end game, Noctis gets locked away for, I think it was 10 years or something like that, 10 or 20 years. And when he comes back, the world has been like enshrouded in darkness, and he's finally realized that he's grown enough to now claim his kingship. He is the king of this land. He's trying to put together everything he's learned and how he's grown and like etc. etc. This doesn't work. It doesn't work because he was away for 20 years. He hasn't gained any experience in that time. He hasn't gained anything. He was locked away. And I think even then it's a time jump even for him, I believe. What has he learned in that time? Nothing. He's just physically changed. You don't feel this sense of like, oh my god, the journey we've been through to get here. You don't feel that in any way because it's a time jump. Like, you went from a little twinkie teenage boy to grown man. Like, you need to see the change for that to be effective. And in that jump, it just completely robs that feeling of progression. What the game should have done instead is that after every episode or so, have it be a year jump or something like that, so you can physically see the characters get older. And obviously this would add production time onto the game. They'd have to model each character getting older. I understand that's hard, but even then, like, even just have their clothes changed, give them facial hair, something like that, something simple and easy, so you get a sense of progression. It feels like these guys have been traveling for years. It can feel like that instead of it just being like, oh yeah, it was like a month and then 10 years went by. Like, that's nothing. Have the game take place over 10 years get to the 10-year point, and then as a player, you feel like you've been on this long journey. You've seen these characters age and grow up and mature, and now they're ready to fight the kind of greater evil of the world. It would feel really good, and it would help flesh the story out that little bit more. Noctis has this whole kind of love thing with this other character. He doesn't really see her, and you don't really feel anything because you don't understand their relationship as a viewer. You've seen them send letters back and forth to each other, and you've seen them interact as kids, but it's not like, you know, Final Fantasy X, where you see that relationship grow and change and then feel something by the end. It just kind of feels like nothing. And all of this sounds very harsh, right? Like, I've said a lot of complaints, but this open world system is so much fun to engage with. And everything with the car and your friends, and like the cooking and collecting resources and the quests, and you do these bounties and like all this, it makes it a really fun game, and it's an easy game to recommend because it's so simple and easy, and the story isn't gonna cave your head in. I think Final Fantasy XV is a top quality game. It was one of my favorites to play, it was one I was really excited to get to, and I think it's aged really well. It's quite high up, I know. For a game that I had a lot of kind of negative things to say, it's weird that it's above 4. I just, on a visceral level, like something that doesn't really come to words, I just enjoyed playing 15 more. You know, like 4 was great, it was the best out of those pixel games. There's still a part of me that feels a sense of pain playing it because of the game itself. 15 is fun, its characters are fun, the story is nothing, but the open world is fun to interact with, and the combat is really punchy and nice.
Get on the... Knock this! Knock this!
Let's go.
So, here we are. The inspiration behind the whole video, really. I mean, I wanted to play Final Fantasy XVI. I really liked it conceptually, and I thought it would be kind of fun to try and play every Final Fantasy game before playing 16, right? So initially when I started this, I wasn't planning on making it a video, I just figured I'll just play all of them. But then as it kind of went, I figured it'll be more beneficial for my life if I try to make something out of this, right? So getting here, like, these games are so big and they're so vast, and to be honest, I don't really know how I committed myself to play all 17 of these games, because like I'm someone who starts games and then doesn't finish them, right? But I think that was kind of the challenge. I figured if I can beat every Final Fantasy game, there's no excuse to not beat any other game I start. And so in a way I get kind of emotional at this point, because it's really been a journey to get here. I mean, I bought 16 at an incredibly low price at the time by trading in a bunch of games at EV Games, and I've had the game like in stock for forever, and like now we're finally here, and it's like, man, there's nothing after this. This is the end. I saw some middling reviews for 16. Some Skill Up, for example, didn't like the game.
Final Fantasy 16 is very linear, very narrow, very dour, and in my view, not a lot of fun.
I saw a lot of people saying like, oh, it's a game that plays itself, which they fucking say about every fucking Final Fantasy game that comes out. Oh, it's just a game that plays itself. This is the least true. So yeah, I mean, if you've got to this point in the video, all I can really do is thank you. Like the shoot has taken several months, and I think partially it just means like once I've shot everything, there's nothing else, you know, I can move on with my life after Final Fantasy, but with it there, it still takes a place in my mind. And maybe that's part of the reason why it's taken me so long to actually make this video. Moth Cub, for example, submitted that bit to me like so long ago at this point. And I feel bad that it's taken probably this long to get it out. So Lily, if you're watching at this point, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I made you send that to me so long ago, only for it now to be used. Like, I can only apologize. But let's get into it. Final Fantasy 16. I wasn't sure what to think of this game going in. I had, like, again, all I saw was kind of bad reviews. In my mind, I thought what this would be is maybe it would have a strong opening story-wise, and then maybe after that, hours of grinding with no story content to only come back to more story content in the end. Kind of like 15, but a lot of kind of JRPGs and Final Fantasy games kind of go that way, where it's like, yeah, story, and now fight 1 million enemies, please fight enemies. Okay, back to story. But no, Final Fantasy XVI is unrelenting in its story. It's an absolute journey from start to end. And it's one of the longer games. Like, it took me 50 hours to beat, which is on the higher end of kind of the length of these games. Hey, Grace, do you have anything to add about 16? No. To be honest with you, I mean, it's obvious my thoughts are, right? Like, if you've got basic deduction skills, you can figure out where it is in my thinking. 16 is an incredible game. I thoroughly loved it from start to finish. In terms of a Final Fantasy formula, I can see people being divisive on how it's structured and like what it's about. Anything to say about Final Fantasy 16? I'll kind of first start talking about the gameplay here, because I feel like it's the most relevant part of the conversation. Final Fantasy 16 is straight down the line it's like an action RPG. There's no party elements, really. And not even really. There's just no party elements at all. You play as a single character and you upgrade that one character. There's no turn-based elements. There's no kind of leftovers of like that old turn-based combat system. Like even 15, I feel like it's arguable that it kind of maintains some aspect of the original combat. Even Lightning Returns, even though that game fucking sucks. But 16 is its own thing entirely. It goes straight down the line action RPG, right? Combat is, there's a heavy attack, there's a light attack. You dodge, you can jump, you can do magic attacks, and there's like you shoot magic out, or you can hold down the button to do a big magic attack, or you have these big winding magic attacks, or, special abilities, and you can swap between them as you go. I really like this combat. It takes a lot of inspiration from, like, multiple games, like, obviously The Witcher 3. To me, I was getting a lot of Sekiro, because the dodging and the, like, block system is very timing-based, and at certain points it can feel quite rhythm-based, because if you dodge at the right time, time slows down, like in Bayonetta, and you get off some attacks. If you block at the right time, you can build up a stagger meter in your enemies, just like all the other games. But once an enemy becomes fully staggered, they'll kind of sit there and let you wall up on them for a certain amount of time, and you can do more and more damage. It's quite a simple combat system. There's not much more in-depth than that. You don't, in all the other games, you build up potions and items and that kind of stuff, and that all goes into your inventory. But in this game, you kind of only have like 4 potions, or like 3 like boost type potions, and you can't go over that. So you can't just like keep building up items. You're at a max and then you use them and you replenish them. Is that bad? No, it never served to be an issue, and it made fights feel more tense, because sometimes in the late stage of a fight I'd be out of potions. I just knew I had to basically defeat the enemy as best I could to win. I enjoy this combat system, and it goes into what I was saying about 15. Like, everyone's complaining that Final Fantasy is no longer a party-based, turn-based RPG system, but I don't really care. I've played that. In fact, I've played this 15 times. You have 15 games that are that, right? And you can play all of them. They're all accessible. I didn't need to go through any nefarious means to play any of these games, and they're not expensive. So to say like 16 needs to also be that, like, these games have changed with each iteration. I don't really know what you're complaining about. Like, it could be that 17 goes back to that formula. It could be that Final Fantasy XX goes back to that formula. I don't care. What I'm interested in is what these games bring. Is it going to be something different? And if it is going to be different, what are you doing with it that's interesting? And I feel like 16 delivers on that quite heavily. To me, 16 is almost like a new golden age in a way, and I know people are gonna fucking kill me for saying that. Final Fantasy X comes to mind for me. Obviously that's a turn-based game, which is just like the others, but its turn-based system is completely different from the others. It flows entirely differently. It feels nothing like 7. It doesn't feel like 8. Like, none of these games, each one feels entirely different from each other. 16 to me feels like the new 10, in that it changes the formula entirely. It tells a completely new story with like new enemies and new mechanics, and it goes hard on its story. Like, there's no prolonged breaks where it's just padding out the runtime of the game. Nothing. The story is unrelenting, it's incredibly fleshed out, and it's outstandingly interesting. I don't really want to spoil this game, right? Often with some of these I've spoiled the endings or the twists to make a point about why I think the game works. I'm not really going to do that here because I actually want people to play this game. But I will give a basic outline of kind of what the story is, right? So you play as Clive, which is a hilarious name for a JRPG protagonist. His name is Clive. Oh. Don't smooch the camera. Don't smooch the camera. Clive is the son of the, like, duke of this kind of smaller duchy, right? Like, there's all these different kingdoms. The Rosefields, that's probably not their name. I want to say Rosefield, but I don't think that's correct. They own a small but quite powerful duchy. It's very well respected. Everyone kind of likes this king, and all the soldiers respect the king. It's obviously quite an upstanding kingdom. It's only a small part of kind of a greater story. So Clive is the older son of the Duke of whatever, wherever it is. If you want to put it on the screen, Editor Jed, go ahead. He's not really considered the next in line because Clive's brother, Joshua, is what's known as a dominant. In this world, the gods are kind of represented through the people. Some people are known as dominants in that they can summon these kind of higher beings, meaning they can literally turn into Phoenix, Ruma, Odin, Titan, stuff like this, right? But there's only 8 of them in the world because each one of them represents a certain element. What does Titan represent? I don't know, being big. But, you know, you have fire, water, earth, wind, holy magic, I guess, dragon magic, that kind of shit, right? So there's only 8 of them because they each represent a different aspect of the world. Joshua is the dominant of fire, the Phoenix. Clive can kind of harness that power very slightly. He has some fire abilities in him, and he does this swipe attack where a big wing comes out from the Phoenix, so obviously he's involved in that somehow, but Joshua is the dominant, so he's considered the next in line for this duchy. But Joshua is quite young. He's like visibly 6, right? Clive is still kind of one of the warriors. He's got a lot of like militaristic training. He's good with the sword. He's good at fighting. He's damn handsome, and his best friend Jill is there. At a certain point, for some reason, they have to leave the duchy to go on some little journey somewhere to make some deal with someone. On this journey, you know, it's the obvious setup. They end up getting ambushed by their enemies. King/Duke ends up getting murdered. And you know, the whole kingdom kind of falls, right? What's interesting about it, though, is in the heat of everything, Joshua turns into his dominant, the Phoenix, and it seems like he doesn't really have any control over this. He just kind of does it in a moment of panic, and he becomes the Phoenix, and he starts destroying a lot of things. But what's crazy is in this rampage, a second dominant of fire shows up, Ifrit, and they have a big fight, and it's a shocking moment because there's meant to only be one dominant of fire. So who is this second dominant, you know? And the story portrays Clive is viewing it from an outside perspective. He's watching this all happen, and Ifrit fucking beats the goddamn shit out of Joshua. Just absolutely beats him to a pulp. It is the most emotional, violent scene I've probably ever seen in a game. Like, it's incredibly full on. And I was fully invested at this point because, like, oh my fucking god.
I'll kill you! I'll fucking kill you!
I don't really want to spoil more past that. The story then becomes Clive is then captured by the greater empire and becomes like a prisoner of war. Eventually they forget his relevancy to the Duke and whatever, they just assume that he's no one, just another kind of magic user. In this world, if you can control or use any magic, you get subjugated by the state. You become like a slave, I guess, because they don't trust you with your magic abilities. You now have to use your magic abilities to serve other people. This is seen as a bad thing, obviously. In this kind of subjugation, Clive then ends up re-finding Jill, who it turns out now Jill has discovered she is the dominant of like ice. She represents Shiva, the dominant of ice. It starts off with a really fun fight against her, which then, obviously Clive then realizes this is Jill, and they kind of team up. But in that interaction, this game's version of Sid shows up. This is my favorite iteration of Sid, I think. I mean, he was a bug before. That's hard to beat. It's hard to beat bug Sid, right? But this version of Sid I really love. I love his design. I love the voice acting. It goes to say how all the voice acting in this game is incredible, but this Sid is so good. He's like, your kind of average sexy pirate type guy, I guess.
His name is Torgal.
You two acquainted? Well then, you won't mind taking him off my hands.
He is like the head of this kind of getaway for people trying to escape their lives as slaves. And Sid in this game is the dominant of electricity or lightning, Ruma. He can summon Ruma, which is cool. But this Sid is so much fun. He's so jaunty, he has such a sense of humor. He feels quite impactful for the world. He's quite present in every important person's life. Like, everyone knows him. They either love or they hate him, and he's so much fun, and he becomes quite a mentor for Clive. And seeing that interaction and how long it goes on for and how much they flesh it out, it really works. You really grow quite attached to Sid and feel that connection between Clive and Sid as they go on, because both of them are kind of emotionally closed off people. So in the moments where, they kind of let their guards down a bit or open up in some way, it really works. And I think the length of the game is really a strength to that, because you feel connected to every part of it. It shows every part of every person's life, and you see the journeys and you feel it from start to finish. It's kind of the antithesis of 15 in that way, where like it actually fleshes out every single one of its story beats and its characters and their backstories in a way where you as a viewer are fully invested because you've seen it all, You can feel part of that progression. I won't delve much more into the story past that because I don't really want to spoil things, but I just think this game is outstanding. If you ever hit a point of worrying that the story's going to slow down or like, oh, it's just going to throw me into an open area and now the story stops, it never happens. That never happened for me. I did basically all the side content and it never felt to me like the story had slowed down or like it was just padding out runtime, like not once. Its story is incredible. All the characters are great and their casting of the voice actors is perfect, I think. One of my favorite aspects of this game is the fact that it seems like it's almost set in northern England. It just thematically anyway, because all the characters have the northern English accent, which is one of my favorite accents.
Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done.
It's that harsh, gruff, oh, we've got to go here or do this, come on, Clive, we've got to go, that kind of voice. I'm not good at that accent. It feels very specific, right? It's not just your generic English fantasy accent, it's a very specific dialect, and I really love that. It adds so much character and charisma to everything. I love Clive as a character as well. I love that you think he's just gonna be your average kind of dark edgelord, like, oh, I should never be forgiven, or but he's not. You see him crack jokes, you see him smile and laugh, you see him kind of like fall in love and care about people. He never feels like an edgelord, and you never hear him like any equivalent of like some line like, I have to break the chains that bind me, or anything like that, He's a really cool character. It feels like a human being, and you understand his kind of the darkness in him in a way from his past, but it never feels like, it never gets annoying, It feels kind of like a recontextualization of whatever his name was from Final Fantasy IV. Cecil? Yeah, Cecil from Final Fantasy IV. It feels like a recontextualization of that, especially with the fact they named him Clive. It feels like a play on Cecil, like they wanted to take that idea of a dark edgelord growing into a greater being and make it something a bit more interesting. A lot of the story revolves around Clive wanting to kind of break some of the chains of the world, because there's these big crystals and the game recontextualizes the crystals, right? So in the first few games, those crystals were there as a way to like establish the world. You had to reignite the crystals to like bring back the wind or the water or whatever it was to the world, right? And in Final Fantasy XVI, you're destroying the crystals, and at many points you wonder if it's actually an evil thing you're doing, because destroying the crystals will get rid of the world's magic, which for this kind of systematic oppression that this world has in place, getting rid of the magic will free that divide. People will have to rely on their own wits to get by rather than forcing someone else to do their bidding. It makes it a fun setup, and it feels like it's a homage to the other games, but not in this heavy-handed way of going like, oh, remember the other games? Like, if you didn't understand the relevance of the crystals in the other Final Fantasy games, it doesn't really play a part in this, you know, like you don't need to understand their cultural significance. They're just a plot point in the game like any other plot point. I put to words was that 15 to me feels like a homage of the Final Fantasy series, while 16 feels like an evolution, like it takes a lot of those earlier ideas and evolves them in some way.
Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
No, let's reword that. You know, like...
And all the music in this game is great. Like, I really love it. They really want to focus on having the music amp up the fucking boss fights, because the boss fights in this game are insane. They're just like so destructive and massive, and they go on for so long, and they feel great. Obviously, you'll play as the bigger beings at some point, and those fights are really fleshed out and really fun. All the same mechanics come in, but they feel quite weighty and cool because you are these massive things. And the music to go along with it is just outstanding. It's just kind of like this layers and layers of hype that just never ends. I love its kind of mixing of the more kind of medieval classical music you might hear in this setting, but then mixing it with like these like pumping electronic fucking songs. I can't remember if there was lyrics or not in some of them, but I feel like there was, just from how hype they were. Flowing from my topic of like emotion in games, I really love Clive's relationship with Jill. In terms of kind of a love story in these games, I feel like it was honestly my favorite, because you see them being best friends, right? Like, for the most part, Jill is always by your side. She's the most consistent party member through the game. They feel like a genuine friendship that then makes the payoff of them, you know, getting romantically involved quite... And this isn't a spoiler. I mean, this is kind of obvious that it'll happen, right? That they'll get together in some capacity. It's a nice payoff, and it feels earned because you see them talking and having fun and laughing with each other. You see that they genuinely have chemistry just as people. Obviously, they grew up as kids, but then now there's a bit more to their friendship. So them getting together romantically makes sense. And I think Jill's a great character. She's not somebody robbed of her agency. She has her own kind of independence in the world. Everything she's doing is out of choice. She believes in everything Clive believes in, and they go together. Taking a complete left turn, the only criticism really I have of this game, and I feel like it's the most consistent thing people will feel, is that from a leveling up perspective, that you don't feel any sense of progression. Whenever you get a new sword, it's only ever like 2% better than your last sword. Whenever you level up, literally, like, it's just like you'll get a little bit stronger. So it's not like I'm level 10 and now I'm level 11 and like, oh my god, I'm kicking these enemies' asses now. Like, that's not the case. You're only ever getting this little bit better. And the swords you get and your armor don't really have anything different about each other. Like, you're not going to pick one set of armor for its agility over another one's like strength or durability or whatever. It's never really the case. It's always just a matter of you're getting a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better, but not in a way that feels substantial. You never have this moment of like, oh my god, I'm so powerful now. Look at this like journey I've been on. Like, it's so incremental that you don't really feel it, which might be artistically intentional, but I'm not convinced. I don't think it is. It's a bit of a downfall because you fight a lot of enemies throughout the game, and you fight a lot of bigger enemies. Each fight kind of feels roughly the same. Very rarely do you have to kind of switch up tactics or do something else. Like, it happens once in a while, but it's never that massive that like, oh my god, look at the variety in this game. Like, that's not really the case. It kind of sucks, but that gameplay loop was enough to draw me in. And the story itself gripped me to the point where I was excited to see what happens next. So I wouldn't say I was ever bored by the combat, and I was never frustrated with this leveling up thing I've mentioned, but it does play a factor, right? In your heart, you don't feel that progression through the combat at any point, which is a letdown, but it wasn't enough to deter me from the game. The biggest progression you do kind of feel is through your major abilities, because Clive gains different elemental abilities throughout, right? And you can set it so that you can swap between them, and you can have 3 elemental abilities attached at any given point. The main thing you're kind of figuring out here is when you've staggered an enemy, what's the best combo of big moves to pull that'll do the most damage in the shortest amount of time, right? I will say, I forgot to say this in the combat, something that's really fun to master in the combat is when you do a swing, if you hit with your sword and then immediately press the magic button, you can kind of get in this fun motion of like attack, magic, attack, magic, attack, magic, in this way that's really kind of cool and fun, because usually when you attack, it's like the 3 thing, 1, 2, 3, and then there's a cooldown. But you can start switching it up with doing these magic attacks in between swings. So you're really trying to maximize at all points how much damage you're doing to enemies. And your bigger abilities, which you do by holding down the right trigger and then doing one of the other abilities, play a big factor in that. Because, like, for example, one of the wind abilities is to get this like big scratching attack, and that's, I feel like, used to build up stagger. Obviously when you do in these bigger attacks, there's a cooldown, so the more powerful the attack, the longer the cooldown. But seeing these kind of more advanced abilities you get later in the game becomes really fun, because you're trying to see what matches with what. How can I flow this into this? Is this attack more used before stagger, while the enemies stagger, that kind of stuff. Getting the dragon abilities is really fun. Building up this game's version of the Giga Flare is a lot of fun to experiment with. It really plays into what I was saying about the dodge feature and how it can feel quite rhythmic. All this stuff is really fun to explore, and it's a game that's more built around you exploring its abilities and their capabilities and what they're used for, and what you personally enjoy using, rather than having this sense of physical progression, in the sense of like, no, now I'm attacking enemies in one hit and killing them in one hit, isn't that cool? It's not going for that. It's more like, what abilities do you like using, and can you figure out the right way to use them? I think that's fun, and I think that's the main thing that held the combat together for me. Another thing I'll say is there is a lot of side content in this game. There's so many side quests and so much, to me, what feels like underbaked, like storylines. I struggle to get invested in any side stories. Like every kind of side story you do has like a through line from the start of the game to the end of the game. So you can kind of see how these different characters progress, but I didn't really feel that connected to a lot of them. And by the end of the game, I basically just started skipping all the dialogue.
Oh, you've been fucked, Leon. Sorry, mate. Yeah, this was, not your best showing, bud. Sorry, mate. As you relentlessly beat me while I'm on the ground. Yeah, they've been bested, sure. I'll take that. Wrestled beat 2 men. You got potential.
Someone napping on the job.
That person's clearly dead, Clive.
Mind the interruption.
Clive, you're so stupid.
That's enough. It's over.
What a hero. Kicking dogs. Yes. Alright, you lot, we're go riding our chocobos, alright? Can you drift? Yes, you can still go drift. Clive loves it.
Again, get angry with me about that if you want. I don't care. You'll see the clips right now. I was just mashing through all the dialogue. I didn't give a shit. I just wanted to kind of level up to the point where the final boss didn't kick my ass, and to get, some of the nicer items. I'm fine with accepting that, right? Like, obviously I wanted to play these games to their fullest. If you're gonna say that that's the case here, I don't care. The side content was not really anything to me. A lot of like these characters fucking blab. Like they're not quick. They don't just go up and go, "Oh, Clive, I'm stuck in a pit. Can you get me out of here?" It's always like how they fell in the pit, why they're in the pit, what were they trying to find in the pit. How are we going to get out of the pit? Do I need to go get something in a separate village to get you out of this pit? It's just like endless fucking shit like that. And they go on for so long and I got really tired of it. So that's another kind of criticism, is that the side content sometimes feels a little endless. I guess that's all I had to say about Final Fantasy XVI. I think this game is incredible. It fucking rips. It gripped me from start to finish. Obviously it's in the top 5, so I'll start revealing these in a second, but like I really recommend Final Fantasy XVI. I think it's outstanding from a Final Fantasy perspective and just from a gaming point of view. I genuinely think it's worth trying. If you're somebody who likes The Witcher, if you like Sekiro, if you like Bayonetta, if you like any kind of action, character-based action game, this is one to try out, 100%. This puts me at the kind of closing part of the video. I now have to reveal these top 5 games. I'll kind of talk my way through how I place them, I think. Let's just get into it. Number 5 is Final Fantasy VI. For some reason I remember placing this lower. It's been so long. Final Fantasy VI's story was really gripping to me. Like its combat is fleshed out. I wouldn't say I loved all of its characters, but in the context of when it was made, it was very ambitious, and I really think they pulled it off. It feels like the kind of blueprint for what became the rest of Final Fantasy. Obviously, my main criticism with 6 was in its second half. It just kind of leaves you to figure it out. That's kind of a bummer, but if you're somebody who likes to sit down and really think through JRPGs, that could really work for you. It just didn't quite work for me, I guess. Next, this is crazy. I feel like people will kill me for this as well. You know, the series of things I've said to get killed for, this is another one. I put 16 as number 4. I put it over 8. I put it over 6. I put it over 4. I don't care. I don't care. I loved Final Fantasy 16 so much. I think this game is incredible. I thought the story was outstanding. I was fully invested from start to finish. The fact that it's so dense with story content and it's 50 hours and I just like couldn't put it down. It's an outstanding game. It's so good. All right? Murder me on the street. I don't care. 3. I put 10 at 3. I really liked 10. I obviously, it's above 16, and obviously I had less bad things to say about 16 than I did 10. I think. Final Fantasy X is a really great game. I enjoyed the fact that it's a bit more linear. It made the themes of a pilgrimage really work. Every character is really fleshed out. All the story content, every piece of story and progression really worked. I was invested in what everyone in the story had to say. There was no characters to me where I wanted them to shut up or like just fuck off or anything like that. And on top of that, the combat is really fun. It feels like a fun puzzle to work out, especially some of the later boss battles. Putting together like what works with what, why is this boss doing this, and like what is the game asking of me. It's a fun game to do that in the sense that there's no timer like in the other games. You're just left to kind of like think about what you want to do, and it makes every move you do feel impactful. Now here it is, right? Here's the big controversy. Final Fantasy VII is second. It comes second. I love Final Fantasy VII a lot. I think just aesthetically, it's probably one of the strongest in the series. Like, there's a reason why people have gripped to this game so specifically. It's because like Cloud, Tifa, Barret, Aerith, you can picture these characters in your head so perfectly. They all fit into such a refined and perfect aesthetic. The story is one of the most thematic and interesting and kind of metaphorical and artistic of the series. It really connected with a lot of people, and it really connected with me. I love everything to do with Cloud and his arc and like the kind of twists in like his character. It's a fun combat system to engage with. I like the kind of weird gambling elements and like how you have to perfect each kind of special move. Final Fantasy VII rips. It's a great game that I'd recommend to anyone. It's easy to progress through. It's not convoluted in any way. The boss battles are laid out enough that you never feel like the game's kicking your ass until the very, very end of the game. Right, man? Horace actually doesn't agree with me, but anyway. And number 1, my favorite Final Fantasy game of all time, it's 9. I don't care what any of you think. I don't care if you think this is crazy or outlandish. 9 is the best game in the series, alright? Its story is so gripping and so much fun to progress through. It's a world full of whimsy and fun. I love the art style and how it has this kind of watercolor but quite bright aesthetic. I love that the world is like, it's like this fantasy world, but you know, there's all these like anthropomorphic beings and like magic elements, and it feels very thematic and metaphorical in its themes. I love that about it. I love the sense of progression in the combat. I never once felt angry or frustrated with this combat. It spells itself out in quite a way where it's easy to figure out and it's a lot of fun. Vivi is my favorite character in any of these Final Fantasy games. Like, the design is perfect. I've even got a Vivi pin, you know? I love him so much. He's this cute little guy, and I love his introduction to the world, how he's just like, so he's got a ticket to see the show, but oh man, it's a fake. Like, it's just a game that's full of whimsy and fun. It's a game that I struggled to put down at points because I just was fully invested in everything it was going for. And I think it never stops being incredible. I guess that's all I have to say about every Final Fantasy. Oh my god. It's like this sense of like wonder about the world, and like a sense of life. Like, life is worth living and progressing through. Did this do that to me? I don't know. Grace?
Sorry, do I know you?